Hi everybody! How's it going? Welcome back. Time for the lore run. And continuing with the Abyssal Woods and the DLC's new take on Frenzied Flame. And Marlo's doing better, thank you so much for asking. He's doing better. He's not at 100%, but he's getting there, so. Pumped about it. Is there really any lore to the Abyssal Woods? Yeah, there's lore to absolutely every location. In fact, I think it'd be a better, like, I know that's not what you asked, but I just mean, like, if you're asking what location has lore, I feel like it's a better question to ask which location doesn't have lore. Like, really. I think the Abyssal Woods is actually a really dense one. Yeah. Because it sort of does what the DLC does and gives us an old concept, but new information on it. So we get information on Marika and the Newman through the Shaman Village and just like everything there. We get more information on Mikola. We get more information on Radon, on Moog, on the Frenzied Flame, on Placidusax and the dragons. Like, that's what the DLC mainly does a lot of the time, is it takes something we already know about and gives us more information and context. And the Abyssal Woods is probably one of the densest locations for that. Thinking about a location that doesn't have as much lore, I would probably say that's actually a fun test. Not test, like quiz, I guess. Like, if you could think of one location in, let's just leave it to DLC just to sort of narrow it down. What DLC location has the least, yeah, mental exercise, that's what I was looking for. What is the location, just location, that has the least amount of environmental lore? I don't even know what I would answer for the DLC. My weekend was good. My weekend was good. Finger ruins? See, that's the thing. Like, yes, but also the finger ruins introduce us to the fingers. Church of the Bud? The problem is the Church of the Bud is like a tiny little add-on area, so can we even count it? Because I would count it as part of Ra, and Ra has a ton of lore. First spot you teleport into, the grave rotten, grave word, what was it called? The grave plains? Graven plains? Whatever. The grave plains. But that's the thing, no, because then that's our first look into the Hornsent, like the village of the Hornsent. We see like what happened with the war. We get a curse blade. We get new churches of Marika. Do you know what I mean? Like even then, and then we get all of these spectral graves, and we're like, what's going on with that? Do you know what I mean? So I don't think that could be it. Little cave part before you can even see all that. Yeah, but I'm more talking about like overarching area. I know what you mean. I don't mean like a hallway though, you know? Because that's basically a hallway. It's almost unfair. I do think finger ruins though are... No, I don't think that can be it. For me, I was gonna say the blue flower place. Oh my god, what's it called? I was gonna say the blue flower place. But the problem is that like the blue flower place gives us those giant stone coffins for the first time, so not even. Can you just say Blighttown? Well, we're more talking about lore, and Blighttown has a ton of lore. But you can hate it, by all means. I totally understand that. The weird finger guy's chapel? Well, no, because he gives us this new introduction to fingers. We learn about the knight. We learn about what the frick he's doing. And then we also get the fact that it's Manus Meter, more accurately. I always say Metir, but it's Meter. Manus Meter introduces us to the fact that Manus Celis is not unique. And there's more to the Carians. It gives us Carian lore, it gives us finger lore, it gives us like what exactly is under Manus Meter lore, or sorry, Manus Celis lore. So that's the thing, like every area is very dense. Finger ruins because they are directly connected to Midra, which is a weird hidden thing. How are they connected to Midra? The Chalice area behind Gaius. I think that does count as an area. Yeah, I think that's it. But like even then, it's like I feel like that's technically part of the Shadow Key, and it's like because it's not even its own area, right? Let's take a look at it. Because it's just like, hey, there's a chalice here, and it's like the places where they kept the, oh, right, we were right here. We are in media res, but fortunately I just found the church ruins. Let's take a quick visit to Shadowview. Eggs like from the ruins in Midra's manse behind the painting of him and Anaya. Oh yeah, I think I remember someone talking about that. And like being like, look closely, Wraff, and I was like, what? Well, we'll see about it this run. Maybe we can uncover some new secrets. One thing we know for sure, though, about Midra is that the House of Midra changed its path at some point, and it went toward Frenzied Flame, but it didn't always. Yeah, there's like nothing here. Yeah. It's just like, hey, stinky weird guy, and then also a big old chalice. That really is it. Yeah. It is technically a sub area. There's a boss, and Yeah, I think this would be it. I think that we can count this. Or I think maybe like special mention to the ancient ruins base area with the Templetown ruins. Because it really is just like here there's a little bit of hint of Church of the Bud. Okay. And then there's a bear with a pile of shit over here. Yeah, I mean, but we do get this temple. I don't know. There's still some. There's still something. The DLC is really dense with lore, just like base game. There's always something to talk about. So that is definitely one of its strengths, for sure. In general, Elden Ring has really cool storytelling. Okay, so anyway, we're gonna start right back up in the Abyssal Woods. Church Ruins is where we left off. Fortunately, I found this right away. I don't remember how to explore this place. I don't remember, like, where to go and whatnot. But, that's never stopped me before. Even here, there is an abandoned church, but it does not appear to be a Church of Marika. But, okay, I should clarify. It's not one of a church that depicts Marika, but this tends to be a pretty typical depiction of, well, the Erd Tree, and I wouldn't be surprised if there was a Marika statue here at some point, because, take a look at this, just keep this in your mind. Of course, my light goes out, so I'll just do this. It's easier, I think, to see like this. We have lions facing one another, cool tree symbol with little capybara heads coming out of it, and then a bunch of, like, laurels and whatnot, right? Okay? And then this big old, like, plinth. Keep it in your mind, because I forgot that it's a little harder to get here than I thought it was. 1 second. Are we... Yeah, uh-huh. I might be able to just teleport there. Isn't there a grace there now? I think there isn't. I think we have to take the belfry. Because I recognize that plinth. Very precisely. Wait, which one is it? Which one is you? Precipice of anticipation. Is it altar in other churches? I'm gonna be honest, I really only remember it being here, but I'm not the best at remembering, like, iconography. But it's definitely here. And this one's real big. Place is really important for lore. Yeah, I mean, it's our entry point to the lands between. It's the place that, while very far from Leyndell, still has the golden flowers, evoking Leyndell very strongly. It has a bunch of graves and is possibly the origin of the Tarnish, sort of, in a way. Okay, so you know in Night Rain we have these graces, sorry, not graces, graves. We have the graves at the bottom of the Round Table Hold, and it's like those were the ones who committed the first sin, and as a result they elected to become the Foundation. And then there's a bunch of it reminds me of this now. Right now we have both those depictions. We also just, like, appear in the Chapel of Anticipation as if by magic. It's really interesting that how we enter the Land of Shadow is also just we sort of show up in a place where other people have shown up as well. And here we have a similar thing where we just appear in this chapel. And it's like, how do we even get here? Right? And then, of course, Godric is trying to grief us. We get jumped immediately by a grafted scion, the tutorial boss, scripted death sort of thing. With a giant statue of Marika, but also Elden Ring. Right here. And this plinth with images evoking Godfrey as well. And I think there's other lions, because Godfrey, like the Tarnished equals Godfrey. Yeah, lions right there on all the graves. I think this is where Goldmask is during the intro cutscene. Ah, yeah, good point, yeah, yeah. But yeah, let's take a look at the other bases in the DLC because I feel like they look different, but like, you know, I'm more look at the statue. I sometimes miss the base. So let's go to the easiest mark church, which is like right at the start of the gravesite plane. Oh, I really have to run there, huh? Is there no easier one? Well, whatever. This is an important one. Let's go. I know, the start has an insane amount of detail. And, well, I guess we'll see, but I really don't think the churches usually have that base. Let's do like a quick reminder, because like I said, I don't have like an encyclopedic memory of all of the iconography. I remember some of it, but sometimes I do need a reminder. Sometimes I do need to like go back and look myself. So if I'm not sure, let's go look, right? Anyway, so the Godric minion is because this is where the Tarnished show up. We are not the only Tarnished to appear there. Oh, waterfall. Gorgeous. This really is a lovely view and great start. Also, I feel like these churches are a bit more intact and differently designed. Yeah, it is the same depiction. Okay, great. So the plinth is always there. Let's go look at base game. Much easier. I'm not much of an architecture buff. Yeah, these ones don't have a plinth at all. Okay, that's probably what I was thinking of then. Also, let's see. The way that you would enter would be here. And it's a lot more ruined, but it definitely, I think we can agree, the layout appears as if it's different, like as if it was designed with a different architectural style. Or it's just straight up more destroyed, right? Hard to say personally. I don't do archaeology. I think it's cool. Radigan's secret in Leyndell. Let's go look at a Radigan statue here, just as like a fun comparison point. When we go back to the very beginning area, we also find a dead maiden. Well, the dead maiden is always there. Yeah. It's there at the start of the game. The dead maiden's always there, yeah. It is very interesting to me that Radigan has this tree base. And of course his rune behind him. We talked about that. So not really a plinth, but definitely like some... Well, okay, Marika behind her has like the swirly whirly, and he's got the tree base. Why is there a Radigan statue at the Stormcaller Church? Yeah, especially since that is a church... Wait, sorry. Stormcaller is the Leyndell Church of the Dragon Cult, right? So that one's weird, but I think it definitely has to do with the fact that Radigan was cool with the Dragon Cult, which doesn't sound like him, especially since it involves the use of red lightning. But from everything that we can tell, while Radigan was like, frick all this and get rid of all that, he was cool with the Dragon Cult, very specifically. But I always wonder, was he actually cool with the Dragon Cult? Or did he just have to be because of its influence? I don't know, but that's one thing when there's a lot of signs of Radigan being like, screw the Crucible, I hate my red hair and I hate this dog because it's red too, and also heck Crucible Knights, yet Dragon Cult is cool. Yeah. We did talk about that though, it's interesting. Why do they have gold hair? I think it's his like tiara that's gold. Although, no, you're right. It is partially the hair. Wow, he is fucking... He blonded himself. This fucking nerd. You think you could just be blonde, Radigan? My culture is not your costume. Just kidding. It's not unusual, though, for statues to have gilding, and it's a way to just be like, yo, we fancy. So, like, I really do think it's that more accurately. But, like, it is also very interesting that the guy who famously hates his red hair does have statues with gilded hair. Do the Marika statues have gilding? Let's do another comparison is in order here. That one's on fire. Let's go to this one. Yeah, tons of gilding on the... Well, is it gilding or is it like moss? Because it just so happens to be the crown, but it doesn't look like gilding to me. It just looks like growth, like natural... Like nature has reclaimed it. You're right, though. It could be a change of color over time. Or, yeah, the tree, what do you call it? Not the tree, the, well, yeah, the tree. Right, gold particles. It used to have, like, literal gold light that would shine down and its sap would fall from its branches. So maybe that's a result, yeah. Okay. So, abandoned church. And not just abandoned, unfinished. Or, like, I would say 50-50, this church was unfinished, or the statue was just, like, completely removed, like, right? Or it was never built, because the base is perfectly built. And a tree. We are in the woods. There are a lot of trees here. But this one looks rather interesting. Let's do some comparisons. Frenzied flame perfume bottle. Oh my goodness. Let's also read the map for the Abyss. We got this just before last time. Map of the Abyss at the east of the Gravesite Plain. A thick forest sprawls at the depths of the ravine that is untouched even by sunlight, known as the Sanctum of Sage Midra, and is a region forbidden by the Hornsent. So, forbidden by the Hornsent suggests to me that it was a long time ago, right? I think we can pretty much agree on that. And this is so weird. Because, well, let's talk timeline. Because yes, this is a Church of Marika. It was supposed to be. But this was a region that was blocked by the Hornsent, which suggests it was pre-Erd Tree age. So if it was made forbidden during the Hornsent age, then why is there a Marika church here? And then why was it unfinished? This was a place of a lot of turmoil, I think. And I'm sort of wondering the timeline here. What if, I'm thinking of some ideas. So number one possibility, just the usual. These people started worshiping the Frenzied Flame, and they called the Frenzied Flame. So as a result, the Inquisition was sent. And that's interesting on its own, because if the Inquisition was sent, then that means it happened during the Hornsent age as well, right? Like that the Hornsent were like, shut it down, right? But what if they weren't shutting down the Frenzied Flame? And this is one of my ideas that I've kind of been rolling around in this run, and I'm searching for like perhaps some timeline signs. What if the Hornsent here, Midra included, were not worshipping the Frenzied Flame, but they called the Frenzied Flame in their despair because the Inquisition came for them, right? And we get this from the Madding Hand. Urge of an unyielding black impulse toward revenge, fostered in those who were hunted down as heretics by their own brethren. These are the weapons of the utterly downtrodden. Now, it does madness. So it does suggest that they were mad. They were like calling the frenzy, and that's when the Inquisition came for them. right? But I'm wondering, Midra is not Hornsent? I mean, it doesn't look like he is, that's for sure. But the thing is, what we know about the Hornsent is that they don't necessarily have horns, right? And he's still a lord of this area. And this is specifically people who were hunted down as heretics by their own brethren, which is kind of the vibe I get from the Inquisition going after Midra and everyone here. So, like, I agree. Hornsent usually have horns, and that does tend to be how they're depicted. But how could Midra be a lord of this area under the age of the Hornsent and not be a Hornsent? We kind of know that they're not really cool with other groups of people. So, I think he was a Hornsent. Personally, I think yes. And no matter what, whether Midra was, the people who lived here were Hornsent guaranteed based on this. And I like this because once again, it compares and contrasts. Not this, sorry. It's this weapon. We talked about this a little bit previously, but I really think this is so fascinating. The poisoned hand was created by angry Hornsent because they wanted vengeance because they were killed by Mesmer and the people of the Erd Tree, right? Utterly downtrodden. And we get this moment of like, man, that was fucked up what happened in Bellerot. Bellerot as an area is meant to sort of introduce us to, we're meant to sort of feel bad for the Hornsent. And it makes sense. Of course we do. We're like, shit, like, wow, holy shit, like Mesmer killed them all. And wow, Mark is a strumpet. Whoa. And then utterly downtrodden. These people didn't deserve this. And then we find this. And it's the exact same description, except they were hunted down as heretics by their own brethren, utterly downtrodden. So, even without outside influence, the Hornsent are pretty harsh to their own people. So I love how this is literally the same verbiage, like one to one, except this is what Mesmer did to the Hornsent, and this is what the Hornsent did to the Hornsent. They do not like heretics. And heretics would be, like, what does it take to be a heretic? Is it really just, is it Frenzy Flame? Because like I said last time, if we're talking Frenzy Flame, yeah, we know that's bad. I'm on the side of the Hornsent if they're getting people, if they're killing them because they're Frenzy Flame people. Because that needs to be suppressed. Because it's like the most dangerous thing of all time, ever. And does spread like a disease. And it infected this whole area. But what if they weren't Frenzy Flame heretics? What if they were just a different variety of heretic and the Hornsent came for them and then they became Frenzied Flame? But like I said, I'm not sure. We're gonna be like looking for evidence of this. But this church is very interesting. So let's talk briefly timeline again. There was most likely a time when Marika indeed was a ruler, a savior, allied with the Hornsent. I don't really know what term to use, but she was on their side and fighting for them, which is why Hornsent Grandam, speaking of which, you might want to give her a visit, speaks of her as, like, she betrayed the Hornsent, which means to betray someone, you have to be on their side, or ostensibly on their side. Maybe it was simply assumed that she would serve the Hornsent because the Hornsent made her, like, created her, who knows. But either way, we get this impression of her as, like, a traitor, right? But what this means is that if they were on the same side, what if, indeed, this area, I mean, had an era of peace and they started worshiping Marika specifically? And maybe that wasn't cool. I don't know. Because there's other churches, so if it wasn't cool to worship Marika specifically, then, like, why are they, you know, everywhere, I guess? What I'm saying mainly is that this is I think this is like the oldest church here. So that's sort of what I'm talking about generally. Like, yes, the other churches were built possibly by Mesmer soldiers, probably by the people who came later, the Crusaders who were like, we have to destroy the Hornsent. But what about this one? Was this one really made that late? I don't know, and I don't think so. So possibly that's the heresy we're discussing here. And yeah, the fact that Midra doesn't have horns could also be a part of this as well. What if Midra was not a hornsent? Or he was a hornsent without horns and therefore looked down upon by their society. I feel like she was biding her time secretly with the hornsent. I think her plan was to create an age glistening with life, as is the words used by Melina in, I think, the first Church of Marika. I just love that phrase. Yeah, the first Church of Marika, the phrase used by Melina to evoke Marika's words, speaking to Godfrey and the soldiers of Godfrey, is, we will create an age glistening with life. And I think it started with defeating the fire giants and the Glowmite Queen and all these foes who were also foes of the Hornsent. But when those foes were defeated, Marika was like, okay, Hornsent, your turn. And the Hornsent were like, what do you mean? You're on our side. And she's just like, no. Y'all are killing everybody and killing your own people and shoving them into jars and doing crusades and doing inquisitions on people. No, you are also on the list. And then they go, surprise Pikachu, right? They would see it as a betrayal. Anyway, we're going to be looking for timeline stuff. Yeah, right. I can't summon Torrent. That reminds me of something else we're going to do. We're going to start at the Forsaken Graveyard. We're going to ride Torrent and see what happens when he becomes desummoned. Also, side note, oh my goodness. Master MPS, thank you so much for the 20 gifted, my goodness. Also, sorry, before I forget, I'm on such a rant. Thank you so much to Common Zero for 9 months as well. Welcome back. I seen it. I was just ranting. We're like on a tangent, not really ranting, because like this is why you're here. Yeah. You know? Yeah, it's possible this was an era of peace. Absolutely, yeah. And Master MPS, thank you again for 20 gifted subs. Thanks so much. I really appreciate that. We're starting August off strong. Thank you so much for your support. Seriously, that's very kind. And Bucci Bear with 5 gifted subs as well. Thanks so much, gamers. Oh my goodness. Thanks, everybody. I really appreciate your guys' support. This is so nice of you. Thank you, Tana, for 5 gifted subs as well. Yeah, I'm getting like stunlocked. I'm under attack by gifted subs. Oh no. Thanks so much. And that's already a hype train. Strong start. Thanks so much. Thank you. You guys are great. I really appreciate you guys. Enjoy your emotes, everybody. If Marika was a ruler, they were fighting for her, not the other way around. The thing is, it's possible that there were Hornsent involved in the other wars against the Glowmite Queen and what do you call it? Not Frenzy Flame. It's possible that the Glowmite Queen and the Fire Giants were also, like, Hornsent were also involved in the war. The thing is, we don't see any evidence of Hornsent as far as I can think of. Like, I'm like racking my brain here. I don't think there's any evidence of Hornsent specifically in the ancient war against the Fire Giants in the Lands Between. Like, the only evidence I was thinking of is the fact that the giants are pierced with a 3-pronged trident. I know that's an oxymoron, all tridents are 3-pronged, but like, you know what I'm saying. And I keep going back, I'm like, who did this? Like, who impaled them like that? And I'm really wondering if it wasn't some sort of Hornsent force under the banner of the Formless Mother. But yeah. So that's the only like real sign. And if they were involved, that would have been quite a mighty attack. But as far as we know, it was Godfrey and Marika fighting. Now, not directly Marika. Marika was more like the Joan of Arc type symbol figure being like, go my soldiers, here's my buffs, get some healing. And Godfrey was like on the front lines. But what it really seems like to me is those two, like Marika was not a horn scent. Godfrey, I think personally very strong evidence he was not a horn scent either. It seems to me like the horn scent using groups of people who lived in their territory to fight their wars for them, right? Like a little bit. So I wonder, what is this lighting, by the way? Okay, I think it was just a visual bug. That was weird. Yeah, because there's not direct horn scent signs. Zamora are related with the horn scent? It's definitely possible, but like the horn scent are all about horns, and the Zamora are different. They're more silver. The dancing for sure, but there's other groups that dance. Like we have literally the Dancers of Rana, the Blue Dancer as well. Like, so Dance for Martial Ends is a strong link to the horn scent, but I wouldn't say it's like the only one. Especially since the Zamora seem to be a smaller group that lives on the mountaintops, which does make me think of people like the shaman. Small group, small village, right? It's definitely possible though. But considering how many different groups live under horn scent rule but are not horn scent that we know of, I wouldn't be surprised if the Zamora are under that umbrella. Also, the silver masks, like the way that they appear, their white hair, I think they are pretty differently depicted, but... So, like, war slaves? I don't want to say war slaves, because I think that's, like, taking a bit too far, like they were forced to fight. But, I mean, it does seem like their options were fight, or I don't know what other options they might have had. I don't know. It may be. Because, yeah, the main enemies of Marika, and I think of the horn scent, I think that's strongly implied. The fire giants are strongly... I mean, we know for a fact that they are ancestral enemies of the horn scent. But Marika and Godfrey defeated them. Godfrey is credited with the defeat of the giants. But, of course, like, you know, Marika's, like, the figurehead here, the ruler, you know, she gave the order. So, like, it's one of those. And... The Glomide Queen, while very mysterious, was likely similarly an enemy or maybe a rival to Marika, and the credit for defeating her and the Abyssal Serpent, in my opinion, linked to the Glomide Queen, goes to Malekith. So it really does seem like all these really like powerful forces that were potentially opposed to not just Marika but the Horn Scent were defeated by Marika and her squad. And like, we don't really know what the Horn Scent were doing at this time. It just seems like they were, like, pointing at direction. They're like, fire giants, you kill them. Now, why did Marika become a god? How did she become a god? Excellent questions. We have some ideas, but I don't think, like, the path is super clear. There's definitely, like, a gap in what happened in her early life. But we'll talk about that more later. Anyway, all this to say... wait, is this that's the, okay, yeah, we go this way. It's weird. You think the Elden Ring movie will reveal new lore? You little troll. Miko Chunk, also thank you for a year. Welcome back. I appreciate that so much. And thank you for the hype train, everybody. That's a great way to start off the month. I really appreciate your support. Yeah, okay, so what I'm doing now is just running. That scared the living fucking bejesus out of me, is what that did. I actually forgot that's what happened. I thought he just kind of desummoned, but he like acts like he's been hit. And then we're on our freaking own. All right. Go from here. Did see the moment she became a goddess? Yeah, yeah. Well, at least I'm pretty sure that's what happened, but we can't really be sure. I think it's like, probably. But am I 100% certain? I don't know. I want to talk about that trailer later. People are asking like when I'm going to watch that trailer. I want to talk about it near the end, or in fact at the end of the lore run. Even though it's a story trailer that introduces us to concepts, I'd rather have all of the DLC lore before we talk about it, because it has some really interesting imagery, but also is very inexplicable, and I want to use the context we get from the DLC to talk about it with more accuracy. It's like having an appetizer for dessert, but I feel like it works for this particular structure. So, there's about 1 billion square miles of Abyssal Woods to explore. All on foot. And there's about 2 items in it, from what I remember. Did I go to where I hear rats? Maybe. The lighting here is so cool. Oh, I think I started saying this and then I cut myself off. The Abyssal Woods are very deep underground, and it said that no light touches this place. So it really does feel like even before the Veil, this might have been a very dark place. And we do know that the Frenzied Flame that we know of in Lane Dell is deep underground. So it's kind of interesting that this forest, which is also very far underground, perhaps underground isn't the right term, but you know what I mean with it being very below everything else. And look how it looks like this tangle. It's a creepy jungle. Mm-hmm. Have you collected the up dog? No, what's up, dog? Never get tired of that one. Even the friggin' goats are mad at me. Not much. What's up with you? Ah! Submerged? Submerged could work, but it's not really underwater either. It's just like, from what we can tell, this is sort of level with, I don't know. This is sea level. This is sea level because this is sea level. So this is uppies. This is even more uppies. And then the Abyssal Woods is incredibly below that. Like, it's like, right? It's in a deep, dark ravine. I think she was looking for the matter baby first. What's a matter baby? I actually unironically fell for that one, but that's because we were talking about Bloodborne. And matter baby is a really good name for a Bloodborne enemy. Like, come on, like if someone was like, oh, have you heard of the matter babies in Bloodborne? I would be like, oh yeah, are you talking about those little like tentacle babies? Because that sounds like fully like an enemy name. Stonefisher might be deeper. I think this is deeper. But it's close. But here's why. Oh, right. Also, the burial site that we get through to get here. Sorry, this is not it. It's this. Which one? Dark Light Catacombs. There are older golems there. So I think that's not just an Earthtree catacomb. I think it's a Hornsent catacomb. I think it's like both. Because, well, Erdtree catacombs, they end in roots, right? That is how... Oh, hell yes, I got one. Speaking of Bloodborne, Winter Lanternfly. What's this? Ah. Okay. Winged insect carrying a dangling, frenzied flame grape. Flies lazily around the abyssal forest. Said to be the heralds of the aging untouchable. On seeing these, the wise know to stay well clear of that place. So, Winter Lantern is a flower. It also happens to be the name of an enemy in Bloodborne, which is named for the flower. It is a flower that represents death, very simply. And the enemy that is a Winter Lantern is basically a nightmare version of one of our allies. I think that's a good description for those who don't know Bloodborne. Our allies are a doll who helps us level up, a mysterious doll, as well as these little cute guys called messengers who help us by leaving messages, guide us, give us presents. They're really sweet. They're also our merchants. So they're like the sweetie pies of Bloodborne. And then there's this enemy called Winter Lanterns, which are basically like a nightmare of those two things combined. It has the dress and outfit of the doll, but the head looks like an amalgam of these messengers. It's also covered in eyes and doesn't look too dissimilar, in fact, from this. Like that, the head, the grape part at the bottom. Take that, make it white, boom, you got a Winter Lantern. They're a super terrifying enemy because they inflict frenzy on you. I know what you're thinking. Frenzy? Just like these? Mm-hmm. But the frenzy operates differently. What frenzy is basically your own blood coming out of your body to stab you. And it's because you know too much, and it makes your mind go absolutely cuckoo bananas. And so your blood explodes. If you want to know more, please watch the Bloodborne lore run. It's on my channel. Here we go. I found it. Hide yourself, make not a sound. Quietly await your chance. Combat is not an option. Crouch in the undergrowth. Oh my god. Doesn't it look a bit like a barely contained frenzy flame? Like your frenzy flame? Like, what do you call it? When you become the Lord of Frenzy Flame, you have this, like, head that looks just like that, but it's like there's a thin netting around it. Gonna die for lore reasons. What I'm gonna try to do is get through this successfully, because, my goodness, I hate running through this. Unfortunately, I will probably die anyway. So, like, it's kind of fine. I'll die either way, either on purpose or by accident. However, I will say you really can get right up personal with them. Until you can't, I suppose. He's coming for me! Escape is not an option! It was going so well! Until it wasn't, I suppose. You can live? Oh, for sure you can live. I've even gone away from them before, but it's just, it's, you know, it's been a minute. So. Yeah, for the lore, They also totally look like amygdala, don't they? Uh-huh. No, you don't see shit. You don't see shit, you fucking freakazoid from hell. So that's what they do when they're searching for you. They just, like, pop out there with eyes. So it's a little bit amygdala shooting laser beams from Bloodborne. It's also giving some... what is that called? What is Garden of Eyes from Bloodborne as well. It really does give new meaning to put your eyes back in your skull, though, when they, like, pop that shit out like that. Make not a sound. I really do like, though, how they go, like, monka eyes when they see you. Anyway, there is a way to kill them, but I genuinely don't remember what it is. So we'll just have to find the lore that like teaches us, and then I'll try it. Dude, they really do turn around so suddenly. It's so creepy. When an action game has a stealth segment. Oh, shit! It's a bell! I forgot! Oh, no! You don't see me! You don't see me! You don't see me! I'm hiding! Ah! Oh my god, they're so scary. No! Go freak yourself! Ah! No! It's unfair! It's unfair! Wait, no, it's fine. You? People run! Ah! No, put that finger away! I fucking love how they run. They're just like, they just look like fucking Tom and Jerry had ass. My goodness, they're delightful creatures. I think that went well. He can see a lot, but can he see why kids love the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch? The kid that would ninja run in the halls at school. Yes. I like it when he just killed me and then he just like fucking people ran away. It was so funny. What did I say though, Chad? Did I not say that I'm gonna try to make it through it, but I'm probably gonna die by accident? So these are narc bells, and you mustn't touch them as it turns out. Your girl was not a knower. I do like that they are very aged, and their name is Aging Untouchables. Like, they literally walk with, like, a cane and stuff, and they're just, like, chilling, breathing a little heavy, you know? Maybe got some, like, sleep apnea going on. But then they run real good when they, like, see you. You know what I mean? Is that a cane or their finger as the cane? I say their finger because it really does look like they're pointing at you. Kind of hard to tell, but they do kind of put their cane at you, yeah. Okay. Outplayed by a rat, no problem. Oh, rats are actually very smart. Do kind of look like the Inquisitors with messed up heads. Inquisitors also have gamer posture. That's a good point. Absolutely. And so here's the thing about Frenzy Flame. From base game, we know that Frenzy Flame is... some people do seek it out. And they do call it in their dismay, which is pretty comparable to a lot of different outer gods, which are summoned by people in pain and agony. Those who are suffering tend to discover things in their suffering. The Formless Mother, the Frenzied Flame, the Blood Star. Those are 3 things that we know about, although I still am like going back and forth on is the Blood Star the Formless Mother, but whatever. Either way. People in pain find things in their suffering, in their pain, and they call for them, and these things come. So some people are trying to spread it. Shabriri was a man who became a demon who consciously attempted to spread the teachings of the Frenzied Flame and continues to do so. Then we have... what's it called? The castle in the Weeping Peninsula. Castle Morn. So Castle Morn is our introduction to the Frenzy Flame questline, even if we don't know it at the time. And in the Weeping Peninsula, there is the Ailing Village. Like, people, this is the first time we see Frenzy, most likely. And the people there are afflicted by it. They're sick. It's like a plague. It's also not a coincidence that it is mainly rats that have frenzy eyes. In fact, I think it's only rats in base game. Here, of course, we have like different animals, as if the whole forest has been afflicted by it, as if nature itself has been altered by its presence, because it hasn't been contained here. But usually it's rats, and rats are, of course, associated with spreading plague. So most likely, if you do a normal run of Elden Ring, you are going to encounter, the first frenzy you're going to encounter is rats. So you're in the Weeping Peninsula, you go across, you meet the lady, who also happens to be one of the key figures of the Frenzy Flame questline, but we just don't know that yet when we first meet her. I don't even know if she knows it at the time. And then right around here, so this is the Ailing Village. Right here, you're going to see some rats. And they have frenzy eyes. And you're going to be like, what the fuck is going on with those things? What is this? What are these eyes of yet? Like, what is this stuff? They spread a disease. So frenzy can spread like an illness to people who have no interest in it. And it changes them. It makes them want frenzy. It melts their eyes. But here, this is a new thing. We haven't seen frenzy in nature before. Not like this. The water is afflicted. The stone. Everything here is. Do you go to Elden Ring University? No. I teach there. Also, yeah, these trees, they really do look like Erd trees. Thin ones. I don't know about these, but definitely these look like the minor Erd trees that we've seen. See, now that I'm looking, I'm like, I feel like I've never seen a tree in this game. I can't, like, parse. I can't, like, come up with what the typical tree looks like. Oh, okay, really cool, though. Did I go to Big Circle? I did! Oh, I'm in such dismay. Fuck, I got lost. The graves here haven't turned to spirits, though. And I think that's actually a really subtle but significant part of this. Why did they not become spirits? Because the frenzied flame burns all to the point that there is no life left in the ash. There are no spirits here. That's why Torrent is scared. Because this place would hurt even him. Which is why the significance of the Frenzied Flame ending, is that a grace? Did I just walk by it? Is that we see the spectral steed whistle melt. Fade to ash, whatever. And we hear Torrent, like, cry out because even Torrent has been killed. Even a spirit can be killed by the Frenzied Flame. Giant trees in Shifra and Snowfield. These ones do. These ones certainly do. So these are the trees that make me think of well, actually no. Because those trees are straight, no knots. Maybe these ones, though. These ones are more Erdtree-y, though, because of the spiral. Also, they look like they're growing in a spiral. Neat. I love the lighting here. It really is a cool zone. Would you go if it was real? No. What's this? Right. That's the finger ruins.
Thank for you telling us about the lore.
Hey, thanks for the 300 bits, Matthew Lucas Skywalker. Thank you for hanging out while I talk about lore and we discuss it. It's very fun. Okay, so it really does look like a net over top and then maybe like a bit of a beard, right? It's a very interesting thing. It makes me think a little bit of like... Hang on. I think winter lanterns look like that? I haven't looked at a winter lantern in a long time, so give me just 1 second. I'm gonna go look up a picture. I know these are aging untouchables. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 1 second. This is the perfect time to go AFK, of course. It's fine. Like, what's he gonna do? Where's my thing? Where's my hip cursor? There it is. Okay, 1 sec. Check this out. This is a winter lantern. Like the real flower. Looking at the flower, though, you can see... I guess this is when it dries out. And this is like it when it's fresh. So you can see how it's got that leaf-like, what we're seeing is netting, is literally like it as it dries. So winter lantern, another word for it is Chinese lantern, because it looks like a lantern, like a paper lantern. So yeah, that is probably why they're called that. Really neat to see. I have seen them before, but it's been a while because it's been a while since I've played Bloodborne, really. Also compare to the Winter Lantern enemy in Bloodborne if you'd like to take a look as well. But yeah, they are a flower associated with death. It's crazy how they made a design that looks even more like a Winter Lantern than a Winter Lantern. It's also so cool because it's fitting to what Frenzied Flame looks like. I think there's gonna be one more up ahead, and then I'm through with these nerds. Look nothing like the flower they're named for. Oh, fuck. Why are you breathing so, like, close to me when you're so far away, though? Oh, because there's two! Oh. Okay, alright, well, shut the fuck up, kindly, okay? It's actually just me when I'm sick. Fuck off. Go mouth breathe elsewhere. Mouth breathe the... Yeah, go, like, shrink your dome. Freak. Silence. Fuck off, no! Absolutely not! Stupid freaking rat. You can lose them, though, as you just saw. Lost them. Okay, where the frick am I? I was looking for a waterfall. Oh, hang on, no, that's familiar. Aha! So, the Inquisitors root out heresy, but these ones have become afflicted with Frenzied Flame, which is sort of what I was talking about earlier with the insidious nature of the Frenzied Flame. It does spread like an illness, and it can spread very easily. During the base game part of the lore run, I talked about how I believe that Castle Morn and the Weeping Peninsula in general were infected by Frenzied Flame. Because we find the ailing village there. And then we have Irina sends a letter to her father as part of the quest. I think that is how she spread the teachings of Frenzied Flame to him. Because we learn from the fingerprint shield that the first lesson about Frenzied Flame was fingerprints left on a shield, like a message, and it can spread through writing. And then Edgar later becomes the, the Revenger, and he drops a grape. One of the fingerprint grapes. Mad Craftsman's Cookbook 1. A record of crafting techniques left by a craftsman who served Midra, master of the manse, and Nanaya, its lady. His eyes were burned by the flame of frenzy. Acquire the knowledge to craft the following: Frenzied Flame Pot and Roped Frenzied Flame Pot. So, Midra and Nanaya. The master and the lady of the manse. Interesting. Craftable item prepared using a cracked pot. A cocktail of frenzied flame materials is sealed inside. The flame of frenzy burns the eyes, but tranquility follows in its wake. May this pot bring salvation to those it strikes. And it takes a winter lantern fly, which is why we can't craft this in base game. The Hornsent used Marika's rune? I think it was Marika's rune, like. Or like, yeah, the Inquisitors. That's Radigan's, Marika's rune. Let's rest and respawn them and then go take a look at them again. Because I'm like... Oh, you mean their thing? Like, yeah. I can see that. They do use gold, but then again, so do the Hornsent. They also use divine magic that tends to veer toward gold or white gold. Theirs is a little more pale, for sure. Like, it's not quite the same grace of gold. But are you suggesting that they worked for Marika? The Inquisitors? The Hornsent Inquisitors? Divided Falls. Very pretty area. I like to think that Irina was actually already dead when we meet her, and it was Hayata puppeteering her body. We don't really know the nature of what's going on there. But we do know that those associated with Frenzy seem capable of possessing dead bodies, so it's definitely possible that she was just pretending. The thing is, I actually don't think she's pretending, both as Irina and Hayata. She's very earnest. And part of her journey, even in the role of Hayata, is to learn about the nature of Frenzy and still accept it as her path, right? So she's eating eyeballs, but she doesn't know about it. But an integral part of becoming a Frenzied maiden is to learn it and accept it. Yo, gimme. Okay, I wanted that. Irina's a reference from Dark Souls 3. Yeah, I know. So is all of Castle Morn. That's so weird, bro. They love blind ladies named Irina. Like, what's his name? The Morn Knight or whatever? This is a weird Dark Souls 3 reference. Yo, Lake of Tears, thanks so much for the membership to the YouTube community. Thanks so much for supporting the stream. Welcome. Not Edgar, but Morn. Morn in Dark Souls 3. Oh, hey, Owl. So sorry, but like, you probably have a cool item. No, just an egg. I forget his name. Igor? Aegon? Yo, his name is fucking Aegon. Aegon in Dark Souls 3. Not to be confused with Egon from Elden Ring. Fuck. I done slipped. Is a Morn Knight who is sworn to protect a blind woman who is to become a not her finger reader, what are they called? I'm forgetting on my Dark Souls terminology. Here? No, I don't want me to stake a Marika. I want to be like at the thing. Firekeeper. Thank you. Blind women become firekeepers. It's like a rule, they need to be blind. Dark Souls, it's just Dark Souls stuff. And there's one we meet who is blind. She is not a firekeeper. She is a failure. And her name is Irina. And her whole thing is that she's basically kept in a cage and protected, ostensibly, by a man named Aegon, who is known as a Knight of Morn, spelled the same way as Castle Morn. Yeah! Oh, they're trying to get my runes! Ah, shit. Put your finger away! La Creatora! Ah! Get your grubby paws off! Gilda who got me! Oh great, there's another one. On the plus side, I don't have to worry about my runes anymore. Morn from Star Trek Deep Space Nine? No, it's more with an E at the end, and I also don't remember Warren from Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Who's he? I do not remember how to progress in this area, let me tell you. Marika was supposed to become their god. Marika betrayed them. Yeah, keep in mind, from the Hornsen perspective, Marika betrayed them. But at the same time, I gotta wonder if the Hornsen are stupid. You know what I mean? Go back to the whipping hut. Talk to that ghost. And you tell me if Marika betrayed the Hornsen. Or if the Hornsen are just so up their own ass that they have no concept that people don't like to be tortured to death because of how they are born. That is Marika's rune. Oh, I feel like it's wider. I've seen that symbol before somewhere, other than Marika's rune. Okay, Marika's rune depicts someone being, hit my lamp, crucified, effectively, right? Like, it's more, the top part, the rune arc part is, like, not as wide. This looks to me more like a rune arc, which is another thing to actually discuss. Because these are wide, and they are said to be the basin in which blessings pool. Of course, Marika's rune also probably depicts a rune arc. Like, that could be another part of it. Like, because she represents, like, a giver of blessings, and that's, like, a big part of her depictions. Right here. I don't have Urtree's favor +2, I see. Anyway, we see her, like, pouring out a blessings. That wasn't grammar. Golden Ark's incantation. Yeah, those represent the barbs that the Hornsent were using. For torture. Oh, did I not read this? Oh shit, I never read Fire Serpent. This is really good lore, too. Incantation of the Fire Knights under Mesmer the Impaler's personal command launches a flame with a serpentine coil. When the flame they received from Mesmer would not find purchase within them, the Fire Knights relied on fire incantations to honor their bond. That's interesting. A flame that would not find purchase. Okay, anyway, what am I looking for? The rune. Here we go. Sorcery of the Inquisitors of the Tower, wielded as an incantation of the Spiral. A swing of the arm releases a procession of golden arcs. The arcs resemble barbs, a known symbol of coercive questioning. So I definitely see the connection to rune arcs and Marika's rune and, like, the gold color and stuff, but what we're learning is not that that's only Marika, it's that the Hornsent used it as well, right? This is the Hornsent symbol. The symbolism of it is also different, for sure, because it's like arcs that are barbs, as in pointy, as in stabby. Oh my god, I forgot that I was, like, just staring at bro this whole time. They must be pretty damn full themselves. They can just point at things and kill them. Yeah, the winter lanterns. Or the aging untouchables. I call them winter lanterns. You know what's interesting? These are the Inquisitors of the Tower. They are, from what we can tell and understand, very high-ranking members of the Hornsent religion, right? They have a bell. They do, like, summoning, so that's interesting. They still use flame. See a little fire. Big horns, gigantic horns, some of the biggest that we've seen on living Hornsent. But then they also have this veil over their faces. And that's another thing we've noticed a lot about the Hornsent, is covering their faces with cloth or... Well, we don't have this lore yet, but whatever the, what's his face uses, Hornsent, his name is just Hornsent. He has his face covered with what looks like maggoty, fluffy caterpillars, And it's the same mask that those in the Bonnie jail use. The Lamenter, well, I don't know if it's a mask for him, but we wear it as a mask. And these guys have like a mourning veil over their heads sort of thing, but it's ratty. Like you could see it's tangled up in their hair, in their horns, I mean, and also just covers their face. It makes them look like executioners. It could be ratty because of time though, but it's interesting. These are some of the leaders, maybe not leaders, but important figures of the Hornsent religion. Yeah, the Hornsent warriors. Yeah, they, you know what? I will say with the Hornsent warriors, admittedly, they don't move very much. Or sorry, the opposite. They move all the time. So it's a little hard to take a look at their model. But when I did, it did look like there are holes in their helmet that allows the horns to go through. Not the Divine Warriors. They seem to be wearing a mask. I'm talking about the Horned Warriors like in Belleroth. It does look like those are horns poking through their helmet, not on the helmet. But, you know, they don't stop moving, so it's a little hard to see. But this really kind of gives me another impression of the Hornsent towns. And, once again, the veil thrown over this place. All the Hornsent towns have been burned, and then they have, like, it's almost like a funeral veil thrown over them. These guys also wear funeral veils, so it's interesting. Do you have warrior helm? I don't think so. Alright, so these guys are obviously a little different than the usual Inquisitors. Because they're frenzied. But they still use their Hornsent incantations too. Like we saw him use golden arcs or whatever it's called. Okay, doesn't want to do it again. Not that I can see. I don't think I have it. I think it's just a drop from them, right? So, just wasn't lucky enough to get it, I think. Did they accept the Frenzied Flame, or were they infected by it? I think, without question, they were infected by it, because Inquisitors are there to root out heresy, and nothing is more heretical to pretty much everybody. This is the one thing that every single group can agree on. I mean, we talked about this with Morgott and Moog, who are completely opposed to one another, but both of them agree that Frenzy Flame shouldn't get out because, well, the Frenzy Flame will destroy their, will destroy both their ambitions. Everything they care about. It destroys everything. And the Inquisitors were probably trying to... Oh, shit. This one's cool. Look, he's got this, yeah. So, they use fire. Hornsent heal. And they use... Well, okay. We talked about how this looks like a depiction of the Crucible, right? How it looks like a pine tree, how it looks like a lot of older depictions of a great tree that isn't the Erd tree. It obviously looks a little different. It's one-to-one Silurias. But it's on fire. Which to me is the most telling thing because they're holy and they're all about, like, you know, the horn scent religion, all this, but they use a depiction of the crucible. As far as we can tell, it's the crucible, but it's on fire, or a rune arc, but it's on fire. And the crucible thing they use is for torture as well. I passed it. There it is, right here. The barbed staff spear. Tip bristles with golden barbs symbolic of the Inquisition's torture. However, barbs is also very interesting because barb, well, I mean, it makes me think of a tree, you know? Like plants. Plants have barbs. I guess not inherently. Thorns would be better for that, but barbs and thorns, I would argue they're kind of synonymous. So, yeah, right? But here's the thing. The horn scent have, like, no depiction of anything to do with trees in any of their iconography. But, or any connection with the crucible, as far as we can tell. Like, they weren't like, we love the crucible or anything like that in any of their symbolism. Wait, I think there's an item back here that I missed. Or there being something sneaky down here. Why fire? That's kind of what I'm thinking about. It's interesting that it's on fire. And, well, we also know that at some point, somebody burned the tree. And burning the tree and fire was, the flame of ruin was anathema to the Erd tree. So I'm not saying the horn scent burned the tree the first time, but I'm wondering if this isn't supposed to be like a depiction of the Erd tree burning. Not the Erd tree, the crucible burning. I don't know, it's very strange. You have the spiral tree? Where's the spiral tree? Okay, I think I'm thinking of somewhere else. But there is a place that has some stuff tucked in the corner somewhere. Stone tablets with the spiral tree. Oh, right! Yeah. Those spiral trees. Yeah, those have leaves. But that's the thing. It's so interesting because it's depicted really importantly, but there's no other symbol of them. And this tree is not that. This area is gonna take a decade and a day. Oh my god, we found the manse. Oh! I think there's still an item or something, or a shadow tree fragment in these woods, though. Oh, well. You do that weird twisted tree thing. But I'm not really entirely certain that the twisted tree is necessarily a tree. I really wonder if that's supposed to be like leaves at the top and bottom. But I don't know. Although I will say at the bottom, if you look at the symbol, their spiral symbol, you have like a straight line and a barb at the bottom, like the same like barb as the giant golden arc. And then it looks like two horns wrapped around it. And I say horns, it looks like an antler growing around it, and then the top maybe leaves. I don't know. I think it looks more like antlers to me. personally. But the spiral aspect is key. And there's lots of different depictions of spirals, both in terms of their buildings and not even just the horn scent, as we talked about with the massive list I made of every single spiral in base game. So maybe it's not meant to be a tree at all. Maybe it's a coincidence. Maybe it's just a collection of barbs. But it is a very striking coincidence, so I don't know. Ooh. Also, this kind of looks like the top of their incant. I thought they did love the Crucible. Horns, which they consider sacred, are an aspect of the Crucible. But they never talk about the Crucible directly. That's the thing. They just value horns. Also, lots of things are aspects of the Crucible. But they don't care about those. Just horns. It's only horns. Their presence confirms the belief that they are a chosen people. Versus everything that we have directly tied to the Crucible. Now, horns are connected to the Crucible. Like, you are correct. I agree, 100%. But I think it's interesting that the Crucible talismans that we get, the ones directly associated with the vestige of the Crucible of primordial life, are scales, feathers, and knots. Horns are included, but horns get their own category. The Hornsen did not care for, from we can tell, they don't, we don't know how, oh right, I can't write them, how Hornsent felt about, what do you call it, Misbegotten, but I don't think it was good. Because Misbegotten were Misbegotten. They were associated with the Crucible, but like, they only cared about horns. They'll share the same variation for the Great Spear movement. Oh, I actually wouldn't know that because I don't use Great Spears. So the Inquisitors were likely trying to get rid of the Frenzied Flame, but now they protect the Manse. A bunch of sinister birds. Is that birds? Oh no, they're just bodies. Oh no, they're just headless bodies. I'm so sorry. Headless bodies with their heads replaced by... I don't know. Ooh. I don't know if their heads are replaced. I don't know if something's growing in them, but they are bound. These people were executed. And it does seem as if something was thrust into their head wound, perhaps to seal something within. Yeah, these people were tied up and executed. What are they wearing? Tattered robes. Destroyed by time. So this is the last evidence of what the Inquisitors did here before they were afflicted. Damn, that's spooky. It almost looks like crystal, but yeah, I think it's probably what they use. Yet to get the Spire Incantation is a clear indication of the Hornsent caring about the Crucible.
Now, come no closer. No closer, I say. The madness wears.
Okay, so this is a Hornsent. We can see horns. I welcome you, O uninvited guest. But must I warn, as you venture in, heed the words of our great master, Midra. Approach not the madness, lest ye succumb. Midra is a Hornsent. I think it's like near guaranteed. Yeah. Yeah, the same beard as the ghost that we saw in Trina's whole thing, but a different outfit. Interesting to note. So this is a servant of Midra, and we are being warned away. And the moment we walk in, a voice tells us to leave. It's warning us. So if we continue, and keep in mind, everything else has been warning us to leave this place too. It's kind of interesting because think of the Frenzied Flame like a plague. And then you get, as you enter this place, be warned there is plague here. And then you walk in and it's like, this is a house of plague. You should leave. Manse Hall. And, the moment we walk in, that is the manse. That is what it looked like here at some point. It was light, it was beautiful, rich woods, gorgeous flowers. It ain't right. Like right now, things are different. Also, lots of signs of fire. Not surprising considering it's Frenzied Flame, and also the Inquisition was here. It's a little bit like whodunit. Kind of open from this side. Oh my goodness, how are we to proceed? It's such a shame we have to destroy this. I'm gonna take a screenshot of it though, because it's very beautiful. It'd be fun to, you know, do a comparison. I will say it's interesting that it is an illusion. We don't like break the painting, it's literally an illusion. So did it ever even look like that? I think it did. I think it is meant to be a like this is what it used to look like thing. But as discussed, it's an illusory wall. Torn diary page. A discarded page ripped from a diary bearing a passage written in a tremulous hand. I touched him, but only once. When he thrust his staff in my face, I brushed it aside. It was then that I touched him, the aging untouchable. Ah, this is the lore. This is how you learn how to handle the aging untouchables. You parry them. Just like Mael teaches us to do. Same depiction here. I think it looks like they're horns. Ah, there you are. Okay, let's try to take a look. Does he actually have horns or not? I thought it was a different one. I can't tell. He's like constantly moving. I can't tell if it's a helmet or not. Also, he's a ghost, which doesn't make it easy. The Crusade didn't come here? I don't think the Crusade came here. I think this place was burned by the Inquisition. Or the Frenzied Flame. It's kind of hard to tell. If you are flame users... But I really think this was all Inquisition. I don't think I don't think Mesmer soldiers came here. There is zero evidence of them anywhere in the vicinity. And it really is probably likely they didn't come here because this place is fucking dangerous as shit. Also, these robes... If you notice, they wear robes, like over one shoulder type thing. It's so hard to tell. Look at the head. Is it coming out of the head or is it a hole? I can't tell. Whoops. Oh, that was close. He just moves too much. It does look more like the horns are attached to the helmet, though, for sure. Also, I know these guys are supposed to be burned. Well, actually, I should say, I don't know that these guys are even supposed to be burned. The shadows, the shadow ghosts. I think it's just like, it's as if the land of shadow has changed how they appear. So it's possible they're meant to be, the reason that they're like black ghosts is because they're burnt. But I also, personally, I read it as like they're in the land of shadow. This shadow imbues this land, and even the phantoms are imbued with it. Although you could argue either way. It's just kind of how the dead look in this place. What the? Oh, they're throwing these at me. Oh, that's so cool. I forgot about this. Even the Inquisition used fire. I mean, the age of the Erdtree, the people of the Erdtree are pretty anti-fire, but nonetheless, Mesmer was a fire user, and thus his soldiers used fire. So basically, exceptions to every rule. So these guys are ghosts, or something akin. They're summons that are just kind of protecting this place. I think this is what's left of Midra's power, I suppose. So yeah, Midra would have been a high-ranking lord, having all this territory to himself, at least from what we can tell. So I think that these were his protective spirits, and thus they still protect, even though the rest of his place is frenzied flamed. Fire monks are technically part of the Erdtree side. Yeah. Although their purpose is to contain a flame, so it's interesting because they use it. Then again, they do, but most of the fire monks don't use flame. They use thorn sorcery. But still, yeah, idea remains. The black spirit means someone who is burned by Mesmer's flame. Oh yeah, that's what we're talking about when it talks about the spirits being burned. I'm talking about them being just shadow imbued. But you could argue that they were burned, but not by Frenzied Flame. Either by Mesmer or the Inquisition. This, I think, is doubtless the Inquisition. All this burning, because there's tons of signs of burning. This was the Inquisition. Frenzied Flame can be spread through a letter or paper, or even like writings and scribblings by those who are afflicted by it. So it makes sense that they burned all the books here. I'm so turned around. Like, yeah, at one point, he wasn't frenzied. Midra, Nanaya, none of them. I have some theories as to why they turned to frenzy, but we'll talk about that when we find it. I know a lot of people say it was Nanaya, but to me, I don't know why that is, except for it's just the usual, like, the lady told him to do it, lore type shit, but like, I really don't think that's it. Like, I think there's just as much of an argument that it was her, that it wasn't her, because we don't really know why they chose Frenzy. Personally, I think their son did it. I beg you stop. Haven't I taken enough? Are we not brethren, common in our line? And yet you offer only cruelty. I ask, what crime did great Midra commit? Whoa, my god. Fun fact, a manse is usually given by a church to its minister. Well, that's interesting to know. Ow. Ow. God. It said Mesmer's flame burns the spirit. Where does it say that Mesmer's flame burns spirits? Meter a priest of madness. No. Not at first, I think, for sure. Disappointed that you didn't catch the clear connection between the flesh of shamans was said to meld harmoniously with others and Harmonia in Night Rain. But I mean, the first time that I saw them, well, okay, maybe this was later, but when I read their lore, I talked about how, like, their story evokes the story of Shaman Village. So to me, it's like, I did, though. If you look at their painting, Nanaya has this sly, Shabriri-like smile. I know, like, I understand what you're saying, but, like, she be smiling in a painting, you know what I mean? She was the one that told him to endure, because that's how you get stronger. Okay, here's my problem. People say that Nanaya was the reason they did Frenzy, but to me, what suggests the strongest is that their son, for some reason, chose to become a Lord of Frenzy Flame. So Nanaya, in their photo, is doing the I have a baby pose. She's doing the tummy hold. She's pregnant. Okay. So what's implied in their portrait is that they have a child. And then we find what happens to that child in the form of a spine that Nanaya is cradling. That son became an adult who tried to become a Lord of Frenzy Flame and failed. Now, sure, you could say it was because mommy told him to be a Lord of Frenzy Flame, but we also know that this place was, like, fairly normal. And then it got crazy, right? So what that says to me, and also, let's be for real, how many children do what their parents tell them to? Right? Like, yeah, there are some who were like, yeah, I'm gonna follow fully in your foot. I'm so locked into the parenthood plan. But, like, you know, how do we know that he didn't just go, I'm gonna become a Lord of Frenzy Flame? And his parents were like, and then he failed, and they were so distraught at his loss. And then they're like, we're gonna fulfill son's wishes. That was my read, personally. Because to me, Midra and Nanaya are working together to create a Lord of Frenzy Flame. Yes, Nanaya tells Midra to endure, but that's because Midra is weak. And he needs to endure, sort of like biding his time to become stronger for him to have a chance to become Lord of Frenzy Flame. So Midra is the vessel, and Nanaya tells him to endure. They work together. In fact, honestly, I know it's like they're frenzy and I don't support that, but it's actually kind of cute. Like, really, it's a sweet love story, except for the fact that it's Frenzy Flame. Hang on. Blueberry had a stem. So that's my read. Like, keep in mind, I know, like, I get it. I'm just saying that, like, you could argue all of the perspectives. Like, you could say, like, Midra was the Lord of... He fell to Frenzied first. Or you could be like, Nanaya came in and she got married to him and she, like... But really what I think it is we see old man husband and a young wife. And they're like, oh, she told him to do it. She manipulated. And I'm like, it's just... It's a little too Dark Souls 2 misunderstanding for me to just immediately be like, Nanaya did it. Nanaya is why they're frenzied. Because, like, well, it's just too Dark Souls 2, I guess. It's too far. I think people accept it too much. You know what I mean? Place has yellow standards. Midra and Anaya wear yellow. So do the Hornstem. It's like their signature color. The Divine Warriors, or whatever they're called, the Horned Warriors, also wear yellow. Robes? Togas? I don't know if that's the right term. Their color is yellow. The Hornstem often use yellow. The way I see it, they punished Midra, so he was probably the one responsible. However, true, but we do know also that he was the one, he took Frenzy within him. So maybe that's why, maybe... Well, okay, we'll talk about this more, because, like, I'm more trying to say, like, I think people have concluded too intensely that it was Anaya, because whenever I talk about this, I get people who are like, oh, it was Anaya. Obviously, it was an Anaya. And I'm like, why was it Anaya? And they point to, like, stuff that I think can be interpreted in multiple ways. I feel like the community has just accepted that it was Anaya who caused the Frenzied Flame, and that's what I'm trying to say is, like, there's evidence for that, but there's also evidence that it was someone else. So let's talk about everything and keep your mind open and question your assumptions, because I feel like this is one of those things that's too accepted and it shouldn't be, I guess. Okay. Spirit Grave Stone burned by Frenzied Flame, and now we know why there's no spirit graves. Why all the graves are either still stone, because this burns spirits. Spirits are eternal, and yet Frenzied Flame melts them away regardless. No wonder the Hornsent forbid the flame's use, because they are all about spirits. It's like one of the central tenets of their religion. So this makes sense. And now, once again, we get the significance of the fact that there's graves at the start of this place, of like the Abyssal Woods, but it is, they're all stone, because any spirit graves would have been burned. Okay. Let's hunt for more evidence. And keep in mind, there are figures who spread Frenzied Flame on purpose. Shabriri. Maybe Libra, a little bit. What's the other thing? But we also know that it can be spread by accident, like an illness. So... And the process of it changing your mind, too, like altering your thoughts, is also significant, I think. What I get when I come here, personally, is a grieving family who lost their child. That's like the #1 lore that I get from this. Goddamn rats! That I get from the Mance. I don't think Nanaya caused a Frenzied Flame, that she figured out what it would take for Midra to do what their son failed to do. Yes, and that's why they decided on their plan. Even then, Midra doesn't want people to come here. He wants to be left alone so that they can create the spread. Or like, sorry, not create the spread, opposite. He's containing the flame within him and hoping to strengthen it. Kind of like tempering. It's like tempering, right? Main thing you get from this Mance is rats. I mean, you know what? That's not wrong either. Who do you think buried the caravan under Landell, Mariko, or Morgott? Oh, god damn it. I was looking at chat. The Nomads? I escaped. Hehehe. Can you climb? I'm hoping, like, no. Okay, that one can, though. Oh, God! That's cheating. That's a great question. I actually never thought about that. I do think it happened a long time ago, though. I do think it's more likely to be pretty shattering that the Nomads were locked up. But remember, Frenzy Flame is very dangerous, and we also know, and this is really significant to me, it was cruel to lock up the Nomads. And also, it created the problem they were trying to avoid. But remember how dangerous Frenzied Flame is? And now that we see the Abyssal Woods, we see what happens when it's left unchecked. It literally infects everything. Water, stone. Like, it is a disease. It spreads. It's horrific. Frenzied Flame is, like, the most evil thing in the game, bar none. So, if any force needs to be contained, it is Frenzied Flame. It's incredibly dangerous. However, where is Shabriri's woe? Right at the bottom. It is said that the man named Shabriri had his eyes gouged out as punishment for the crime of slander, and with time, the blight of the flame of frenzy came to dwell in the empty sockets. So this is like really neat lore, and I talked about this before. I think the crime of slander that he was, well, his eyes were gouged out for, was slandering the nomads and saying that they were infected by frenzy, and saying that they were spreading frenzy. So the nomads were imprisoned and suffered, and in their suffering they called frenzy. So ironically, like by trying to contain frenzy, they caused its spread. But I think it was Shabriri's fault that happened, which is why he was punished as well. And the fact that, but I know the timeline's weird because it says that his eyes got gouged out and then Flame of Frenzy came to dwell in the sockets. But that sort of makes him interesting because apparently frenzy starts to form in the eyes. That's always how we've seen it. So how could it form if his eyes were gouged out? Well, Shabriri's always been special. So I think he called it in the first place. Like he was trying to create frenzy. So he set up a situation where a group of people would be made to suffer immensely, and they would call it. Oh, God! I'm having a rough time with these rats. One of the first things Kali says to us is that nomads and tarnished are similar. So you think they came only when everything fell apart? Yeah, but remember the nomads that we meet, though they use frenzy. A lot of them do use frenzy, but they're also, they may have escaped, like they weren't locked up in the sewer. So maybe they just managed to either flee or they were out of the lands between because they're nomads. So maybe those were nomads that weren't rounded up, which is why they're like still out there. Like, listen, I know that locking people up in a sewer is like really fucked up, but you gotta be for real. The Flame of Frenzy is one thing that does need to be contained. Everyone agrees on this. I really don't think we can fault anyone for doing it. Even though it happened because of a lie. It was a lie. Which I think is why the whole thing of Shabriri with the crime of slander. Now, it's just as possible that he was like, hey, yo, Marika sucks. And they were like, okay, we're going to gouge your eyes out. And he was like, bet. You know, like that's also possible. But I guess the use of slander is so interesting to me because, like, if he were talking shit about Marika, then wouldn't that be heresy? So to me, he slandered somebody. He said something about someone else that destroyed them. That damaged them. Bro was straight up not having a good time. Which kind of suggests that the frenzy accusation wasn't actually slander. However, okay, so I would say there's two possibilities. That there are nomads who managed to get out from the seal, but I think that's less likely. So I think that these are nomads who escaped. Or sorry, who were never captured, more accurately, right? Not that they escaped the seal, that they were never captured. Which makes sense for nomads, because they are all over the place. And nomadic groups tend to have tribes, so like they don't all live together, so they, you know, they were still spread. But yeah, it is a bit weird that Shabriri was punished for slander, but he managed to pick a group that is associated with Frenzy Flame, so maybe he wasn't wrong. I don't know. I've thought about that too. Like, was it slander? It's strange. But yeah, see, this is horn scent colors, right? I feel like we can see stuff of this color all over Ballarat and whatnot, but it is also the Frenzied Flame color, so it's one of those. Like, this is more directly Frenzied Flame. What is heresy if not slander against God? It's true, but it's specifically called usually heresy. Now I understand it's a translation and like, oh, maybe it could translate to heresy, blah blah blah, but they use slander, so I'm going with what it says in English because that's the only language I got, right? Didn't they succumb to frenzy in the catacombs after they were wrongly accused? Yes, but what about the nomads above ground who use frenzy when you attack them? That's the thing. I think we can agree that it's not likely that any nomads escaped from that underground prison, right? So how come there are nomads that use frenzy? The above ground ones. Also, if you look at them, they got weird eyes. Like, they're like orange. It's like, I wonder, like, we did talk about this, I know, but I really wonder if the madness infection here wasn't accidental. Swollen grape. So I did have a thought that maybe the nomads do have a connection to the frenzied flame somehow, which is why Shabri retargeted them, because he wanted it to get out. Also, it's maybe possible that they did escape from the sewer, and then the seal was made more precise. Maybe during the shattering, for example, right? Like maybe some cracks in their cell were found and some nomads got their way out. Okay, so this is the painting that I'm talking about. Surprised the omens don't use frenzy because they were treated just as bad. Well, they use curse. They've been cursed, so they wield the power of angry spirits. Surging frenzied flame. Okay, let's read this. Okay. It kills spirits. Oh, I totally forgot to read the lore of the Sun Warmth Stone. Spirit Gravestone blessed with an Erd Tree incantation. Uses FP to generate sun warmth, continuously restoring the HP of those nearby. Has a more potent effect than a warming stone. Sunlight feels all the warmer in darkened lands. Very nice. And then we got the Swollen Grape. An eyeball of the frenzied flame that is swollen from within. Exceedingly rare to find. Marked with fingerprint burns, proof of having been touched directly by the Three Fingers embrace. Which is a little like, how exactly? Because like the Three Fingers is, well, okay, let's take a look. Where are we? We are here, right? Three Fingers is here. Gotta wonder, that thing might get around. Also, yeah, I know nothing about Kale's quest, because, yeah, cut content. I don't know about cut content. Okay, so let's talk about this painting. Obviously, now we have this sort of depiction. Hang on, where have I seen that before? I feel like it's a Hornsen symbol, but then again, it looks like something else, and I think I'm like placing it. Hang on, where is it? Where's Morgoth's outfit? No, Morgoth's is different. Morgoth needs to put some clothes on. Sorry. Was there only ever one Three Fingers? Well, good point, because we only know of one, but it doesn't mean there was one. There could have been many, because considering there was lots of Two Fingers, why not there be multiple Three Fingers? It's a good point. Where's my outfit? Yes. Wrapping up filming in just 5-6 months is a little worrying. Yeah, I was wondering. I know nothing about movies, so I don't know how usual that is. But all I know is I'm getting my... I'm not talking lore ever again about Elden Ring once that movie comes out. So, like, I'm so done. All right. I have seen that symbol before, and it's driving me crazy. It looks like 3 eyes. So, okay, this is Midra wearing that yellow. Very much, well, I mean, Frenzy Flame equals king in yellow. It's very yellow. And then we have Nanaya. And she's holding the belly in the I am pregnant pose. So this image is meant to immediately depict, like, she pregnant. That's a key aspect of what we're seeing here. We see a family here. Bro, she looks like the Mona Lisa, and people are like, she's got a sinister smile. I can't help but find that a little funny. Like, I see it. It's, you know, okay, this is way more. He's got like the, and she's like, you know what I mean? You can literally see a dimple. He's like he's mogging. I will say Midra would be prettier if he smiled, so, you know, he should consider that. Am I right, ladies? Anyway, what was I talking about? Yeah, they don't have horns. He is a great lord, and it's definitely of the horn scent, but he doesn't have horns. So, though he is a lord, you know. Also, she's got dark, wavy hair. It's very beautiful. Just side note, I suppose. You should smile more? I hope you're talking to Midra. Because if not, whoosh. I am sure we've seen that freaking medallion on Midra. Like, it's driving me crazy. I've seen that 3-eye looking thing somewhere. And yeah, like when we look at this, it's like it's right there in the center. It looks so much like Morgoth's robe, but like obviously not. It's the stamina symbol? What stamina symbol? No, it's not. If you're talking about this one, unless there's another stamina symbol. That... This one? Still no. It makes me think of the fire giants. It makes me think of the freaking fire giants, gamers, but I cannot place it. It's going to drive me mad. Here's what's going to happen. The movie is either going to be fine and I will talk about it, or you will never hear me talk about it. People will ask, have you seen the movie? And I'll look at the camera and I'll go, yes. And then I will not answer anything else. And that will be your answer on what the movie is like, okay? That's perfect. I think that's enough. What did you think of the Elden Ring movie? I saw it. That's it. That's going to be it. That will be the answer. It will speak a billion words on its own. This is just one eye. I've seen this symbol somewhere and drive me bonkerinos. Whatever, we'll just keep an eye out for it. What movie? Exactly. Also, for those who are new, or maybe you're like, why do you not like movies? I talk about lore all the time. So for me, the stakes are very high. You can't think of the movie from the perspective of someone who's just like, I like Elden Ring. Because you know what? You like Elden Ring, you can just like, you can like Elden Ring and then you can not go online into streams that are talking about it. But I host the streams that are talking about it. So if the movie does anything stupid, I'm gonna have to deal with it every time I even consider playing this game. So that's why. My personal best case scenario is that the movie doesn't fuck with any lore, doesn't touch any lore, and is just a movie. And that's the best case. It being good? Yeah, I guess that's possible. But like, what the worst that happens is I have to deal with people being like, oh my god, why are you saying that? The movie lore clearly taught us that that's wrong. You're wrong. The movie said this. And then I have to tear my hair out one by one every single time I do a stream. And then I'm going to be bald. I'm going to be maulding. So it's too high risk. What if it validates all your theories? Can I have whatever you are having? That's why I have like 2 years to talk about Elden Ring lore, and then there is no Elden Ring in Ba Sing Se. Okay, this is a shortcut. I need to get up there. How did I get up there before? I don't remember. F1 film? What is F1? What F1 film are you talking about? The movie proved me wrong. Except you have to remember, the movie will not be canon. And that's more my point. The movie will not be canon. I know people are gonna be like, but Miyazaki saw the script and approved the movie. Yeah, and how many times do scripts remain completely and utterly unchanged from their inception after like execs and producers and test audiences? Bro, you can't even make a movie based on source material without some chud thinking they know the source material better and changing it. And often not for the better. Like I was thinking about that movie. What's that movie called? I Am Legend? I was thinking about that movie the other day. I think it's like based on a comic or book or something. And I knew this, but then I forgot. The ending was completely changed. The original ending, it's about like zombies or something, like he's the last survivor or whatever, if you don't know the movie. I'm losing my mind. I don't remember how to progress. Oh, I think there's a lever somewhere. He's the last survivor. There's a bunch of zombies everywhere, and he's like trying to survive, and it's all about like his struggle to survive. And then at the end, he finds a colony of survivors after like rescuing one of the zombies and realizing that they are like intelligent. So he realizes that they've created like their own society. So it's like, whoa, twist. However, this was a movie based on something else, and the original ending of the original work was different. So they filmed this ending, and test audiences hated it so much that they changed the ending. So they literally recorded an ending that matched the actual original work, and then they were like, no, we're going to actually change it because test audiences said no. And you really are going to sit there and tell me the Elden Ring movie is going to be canon? Do you know what I mean? We have no idea how much of it has remained the same from the original inception. I'm just going to go around because I can't remember. And I'm going to have to deal with freaking movie lore people. This is going to be worse than when The Witcher show came out for me. When The Witcher show came out, it fucked with all the lore and was ass. And I would like to pretend it doesn't exist. In fact, what Witcher show? So yeah, I thought I Am Legend was a good movie, but when I found out about that ending change, I was shocked. I was like, what, they did that? So you have a director who altered some stuff from the original work, like someone saying they were vampires in the original work. Okay, so they were vampires, and then they became more like mutant zombies.
Toss a coin to your tarnished. Wraff done.
And they even filmed the original ending. They literally filmed, like, the original ending is like him realizing that the zombies are intelligent and have their own culture, and that to them, he is the bad guy. He's like a boogeyman serial killer because he's going around killing them. So he realizes that to them, he is a horror, he is the danger. And he leaves. Or he stays, I don't remember. The point is, it has this moment of like huge twist. He is the bad guy all along. And he didn't know it. And then they changed the ending because of test audiences. That's how late they did that. I'm looking for a lever, but I don't know where it Hey, Wolfine, thanks for the 100 bits. I will say, I did like that song from the show, at least. I don't know what's worse between The Witcher show and Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones... I think they're both similarly bad. And here's what I'm going to say. I know people are like, no, it was so good up until season, like, 5 or 6. But they also changed a shit ton. And, like, book diehard people are pretty consistent, in my experience, with saying that the stuff they changed tended to be for the worst in the show. Episode 1... they had a whole lot of, well, it's an HBO show, so what did they have? A lot of banging, right? However, they changed the banging to make it, even in episode 1, non-consensual, when in the book it was. So that's what I'm saying. If you know the original source material of A Song of Ice and Fire, you were probably like, yo, what the fuck? Why are they changing? That's fucked. And that's what they did. So that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, dude, Game of Thrones was so good at the start. And people said that about The Witcher, too. They were like, oh, I loved season 1. And I was like, episode fucking 1, I was already losing my shit because they were changing shit, like, badly for no reason. So that's kind of what I'm saying. Maybe it's in here? I have no memory of where to go. No, this is this. Okay, I think it's on the floor. I'm looking for a lever. But I don't remember where the lever is. I know there's a lever because of this. You move this, and then it move out. And then I can sneak back there, and then there's a path? Yes. Where lever? The clothes hanging from the ceiling? I think they're just like... I don't know. It's a good question. They're pretty neat, though. There's a lot of, like, yellow hangings, which I think is also meant to be more like Frenzied Flame. But once again, Hornsent also used the color yellow. This is what I was talking about. Look. This. So we've been seeing these in Bellerot. I was wondering if this is not meant to be what the Inquisitors are holding. No Lady Stoneheart, no, but yeah, all the stuff you're talking about, like I said, I don't know the original source material of A Song of Ice and Fire. I'm just talking from what people have been saying. But yeah, exactly what you're saying. Like, they change stuff. Sometimes they have to simplify stuff for the books. Oh, don't tell me it's like right here in the center in this big thing. Here? No. Okay. It's not there. Not there. Because then I can also jump up there, too, but I need to find the lever. Wait, isn't it in the room with the... Oh my god, I forgot about the painting. I think it's in the room with the painting. I think I have to punch the painting or something. Do I have to punch you? Yeah, I just didn't want to punch the painting because I wanted to look at it for lore. So I literally forgot that I had to do that. It's just cool that, like, these... The way they're done, these things, it makes me think that there would be something in the center, like they'd put oil in the center to light it, but it looks like they didn't put oil in the center, so it makes me think, what did they put in the center of these? Changing things from the book for simplification is fine. Throwing in mega yikes things for shock value is just unnecessary. Yeah, and they did a lot of that. That's the thing. Even from episode 1. To me, it's just... It's very, very disturbing if you have a work that contains sexual content and it's consensual, but in a TV show you decide to make it non-consensual. That's a very fucked thing to do. Like, that has me immediately being like, are you serious? Why would you do that? And that's what they did in episode 1. So, yeah. I'm not a Game of Thrones fan, though. Here we go. Here's Nanaya. Oh my god, the toes. I was trying to look at her outfit, but I just zoomed in on them freaking grippers. My goodness. Okay, so we see the hair, we see the outfit, we've seen the painting, so we know this is her. Now, she is wearing yellow, but once again, it's the Hornsent color. So, like, I don't think that that's necessarily any particular glaring red flag or anything. And what has she got? Nanaya's torch. A torch made by attaching a dying flame of frenzy to a small spinal column. In a distant land, in an age-long past, was born a man who failed to become the Lord of Frenzied Flame. All that remains of him is cradled gently by Nanaya. Unique skill, Feeble Lord's Frenzied Flame. Hold torch out in front and spit out Frenzied Flame. Afflicts those caught in its area of effect with madness along with the user themselves. The skill will continue for as long as the button is held down, can be used while moving. Okay, so this is the main evidence that Nanaya is the source of the Frenzy Flame. It's her torch, but keep in mind, the torch is not actually hers. It is a small spinal column. It is someone else's spine. She is cradling it. It's her child. This is near guaranteed. We see her with her, like, holding her tummy, right? So she's like, she's pregnant. And then we hear about was born a man who failed to become the Lord of Frenzied Flame. Now, it's a small spinal column. And, like, listen, I know it's, like, also a warped torch, but it doesn't look very straight. It says that he was a man, which means he grew to adulthood, but nonetheless, the spinal column is small. So you get the impression of someone who was small, sickly. Yeah. So she's cradling her baby. In a distant land? Yeah, but I mean, like... Is that supposed to be here? The clothes in the corner are hiding the eggs? Which clothes in what corner? Took it as being Midra's spine. It could be Midra's spine. I mean, he do be lacking a spine. But to me, being cradled... Like, listen. If she wasn't doing the tummy hold thing in the painting, I wouldn't assume it's her child. But she's literally doing... Like, okay. You know how in an anime, if you cough, you're not long for this world, you're dead? Like, you cough one time in anime, and people go, oh, are you okay? You go, I'm fine. I've just been feeling a little under the... You're dead. It's a death flag, right? So, okay. Holding your tummy... The eternal sign of pregnant. Like, in real life, someone holds their tummy, they probably just ate a lot. In media, they pregnant. Dog, okay? Or they're just, like, having a guffaw, I guess. Like, they're like a dude laughing. You know, they're like, ha, 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 like a jolly dude. No, lady holds tummy, she pregnant. For sure. I don't know if she was a Hornsent, like, probably. But she doesn't look like the others. Her garb is a little different. Her garb is quite different. Whee! Kind of suggests the flame and the spinal column originally belonged to different people. Right, because the frenzy flame was attached? Oh my god, they have a creepy mask under there. Like, it's like a death mask. It's so creepy. Interesting. Okay, let me read it again. Attaching a dying flame of frenzy to a small spinal column. Because that's the question. If it is two separate people, maybe the dying flame of frenzy was what's left of their child, and the spine is Midra's, right? So did she lose her child? This is a suggestion that she used her child. Cradling is a word that is very strongly associated with a child. You cradle a child, right? Yeah, let's equip it. Let's take a look at it. And I mean, once again, her only depiction is as A, the lady of the manse, and B, pregnant. So the connection of that plus cradling, I think it's no doubt. Yeah, okay, so spine. That is... Listen, I'm not a doctor, but that spine ain't right. Right? I think they're supposed... Oh my god, that's like making me like remind myself to sit up straight. Okay, I'm sitting up straight now. Don't let your spine look like that. Don't do gamer pose. Holy shit, this is stupid. I think I remember why I didn't even touch PvP once the DLC came out. I was like, this shit's gonna be dumb. I know how DLC does PvP. Bro was shrimping. Might be too late for me. It's not too late! I was gonna say scoliosis, but I'm not a medical professional, so I didn't... Do we have any... Utana, are you here? Can you diagnose... Does bro have scoliosis? Like, if you've seen this on an x-ray, would you be like, bro, you're scoliosed as fuck? I think it's supposed to do that? I mean, like, not that much, no? Like, I know spines can bend and shit, but... Can Dane's hand wraps be infused? They can. I infuse them with heavy. Or maybe... Okay, so that's one impression that we can talk about. We can talk about how, like... It does also say in a distant land in an age-long past. It does make it sound like it's from somewhere very far, like not here, because this place is supposed to be a land of shadow. Maybe this has nothing to do with them, but this suggests a really strong connection to me. You can cradle someone you care about, for sure, but the reason the word cradle is so significant is because it literally is also the word for where we keep babies, a cradle. So to cradle as a verb is to gently hold, right? I am cradling my blueberries right now, right? But as a noun, it is also literally a baby's bed. So it has a very strong insinuation and like implication of like a baby, a child, right? You can cradle anybody. You can cradle an adult. You can hold someone gently and cradle their neck and cradle their head. But the connection, her first introduction being pregnant, then small spine, you know? Yo, Khan with a 25 gifted. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. I appreciate that very much. That's a W. Welcome, new butterflies, courtesy of Khan. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Class behind the painting. Okay, let me look behind the painting again. One second. That ain't no baby spine. Yeah, as we talked about, the born a man. Also, this description is really evocative. Nanaya is pregnant, right? So she's immediately associated with motherhood. Then we have the phrase, was born a man. Born. All that remains of him is cradled. Do you see what I mean? Like, I know this is a translation, but translation is an art. And let's be very for real. There are some unbelievably interesting and detailed and well-written item descriptions in all of the FromSoft games. There's also a few that are maybe, you know, poorly translated, based on context. Things like pronouns can be tough because in Japanese, they often use a gender-neutral pronoun, which we do not have. We only have they, which can be singular, but also multiple. What do you call it? Long story short, that leads to some mistranslations. And because it's a team of translators, sometimes the same word is translated in different ways. But these are some damn good translations a lot of the time. So am I looking really far into it? Yes, but I think there's a reason. Because born, cradled, pregnant, do you see what I mean? Like, all these words are chosen very intentionally. Yo, Khan, for the gifted sub as well. Thank you so much for 26 total. And Master MPS with the gifted sub as well. Thank you for the second hype train today. The spine is tiny. It's said to be small. Whoever this was, I think they were perhaps a little weak, a little sickly, but they tried to become a Lord of Frenzied Flame. It seems odd that Midra is a failed lord until we fight them and their child was also a failed lord. Yeah, so there is definitely an argument that Midra or Naya or both was guiding their child to become a Lord of Frenzied Flame. However, we also see a picture of the manse and it looks normal. And if Midra was the lord of the manse, well, he was probably born there, and thus his wife came from somewhere else. Now, that's the part that has people thinking it was Nanaya who was a Frenzied Flame worshiper, that she came from somewhere away and she influenced them to start being frenzied. Right? Oh my goodness.
Choo-choo.
Chat. Mikol Chunk with 4,000 bits? Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Thank you. My goodness, enjoy your bit badges, by the way. You definitely unlocked a couple with that. Stun lock her with appreciation. Yes, I'm very appreciative. And Bougie Bear, also thank you for the gifted sub as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the love. Thank you. Oh my god. I'm just gonna... Okay, we're pausing the lore because I'm stun locked right now, but it's great. We appreciate the stream. Thank you. Seriously. I love doing this. I love getting to talk about this. This is sort of one thing that I think is so great about being able to do live lore, is that we can talk about it and sort of discuss and like come up with ideas live. I feel like a lot of lore creators do this. Not the live part, but the discussing amongst themselves. It's part of the fun of like having this. Like, that's what they do. They talk with other fans. They talk amongst each other. They come up with theories, ideas. They like go back and forth. I just do that with chat. I do that with all you guys. And it's really fun. Of course, I have my thoughts. I have my own like conclusions that I draw. But I try to talk about stuff from different perspectives. So for example, like this, like where did the frenzied come from? Who was the originator of it? I'm going to talk about all of it because I think it's interesting to talk about, to see, to question our conclusions. Because so many times, for example, we had so many theories in base game about certain things that were then turned on their head in DLC. Also some that were confirmed, right? So it's always fun to look back at stuff that you thought you were like, oh, this is for sure this. And then be like, but is it? And it's fun. Chat is going crazy. Oh my goodness. Ah, my finger slipped, sorry. Well of Ascension with 5 gifted subs as well. My goodness. Well of Ascension and Rhino Sword, thank you so much for your first gifted subs in the community. And also for making it 5 times. That's insane. And thank you for the hype, Con. Alright, Rainbow, I think you're just being a hater right now. It's like, first you're like, oh, you didn't figure out the link to the shamans, and I'm like, but I did, and now you're just like, oh, you don't like the Nameless King? Yeah, I don't really like Dark Souls 3 that much. That's why I didn't like... When I saw the Night Rain trailer, I was like, I don't like him. Why are you being a hater? Because I was being a hater? Okay, but I did that like fucking a year ago. So... You know what I mean? Like, why are you bringing this up now? We're partying right now. Thousands of baskets of clean laundry has been folded thanks to this stream. I love to be background noise while people do things, because that's how I often consume content. I love to be a podcast. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. Calcifer with the gifted membership as well. And Meryl Stonata, thank you so much for 5 gifted subs. Sorry, gifted memberships. Sorry, I'm on my Twitch parlance. Thank you so much for 5 gifted memberships to the YouTube community. Yeah, we're partying right now. That was a long time ago. I know. And I love Night right now, okay? Like, I've changed. I also think that Nameless King is, like, probably one of the coolest in Dark Souls 3, but, like, doesn't mean I want him in my Night Rain. I like him now. He's okay, though. I accept him. YouTube had to get onto the hype. I appreciate that very much.
Dear YouTube haters, come here and I'll gift you a sub.
Not just the haters. But thank you, God, for the 100 bits. They revealed his name, but you didn't care? What are you talking about? No, they didn't. What do you mean they revealed his name? What are you on about right now? Like, I actually see you right now as, like, you know that meme? Not the meme, like the reaction image, or like the... What is that called? You know the guy who's, like, crying and he's got this angry face and he's, like, crying? Like, I imagine you... Like, why are you doing that right now? Gerwin? Brother, what are you on about right now? Also, I have a theory that his name was Gwyn Jr. They never revealed his name in canon. It's just, I really do think his name is Gwyn Jr. Why are you being weird? First name Nameless, last name King. Yeah. Nameless King's name is John Smith. I was thinking it's John Gwyn, actually. During Raider's quest? Oh my god, why? Like, no. Okay, you're like one of the people who thinks that his name was, Faram because of Dark Souls 2. But he also might not have been. Do you know how many Gods of War there are in, like, the entire series? Gwynjamin. Okay, I'm gonna, you're just kind of ruining the vibes. Like, we're having, like, a really good time. Can you come back, like, maybe tomorrow? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Goodbye. Like, listen, I know people are like, I have my lore theories and whatnot, but, like, you're being really rude about it. Like, you're like, you totally missed this. I'm so disappointed. It's like you aren't paying attention, is what that person was saying earlier. Meanwhile, the thing that they talked about, I literally talked about. So it's like, you can't win sometimes with people. Just don't be rude, man. Be like, hey, why didn't you realize, like, I realized this, did you? Or something. I don't know, just be, like, nicer about it. People are so weird about lore. They get all like, you totally missed this. I can't believe, I'm so disappointed in you. Like, what are you, my fucking... I was gonna say my grandma. My grandma would never talk to me like that. Even when I do something disappointing. My grandma's a sweetie. So, you know, I guess I lost my point. Anyway, that's okay. They'll be back tomorrow, or they won't be. They'll tell me what they're disappointed in now from, like, fucking 2 years ago that I did. PvP between lore nerds? Okay, still, you have no idea. Sometimes, talking about lore is like Dark Souls 3 with Gunders 24/7. That's my best PvP reference right now. Like, I try to be like... You've seen me shut down lore theories, and the lore theories I shut down are always, like, really fucking unhinged. I try to foster discussion as much as I can. I just shut down people who are like... Okay, what's my favorite lore theory as an example? Hang on, hang on. in Bloodborne, I've had people tell me that they think that Garamond had sex with Kos, and that's why the orphan of Kos looks like him. And when I hear that, I'm like, no. Next question. So the point is, I definitely do shut down some theories. But, you know, otherwise I try to be like, well, this or that, you know what I mean? Like, this wasn't in the study guide. I'm telling you, I've heard it all, chat. I've heard it all. I had one guy come to my chat when I was playing Bloodborne and tell me that Bloodborne takes place in London. And I was like, well, sort of, because it's clearly not London, it's Yarnum. And yes, they have the accents, but the architecture is actually based, I think it's Vienna. Something like that. Anyway, the architecture is based on this city. And he was like, no, it's London. You're stupid. It's London. And I was like, I know people joke about Bloodborne literally just being London, but this guy was taking it very seriously. And I was like, I don't know what to tell you. It's not London. Like, it's literally not London. It's called Yarnum. There's like dog people everywhere. Like, it's not London. Oh my god, I lost a blueberry, chat. Hang on, I have to get my blue back. Marika's the glow-eyed queen? Listen, I don't think that that's that bad, because, like, personally, I don't think that's true. But I don't think it's that off the... Like, it's a little, like... I don't know, man, but it's not as bad as Yarnum is London, literally, you idiot. Prague. I think that's what I was thinking of, yeah. I get Prague and Vienna confused. I know. He was trying way too hard for the joke. I don't think this person had a funny bone in their body, chat. I roll with you. The existence of the Blades of Mercy? Sorry, I don't understand. Okay, Caelid is not Australia. That's ridiculous. It's clearly Florida. I'm kidding. I mean, based on, like, if there were more spiders in Caelid, sure. Blandell is literally Saskatoon. Okay, like, come on. Saskatoon witches. I have met 2 people in my life from Saskatoon, which isn't that many. I know, but it's really funny that both I met in completely different contexts, years apart, and they both said the exact same thing. I was like, oh, Saskatoon, how is it? They both said, it's terrible. It's so boring. There's nothing to do but drink. And I was like, oh, that sounds so nice. 2 separate people. So you met everyone from Saskatoon? Oh, haha. There's only 2 people in Saskatoon. Very funny. There's 10, okay? I'm not talking about Manitoba right now, where there's only 2 people. Ridiculous joke. Holy shit. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. He's having a time. I think he's from Manitoba. I got really mad at that one. So, what I love about Meter's Manse... Yeah, I apologize. Just to be clear, I was like joking. Just in case, like, please, I'm making a joke right now. I'm joking both about, like, there being 10 people in Saskatoon and 2 people in Manitoba. It's a joke. There's many people there. I'm just being a silly. But one time I made that joke and I said specifically, hey, I'm gonna cosplay as a Torontonian because I was born in Toronto and I live in the GTA, and I'm gonna tell you about Canadian stereotypes about each other. So I was like, I'm from Toronto, so I think I'm the center of the world and we're the most important city in Canada, and all the other cities are stupid and dumb and worse than us. Also, there's only 2 people in Manitoba. There's nobody there. And I said that joke in that context, and someone from my chat was from Manitoba, and they were so pissed. Like, they were unironically mad as shit. They were so pissed. They were like, you fucking idiot. Like, you think there's only 2 people here? Typical Torontonian. I'm like, I'm literally... That's the joke. And then I said, oh my god, there's one of two people from Manitoba here. And yeah, then they left. They were really, really mad. But anyway, Canadian lore. Quebec's really mean. Like, it was such a whoosh moment because I was saying I'm going to be a Torontonian and say Torontonian things. And then I said that. And then he was like, you're a typical Torontonian. I'm like, I know. That's why I said it. Like, that's literally what I meant. He was very mad. Okay, chat distracted me pleasantly. Depends from where. From Quebec. Okay, true. I was being another Torontonian. Montreal. People are very mean in Montreal. I actually met some really nice people, but people will be like straight up rude to you in really funny ways. But fortunately, I really do find it hilarious. I wasn't too offended. What I liked about the Mans. Oh, thank you. Okay, locking back into lore. So, when you first walk into the Mans, we're right there. That's our entrance. And we immediately hear Midra's voice warning us to stay away. And, you know, it almost seems like ghostly, like, oh, he knows you're here, woo. But, like, he knows you're here because he can see you. Not quite. Almost, but he's right there. He can tell that someone's entering the mansion because the entrance is directly there and he can hear the door opening. So I just love that design. And as we progress, we can see Midra from different angles. And I can't think of too many times that FromSoft does this. We have areas where we look and we're like, that's where we're going. But how often do we have a section where we see the boss that we're going to fight as we progress through the level? I don't know if there's another example. I'm trying to think. Technically, Freya, the Dukeseer Freya, maybe. In New Game Plus, she makes a special appearance. Amygdala in the Nightmare Frontier, we see his boss arena, but that's not really the same thing. But like literally seeing a boss before and getting like a preview, it's a really cool function. Melania, if you look down inside Halig Tree. I actually didn't know you could see Melania. I've never noticed that you can physically see her. That is interesting, though. Does that count? Like, no, I think it does, if you can see her. Asylum Demon? I think we can count Asylum Demon. Morgott, kinda? Kinda. Rita? I think meeting someone that turns out to be a boss is a little different, but it's still cool. Like, it's still cool. Calamite? Calamite's a great example. Yeah. You can see Morgott, Renala, even one of the juvenile scholars. Where? How? I didn't know that. That's really neat. I think you can see her arena. Morgott, you can see if you don't enter the fog and turn the camera to watch above the stairs. Oh, okay. Halid equals Florida has me cackling. I don't take credit for that. Other people have said it, but I think it's really funny. Hi, I'm your fan. Hey, welcome. I believe that Bloodborne is based on the Victorian Gothic era. Yeah, I think that's true, but I'm really bad at eras. So. Gladiator hero guy in the DS3 DLC count? I don't remember it very well, but I think so. You kind of see them from a distance. I think that counts. Still, this is really cool. And the fact that you can hear him screaming. So, number one, we are warned away from coming here. There are notes at the start of the woods warning us to stay away. I gotta wonder who wrote those. It could be Midra himself, but I don't think that's too likely. Maybe someone from the Inquisition. Maybe Yori, because Yori really prevents you from accessing this area for, well, really your safety, but also everyone else's safety too. Because if you come here and become afflicted with frenzy, which frankly would happen to anybody except for us because we are literally the main character, well then frenzy would get out. It's really dangerous. There's a reason this place is sealed away as best as it can be by the Inquisitors. Also a really, really, really cool boss fight, so let's get started. I'm very excited. Okay. More of these. What are these? Like, I know they're cloth, but like, what is the meaning of it? Hanging cloth like this. I've never seen anything like it. I can't think of any meaning or reference this is making. But it does remind me a little bit, all the yellow fabric, of the Demon Souls Old Monk, which, frankly, I think the Demon Souls Old Monk is just meant to be referencing the same thing that this is, which is the King in Yellow. They look like skin? Kinda. It's just fabric, though. It's what Nanaya is wearing, from what we can tell. Like that, it's got the thing at the end. I don't know cloth and tailoring terms. It's got, like, lacing at the end. It's cool, but, like, I'm just wondering, like, what is the significance? But anyway, let's go in. Hey, what up, baby?
Depths of your foolishness!
Okay, I'm gonna die to him in this phase, because I think it'll be neat to see. But, so he is impaled with an Inquisitor's weapon. And, frankly, I mean, it sure doesn't look like he has a spine anymore. Okay, kill me, bud. Ooh, I do want to know if there's a unique animation for the grab. Oh no, he didn't grab me, he just killed me. He's got, like, he might still have a spine. It's hard to tell, but it is really interesting. No dialogue. Worth a shot.
Depths of your foolishness!
Good point about the straw on the floor. That is burned, and you can see the fingerprints of the 3 fingers in it. Maybe kindling? I think there was a 3 fingers here, though. That was an easy boss. Twist. I do think it's interesting that whatever is on his neck has 3, though. Right?
Enough. I have endured more than enough.
You know, you could just grab it a little lower, but
I
okay.
ask you forgive me, dearest Nanaya.
And it spirals. Midra, Lord of Frenzied Flame. I don't remember how to fight him, but I really like him, so I'm going to try to stall so we have more time with him. But also, I do have to learn. Like, I don't remember. Yeah, so I do think he has a spine. Agreed. And I love Nidra very much. Not a great start, but that's okay. I'm just... all this. So, okay. Nidra. He is holding the frenzied flame within him. And when he removes this torture tool that the Hornsent inflicted, the Inquisitors inflicted on him, he becomes the Lord of Frenzied Flame. And there is this idea, like, it says he apologizes to Nanaya and asks for forgiveness. Now, one of my interpretations was that Nanaya was asking him to keep the frenzied flame at bay, because when it's sealed within him, then he is, like, it doesn't spread. It's contained. Also, okay, just side note, quick tangent. Is it not a lot like the needles that Mikola creates? Mikola creates needles that you put into your body, and they contain the spread of anything influencing outer gods. There's one for Frenzy. Although, I say for Frenzy, they seem to work on any outer gods. But we are able to use one of Mikola's needles to suppress the frenzied flame. It's like a perfected version of this. However, from what we see with this, there's also a dark side. So I know we talk about, people are like, oh, like, if we suppress the frenzied flame, then how come Melina doesn't come back to us? It doesn't matter. We still have the frenzy within us. It may be contained, just like Melania's rot, but there will likely be effects. One day, frenzy will come out of us, even with the needle. Most likely, based on this, and also based on Melania. She still rots people with her presence. Either way, still cool. Gold thing thrust into the body, and it contains outer god influence. However, Mikola's needle is small and used for treatment, because needle is for like tailoring, sewing, right? But also needle as in injecting, as in healing, as in medicine. So that Mikola's tool is meant to help somebody. However, the Hornsent are all about suffering. We've been talking about this throughout the playthrough. They enjoy suffering and inflicting it on people, and they consider it of religious benefit, let's say, of spiritual benefit. To the point that when someone of the Hornsent enjoyed suffering, they locked him up, because enjoying suffering is antithetical. The Lamenter. Their entire culture revolved around torture, frankly. Their own people, other people, but it was for their benefit, because if they were tortured, they could become pure. And then we have this figure who was hunted by the Inquisition, his people were killed, and he was tortured with this tool. But the suffering also strengthens what's within him. And it's as if it gives it time to grow and strengthens him as well. So the thing is, it may be cruel, but perhaps the Hornsent were right, with this pain increasing faith. It's just interesting here to compare and contrast the same thing, something that suppresses, that is inserted into the body. Golden thing inserted into body that prevents the spread of an outer god's influence. One is for torture, one is just for healing and how they present. Yeah. Midra... Now, of course, he apologizes to Nanaya. Possibly because Nanaya just told him to endure so that she could, so the frenzy flame could strengthen. That's definitely a popular interpretation. I think it does make the most sense, because Nanaya herself is also cradling this frenzied flame torch. I personally think this is their child. My personal interpretation, because I think it's the most interesting, is that the Lord, their child, attempted to become a Lord of Frenzied Flame. And as a result of losing him in their grief, they decided to fulfill his dreams. It's sort of backwards, because normally it's a child fulfilling their parents' dreams, but here it's the parents fulfilling their child's. And that may be when the Inquisition came for them, because they were studying the Frenzied Flame. However, We've also talked about how the Frenzied Flame can be spread accidentally through teachings. Oh, shit, one thing I wanted to check as well. Through letters, through paper, through even fingerprints. And this is also a great house of knowledge. Like, there are so many books here that have been burned, and the burning may actually be exactly for that, to prevent this, to prevent the spread of Frenzied Flame. Because they didn't know where it came from. So someone was telling me to look at these. These are like... oh, are these the eggs from the finger ruins? Oh, bro, I just thought it was some rocks. So it could be that they were studying the finger ruins and they encountered the 3 fingers there. It could have been an accident. It could be as simple as that. Posted pictures of them without the covers. Yeah, this is kind of what I mean, is like, did people notice this? I probably would have just seen rocks, to be honest, because like that's really hard to tell. But like, yeah, I think you need to remove the covers to see it properly. There are also fingers under there. I don't know if you can tell that without removing the covers, and that's sort of the thing. Like, I study what I can, not like... There's no way for me to know that, I suppose. Anyway. So, what if the question isn't who started the Frenzy Flame? On purpose? Like, what if no one started it on purpose? I guess, is the idea here. What if Nanaya didn't bring it from her culture? What if they found it? They were studying the finger ruins. What if they were studying something and it found them and it was too late for them at that point? Because that's how the Frenzy Flame operates. Like an infection. Or did they want to stop the Frenzied Flame for their child but fell to it? Also possible, but it's just the cradling. I don't know. I don't know. I just think it's a really interesting story. But either way, it's a tragedy what happened here. Let's go fight some more Midra.
The depths of your foolishness!
Also, I will say, it's pretty interesting that Midra specifically says that to avoid this place, and there's tons of warnings to stay away the moment we get here. And he literally says to leave. And then when you come into his boss fight, he's like, the depths of your foolishness. Like, he's like, I warned you like 1 billion times and you're still here. What if he is trying to stop Frenzy? But he just can't take it anymore. What if that's why Nanaya tells him to endure? Because... if he does, then the Frenzy Flame won't get out.
Enough. I have endured.
But the enduring is what makes him stronger at the same time. Possible that when he removes the weapon, he's trying to, well, end himself? Well, he does. Because as Midra...
I ask you forgive me, dearest Nanaya.
He is still saying, stay away, don't come here. And he contains it within himself. But when he gives up, when he's like, I'm done enduring, he's still Midra, but he's become the Lord of Frenzy Flame. Also, the Frenzy Flame takes over your mind and kind of makes you want it, right? It changes you. So the fact that he was telling you to stay away really does show the depths of his willpower. I love his music. Maybe he didn't know that he would become the Lord of Frenzy Flame. Maybe he just was like, I'm done now. I think it's just the verbiage of a man who failed to become the Lord of Frenzied Flame to me is very telling. Because that means he tried. And then his father seems to succeed. Oh my god, I don't know how to dodge this. We're gonna learn today. Yeah, what if the answer on who spread the frenzy here is no one on purpose? It just happened. Like, really, what if that's it? We also get to see another aspect of the cruelty of the horn scent to their own kind. Even if, frankly, this is one where I'm with the horn scent. The Frenzied Flame is really horrific. It's very dangerous. It's unfortunate. Although, they really are, like, brutalizing them is kind of the thing. Like, contain it, sure, but... Okay, actually, let's think about this. Because they didn't do a good job of containing it, did they? The entire forest is infected with frenzy. So they did a shit job. And then we have the Erd Tree with the nomads. And once again, that was cruel. But frenzy is mostly contained. Banger soundtrack too. That's why I'm taking my time. Wait until we get phase 2 too. Oh. Ah, dang it. No, no. Oh, he got me. Okay. So, let's see. Killing the infected might not be enough. Okay. So, once again, imprisoning the nomads was cruel, and especially, like, it did lead to them calling the Frenzied Flame. But containment seems to be the only way, because... So keep in mind, I do think that the nomads were imprisoned under Marika's reign. I really don't know. There's an argument that it was Marika, but I do think it happened under the Age of the Erd Tree. I think that there's no argument that someone during the Age of the Erd Tree imprisoned them. So someone in power. That's pretty much Marika, Radagon, Godfrey, or Morgott, right? And honestly, like, Marika and Radagon, well, that'd be Radagon, but Godfrey and Marika were, like, ruling together. So either way, whoever imprisoned them, whoever's responsible for it, was one of those folks. And, but as we've seen, Frenzied Flame is largely contained. The nomads, yes, they're afflicted there, and they're most likely alive. Oh, sorry, point number 1. This was an age without death, so the Frenzied Flame folks, those afflicted, could not be killed. So even if killing them was enough to get rid of the infection, you literally couldn't kill them. So what Shabriri did, if it's true, what I believe, that he said that they were Frenzy Flame afflicted, got them imprisoned. If that's true, it was a particularly cruel thing to do, because these are people who'd be imprisoned for all eternity, and they were innocent. Frankly, getting your eyes gouged out, I don't think is enough for that crime. Let's see. What if Shabriri's slander was that Midra worshipped the Frenzied Flame and then the Inquisition came? I do think Shabriri was later, considering where we find Shabriri's woe and references to Shabriri. I think that was the Age of the Erd Tree. But keep in mind, the Frenzied Flame has come out multiple times. That's sort of something we learned throughout the game. All of these things have happened before. The Formless Mother has been worshipped for a long time. The Frenzy Flame has had influence. Those who live in death have showed up before. They had a soulless king. So, though for us, the Lord of, or the Prince of Death starts with Godwyn, clearly there was a lot more to those who live in death a long time prior, because of like references to Ensha. So my main point is that all this stuff has happened before. And I think Midra is that moment where we're like, oh, yo, Frenzy Flame was already out, but there was another way to try to spread it with the nomads, right? Anyway, okay, so the Inquisition, like, the Erdtree imprisoned the nomads. It was the only thing they could do to stop the spread of Frenzy. Unfortunately, it also released Frenzy and potentially spawned a Three Fingers, because that's how it seems that they like show up when they are called, in a physical way. So, but it is contained. The area around where the nomads are, there's no sign of Frenzy. There's no like grapes everywhere. There's not. It's contained. They did a good job of keeping it there. Of course, not fully because of Castle Morn, the Ailing Village, the Nomads. Like, there's still signs of Frenzy in the world, but they're comparatively contained. Versus the Abyssal Woods is like one big frenzied flame radioactive mess. Like, that place is done for. There is no fixing it. It is not contained. And their solution was to torture and execute the people. So they were able to kill them. They cut their heads off and they stabbed them with those weird golden stakes out front. And then the last one, they just impaled. And that was it, apparently. And he just suffers and suffers and suffers and suffers. But then eventually when he removes the stake, he's much worse than he would have been. There's a passage that brings directly to the Erdtree roots. It's a damn miracle they didn't infect the tree. No, I don't think it's a miracle. I think it was well contained. I agree. There is a passage from the Frenzy Flame that literally leads to the Erdtree roots, and yet there isn't a single sign of Frenzy anywhere. That kind of tells you something. We don't really know why the Abyssal Woods are completely fucked compared to the Erdtree roots, compared to the sewers. We don't know, but they did a better job, frankly, of containing it. This is literally a Lord of Frenzied fucking Flame. If we weren't here, what would happen if we weren't here, huh? What happened? One day Meter's like, I'm fucking done. Frenzy Flame guy just rolling around, popping out of the Abyssal Woods. Who's gonna stop him? The Hornson are goddamn lucky we're here. And that we're the main character. Or forget Mesmer's Flame. You'd have bigger problems, sweetie pies. Anyway, let's continue fighting. Is there a Frenzied Flame god? It's just the Frenzied Flame. It's like a force. It's like... Okay, so keep in mind, it's like the reverse side of the Two Fingers and the Greater Will. So the Greater Will represents, put very simply, life. That's how I like to interpret it. I think that makes sense, right? Versus Three Fingers and the Flame of Frenzy represents death and destruction. But both, you need a balance of both, which is why it's Three Fingers and Two Fingers. Because it makes 5. Because it was likely 1, but they've now been split, and now they've become more extreme. One is life that wants to continue forever, which is stagnant and has its own problems, and one is death that wants to simply destroy all. A lot like the duality of Marika Radigan, of Nicola Trina.
I ask you, forgive me, dear.
Progression, causality, I think mine's simpler and a better explanation. Those words are complicated and weird. Life and death. You know? I think that makes it, like, really clear, I guess. Yeah, and I do mean, like, complete and total utter destruction, yeah. Like, not just like, oh, something will grow here again. No, like, gone, all life gone for good. It's so fucked, yeah. You really do be blasting me, huh? I'm just using Golden Order language? I know you're using Golden Order language, but those words are fucking weird and confusing. And it just like, yeah, it just represents regression and causality. I know that we should be accurate, but I also think that sometimes it's important to like express the simple point. Do you know what I mean? And what the greater will is life. But it's unchecked, which is part of the problem here. Life that wants to just continue. And what do we know about the lands between? About the age of the Erd Tree? Well, life has been existing, but it's also gotten weaker over time. And without death, well, the world is in dire need of repair, considering Melina. It needs death to balance it out. It needs a balance of things. Laser beam! So look at the arena. He got me! Perfect! I was hoping to get grabbed by this. Look at this. And we get to see how Midra was impaled. That's what happened to him. Shit, he got me! I love this song. Aww, that was a good part of the song. Oh, another thing about Midra. You can kind of see this a little bit in the Lord of Frenzied Flame ending in Elden Ring, like our own ending. Oops, sorry, wrong game. Want help? Why the fuck would I want help? I specifically said I'm gonna die a bunch because A, I'm learning, and B, I'm having fun with the fight, and the more I die, the more I get to see it. What do you mean want help? How dare you, first of all? Trying to ruin my fun. I hate it when people are trying to ruin my fun. Anyway, what was I talking about? In our ending, we kind of see a little bit of this, but when we become the Lord of Frenzy Flame and our head vanishes and it's replaced with the Frenzy Flame, we have this like strange sort of floaty way of moving.
Enough.
And we only see it in a brief moment in the cutscene, but it's as if the flame itself is propelling us. And he moves the same way. Like, it's like he's a puppet. Missed one. Midra would be cool. Like this, right there. That is so neat. That I don't fully know how to dodge. I was trying to get behind him. It did not work. I love the gesture that he does when he does that move. It's so interesting. One of my absolute favorite fights. Also because of the music. Oh shit. I didn't realize he was phasing already. Oh shit! Okay, that scared the living bejesus out of me, actually. Oh. But yeah, he looks so like, well, he's very different from Midra because he's not Midra anymore, even though he is Midra. Do you know what I mean? It's so creepy what's happening, but it's sad. Midra and Mesmer, I know, my faves, my faves.
Depths of your foolishness.
His mouth looks like a black hole. It also looks like an eye, right? Like an iris. It also looks like a, what do you call it? Like an open mouth, and it looks like the edges are like little teeth. You know, like the dune worms? Reminds me of like the dune worm mouth, where it's just like it's so creepy. I love it. Like, look at that. Like a maw. Like, if you see the whitest teeth, I know I'm getting smoked. It's okay. It's fine. I'm chilling. But then, yeah, an iris. I'm kind of enamored. I'm like staring at it. Brief merchant song leitmotif. Yo, this has a leitmotif in it. I love leitmotifs. I gotta listen to this song outside of the boss fight. Yeah, it's not a coincidence that it looks like an iris, considering that the frenzied flame begins to exist in the eyes, right? So, oh Jesus, he really got me there. His 4 momentum surprised me. So frenzied flame starts in your eyes, and what this is like a giant flaming eye. And this literally looks like what our eyes look like when we choose the frenzied flame, when we accept it. But then it becomes everything. It replaces our entire head. And it's, you know, also symbolic of us losing our identity. We are not who we are anymore. We are just the flame. It's very interesting. Give me just 1 minute. I'm going to check on Kitty. So I will be right back. Give me a minute. I don't think that's her playing. I'm gonna need POV of her keyboard controller. Okay. So, first of all, thank you for your patience. My cat is sick. That's one thing I mentioned last time. He's doing better, but he's not eating very regularly. If you know anything about cats, one thing about them is when they feel unwell, their appetite's often the last thing to return. So I've been spoon feeding him, like literally taking a little bit of food, trying to feed him, you know, like trying to get just anything in his system. So that's why I was warming up some food and seeing if he would eat. That's why it took a little while. Probably gonna be doing that again. Either way. Number 2. I am playing a video game at a very normal level and talking lore. What about that is so unbelievable to you? Just sort of putting that out there. People always fucking say this. Well, I shouldn't say always. I can't help but notice it's a very common thing that people come to female streamers to say. I don't see it as much for male streamers. Can't help but observe. I'm not even doing anything crazy. I'm fucking playing the game. Like, I'm dying to Midra because I haven't fought him in a few years, and honestly, I die to all the bosses, even if I fought them very recently. That's literally all. What the fuck is so, like, abnormal? Yeah, new here? You're making a really bad first impression, sweetie. I had to put that out there. Why is me playing at a very normal level? Oh, she's not playing, clearly. I need a POV. I'm gonna need some evidence. Do you do this in boy streams too, or is it just the ladies who are so unbelievable to you? Like, listen, I'm not saying you should get it if you do a challenge run. I'm just saying at least that makes sense. When my peers who do crazy intense challenge runs, that they get that stuff, I'm like, well, at least it makes a little sense. Like, it's so mind-boggling to someone that someone could be playing to that level. I get it. I'm fucking dying to Midra. Like, I'm sitting there being like, ooh, I sure do like this story. Whoops, I got freaking hit and I'm dead again. Like, is it just a woman playing? Or, because there are very many of us, let me tell you. Let me tell you that.
Depths of your foolishness.
Like, what about this is so, like, she's not playing? I got hit like 4 times by a guy who's got a Christmas tree as a spinal column. It's impossible! It's witchcraft! It does look like a Christmas tree, I know. What can I say? My language is colorful, but accurate. The quotes from quotes are stuff you said on stream. Yes, yes. I have never put one in. All other people have added those. Wonderful. Thanks for me. Kicking an old man? I'm not kicking an old man. I'm punching him. But yeah, Marlo is doing better. I'm just, like, I'm worried because, like, you know, the whole thing. He is drinking water. He's just eaten so little. But anyway, it's fine. He's doing okay. He's, like, marked improvement. He's seen the vet, all that. Sorry, I'm getting hit a lot. I have to lock back in. I worry about my baby boy. I wish that I could take away his pain and I could feel tummy upset and, like, you know, all his symptoms, and then he would just feel better. I would be fine with that. Like, I can fucking take it. But baby boy, he doesn't deserve that shit. Like, my tummy could hurt and I would be really brave about it. And he's also being really brave about it. But, like, you know. I really love when he flies like that. It's so uncanny. Also, the complete silence. No grunts or any sort of sounds, because he doesn't have a mouth, of course. Oh, shit, yeah. Ah, dang it. I tried crouching to see if it would work. It doesn't work. Okay, so dodging doesn't work, no problem. Shouldn't have, like, R2s are not gonna be it for me. The charge R2s, it's just not gonna work. What is that? Oh my god. I haven't seen that one yet. Yeah, I think you can crouch under some of the attacks. But it just didn't work there because he did the spin and it worked, and then he did the second spin and it did not work. Came to watch live instead of Voz because you can't sleep. I hope you can sleep soon. That sucks. Y'all know Marlo does all your gameplay in the background? Yes. It's actually Marlo. Both move weird and silent. Oh, Radigan? Yeah, I definitely see the Radigan thing. Radigan is almost like zombified, but he's not literally a zombie. It's just like he's cracked, he's faded, he's shattered.
I have endured.
He is not even able to speak anymore, but he still wants to stay in power. Although I don't mean that as like, oh, he's like a despot, he wants to stay in power. He just wants to hold on to the Golden Order. Despite the fact that he himself is also, like, from what we can tell, suffering, right? There we go. Fix the positioning there a little. One thing about Radigan, he is loyal to the Golden Order. That is like the kindest thing I can say about him, because it's true. He is incredibly loyal. It's just what he's loyal to is at all costs. He's an absolute ride or die for the Golden Order. But I also feel personally, like, my big read is that he sort of reduces what the Golden Order stands for, right? Like he tightens the definition of it with his fundamentalism, which is part of why I'm so critical on him. Because yes, he's loyal, but he's loyal to something that doesn't even accept his daughter and can't help her and doesn't seem to care about helping Melania, who's in pain. But Mikola cares about that. He has compassion for his sister, and that's one of the main differences between Radigan and Mikola. However, what did we just learn about Mikola? That he gave up his love and his compassion. Like, how can he possibly have any left if he's given it up? Yeah, Radigan has become a shell of himself, just like the Golden Order, but he still wants to protect it. Oh my god! That is so freaking cool. It's like the giant slaying that, eh? Ooh, okay. Alright, sweetie pie, let's go. Also, that reminds me very much of the Sacred Relic Sword, but Frenzied, which I think may be intentional. Holy shit, this is the Sacred Relic Sword, but Frenzy. Oh my god, Eureka, I never noted. I never even thought of this. It's the same concept. It's a Frenzy version of the Sacred Relic Sword. Made out of a person, kind of. It's not really a person, but still, it's become Midra's spine, right? It's like, oh, that's so weird and cool. Okay, heal. Fuck me. Ooh. What the fuck was that? Oh, that was a stabby. Shit, too greedy. Yeah, that's the Elden Beast sword. Which I would probably... It's made out of Radigan's body. And Marika Radigan's body. But it's very... It's like Radigan... Whoa. Oh, it's so beautiful. It's radiant like the sun. Woo! shit. Oh, no, 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 no. 1 second, hang on. Evie. Shit, no. All right, where did my input go? Like, oh. Oh, no. That's okay. I'm not ready to kill him yet. I'm having too much fun. Description says fundamentalism can't help, not that it doesn't want to. Even because if Radigan treated Melania so bad, why Mikla never hated his dad? Because, well, I mean, okay, to be fair, Mikla literally turned his back on everything that his father stood for to help Melania. Also, I agree. It doesn't say that that he doesn't want to help fundamentalism, but to me that's such a cop-out because Radigan created fundamentalism. And it's his whole fixation. It's the only thing he's loyal to. As far as we can tell, he doesn't care about his children. He doesn't care about his first wife. He doesn't care about anything except for the Golden Order. And he creates fundamentalism as an extension of what he considers perfection of the Order. And that perfection cannot help his daughter. It's his one thing. Like, let's relate it to something a little different. Let's say he was like a scientist or something, and his one scientific obsession is like dogs. I don't know, this is a terrible example, but just roll with me, I'm thinking, I'm rolling it out. Okay, he's all about dogs and his whole life is dogs, and he doesn't care about his kids, he cares about dogs. And then one of his children is like, hey dad, I want to be a dog doctor too one day. And then Radigan goes, good job son, you are the only one I give a shit about because your hair color is the same as dogs. And then Mikla goes, hey, what about my sister who's like really sick? Can you help her because you help dogs? And he goes, I help dogs. Your sister isn't a dog. And then Mikla goes, oh, okay, I guess I'm going to become a human doctor instead. And then goes and starts the Halig tree shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what we're saying. Like, it's his whole life. And it can't help his daughter, so then fucking make something that can. It's your daughter. Do you know what I mean? I guess that's my logic. Because his whole thing. I don't know where this analogy went, but I hope it's sort of expressed what I'm trying to get across. You know what I mean?
The depths of your foolishness!
So, okay, fundamentalism can't help Melania. But then what about coming up with something that can? Mikla does it. Yeah, like really, Radigan just cares about his religion, not his children. That's the big, thing. Amelia, thank you so much for the super chat, first of all. Newbie to Elden Ring. Tab out.
Enough.
Sorry. Made it to Melania, died, quit for a while since you couldn't do it. Lore stuff interests me. Is there a playlist that would catch me up? I mean, if you would like, I do have the lore run, like what we're doing right now. We have like, I have a whole playlist that does base game, and it's just like a slow playthrough, exactly like this, talking about it as we encounter it. It's great background stuff, if you ask me.
Dearest Nanaya.
Long play stuff. It's on the channel. You can watch the playlist. Any classic books you like? Oh, I am so into Jane Austen right now. I like finished all of her books. I like a lot of them, but like Jane Austen is like fucking incredible and so funny. What else do I like? Hang on. There are others, but that's the one that immediately comes to my mind. What else have I been reading? Oh, I just read The Count of Monte Cristo. Banger. But yeah, loyalty is a very, very positive trait. I think we can agree on that. Okay, that was not my best. Like it's being loyal to something and being super diehard about it is a good thing. And that's why when we look at Melania, I find her to be very tragic, but also very like it's touching. She's so loyal to Mikla. She's diehard about Mikla. She will do anything he says. I know we have the charm to talk about, but personally, I think that she's Charmed. I think she just like Mikla, turned his back on everything to start something new. because he wanted, his main reason was he wanted to help Melania. Really, that's what we get from the lore. Is that because fundamentalism could do nothing for his sister, he created something that would. That's a very touching bond. So that's why I personally think that Melania was very diehard to Miquella. However, that led to her doing some pretty bad things under his command, right? Like, you know, Kaled, all this warring, right? She was a warrior through and through. It makes her complex, but a little tragic. But her loyalty is one trait that we look at and go, look at how much she loved and supported her brother. It's touching. However, the thing that Radigan is at diehard about is a little less human, a little less open, I guess. I definitely just would say fundamentalism is... I personally would define it as a worsening of the Golden Order, a narrowing that doesn't accept things. And not just because it leads to the zealotry of the Golden Order fundamentalist hunters of those who live in death, but I mean, let's be real. That is what happens. And Goldmask, though he hates that that happened, he laments what happens to the Golden Order fundamentalists. His conclusion, I also find his like perfect order mending rune, I also find troubling as well. So I personally, I read fundamentalism as flawed. So that's why it's so much harder to be like, oh, Radigan was loyal, but he was loyal to an order that was excluding others and narrow in scope. But yeah, just like Radigan, Melania is just like Radigan. In fact, I would say she gets it from him. That was charming as fuck. Yo, 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 yo. Okay, all right, cool, cool. Also, Miquella is like sort of a genius. And like, obviously, things go a little awry for him, right? We talked about the hubris problem. But I would say that he starts off from a place of true compassion. Shit. And that's why it's so sad to see him go down this path. God damn it. Ah! Chat, what does this music remind me of? Okay, that was mean. The chorus is so reminiscent of something else. Rykard? No. Something. No, the chorus specifically. I'm not hearing the Nomad song. I know it's in there. Someone was saying there's a leitmotif. I just can't hear it. I think I need to listen to it like on its own without talking lore and playing game. Do you know what I mean? Not like Ludwig's. Something in Elden Ring. It sounds familiar. Yeah, Radigan was smart too. I'm not saying Radigan wasn't smart. But I think my problem is that his smarts led him astray. And that's sort of the main... I would argue that that's the main tenet of Golden Order fundamentalism. That's not to say you can't twist any religion. Oh, actually, that's one of my major things about this game. Usually in FromSoft games, the religion and the god that is the head of the religion is the flaw. Right? Like, usually that is the case. Gwyn, he caused some serious problems. And his religion, the Way of White, were also the ones who were hunting undead. And it was cruel. There was, like, they were just... It's actually... They were effectively sick, and they were hunted down and murdered because of something they couldn't control. Because of a mark that appeared on their body. Right? Also, the treatment of the giants, of humans in general, right? Gwyn was not a good dude. I think that's a fair statement. Bloodborne. The organized religion of the game is the big bad. So when we play this and we hear about the Golden Order and Marika, the Eternal, we're like, oh, and the Erd Tree is so sinister because, oh, well, religion's always bad in FromSoft games. Except the thing is, what's interesting about this game is the head of the religion and the symbol of it, the tree, are distinct from its worship. And then we are introduced to the Golden Order fundamentalists, and that's sort of become like the head of the religion. And I would say that is the problem, right? Priscilla, exactly, yeah. Not to say that the Golden Order was perfect and everything, like Marika's perfect and the Erd Tree's perfect, obviously, no. But compared to other rulers, it's very different. And the tree? I would say the tree is pretty, like, what do you call it? Not neutral, it's not what I'm looking for. Benign. I'm actually finding some time to do my charge R2s, and it's really helping. Woo! He's not doing the thing where he stabs and then the weapon flares out. He only did that once. I was hoping to showcase that a little better. But yeah, the Elden Ring might be the problem for sure. But that's not really what people worship. They don't worship the Elden Ring. They worship the tree. And all the tree does is give them presents and bless them and heal them and buff them and protect them. No, Midra, be cool. Oh shit. Oh god. Yeah! No! Oh, it's going so good. Yo, Midra, chill. He does not want to die today. Remembrance of the Lord of Frenzied Flame. That was perfect. That was about the amount of fun that I wanted to have. And the moment he's gone, the flames vanish. Pretty cool. And when we kill him, the flame goes out. All the flames go out, including his own head, and his head is gone. So it's Midra, but Midra's become the vessel for something else. And we honestly don't know if it was his choice. I think there's an argument for both, that he accepted that he chose the Frenzied Flame, that he called it on purpose. But I would say it's just as likely, if not more likely, that it was an accident. These parts sticking out I find so interesting. Discussion Chamber. Oh, that's an interesting name. Reminds me of Debate Parlor. Yeah, I really think based on the fact that he has those eggs from the Three Finger Ruins, or the Finger Ruins, I mean, that he might have just accidentally encountered it. Sucks. Remembrance of the Lord of Frenzied Flame. Remembrance of Midra, Lord of Frenzied Flame, hewn into the Shadow Tree. As the golden barbs inflicted eternal agony upon him, Midra held fast to Nanaya's entreaty. Endure. The word was a curse. So this is the thing. You know what? I personally think I think I've switched my perspective this playthrough. I initially believed that my initial assessment when I played this first time was that their son tried to become a Lord of Frenzied Flame, failed, and in their grief, because frankly, the grief of losing a child is awful, right? It's like, it's devastating. Like there aren't words to even express it. And like, I'm thinking of what that would do to these parents, because I really do think these are his parents based on what we've seen with the storytelling. So in their grief, what if they called the Frenzied Flame? That made sense to me. Now, based on what we've seen, looking at it again, I think I'm coming to a different conclusion. In that they discovered the Frenzied Flame by accident, like forbidden knowledge. And it entered their house through perhaps those eggs from the Finger Ruins, perhaps from a book, perhaps from any of this. And it caused all this. It spread. And it twisted them. And it twisted the land. And then the Inquisitors got wind and they came, but they weren't able to really contain it because their only thing is torture and suffering. So they were able to contain it, but in a way that was agonizing for the host. And eventually, he gave up. Now, yeah, I personally get that idea that Nanaya was asking him to endure because he was the vessel for the Frenzied Flame. There's nothing else he can do. His options are to become the Lord of Frenzied Flame, or endure. So the fact that he was enduring, well, it was a curse because he had to stay as Midra, suffering that entire time. But if he accepted the Frenzied Flame... Hang on. No, what am I looking for? There is an item that says that I just read it, but I can't remember which one it is. It said that madness can be freeing or something along those lines. Like it brings you peace in the end. The flame of frenzy burns the eyes, but tranquility follows in its wake. So because he endured, he couldn't experience tranquility. If he just gave up and removed the sword, he wouldn't be suffering anymore. He would be tranquil. But he would inflict suffering on those around him because he would become the Lord of Frenzied Flame. And he would spread it. I think that makes the most sense. Because here's the thing. We know the Three Fingers was here because there's swollen grapes. We don't get those in the base game. So directly, a lot of the Three Fingers were directly speaking to, touching, and influencing people here. Maybe that's why Midra was more successful. Now, of course, there's still this thing about the torch, about how in an age-long past was born a man who failed to become the Lord of Frenzied Flame, and then his remains are cradled by Nanaya, so it suggests that she brought these remains from somewhere else. I don't know. I definitely see people are talking about this, but to me, the whole distant land thing just seems to sort of argue with everything else that we're seeing with the storytelling in the Manse. So, you know, I'd rather look at the big picture rather than this one line that's a little weird. Because what if the distant land just means here? I know it's weird because we're just in the land of shadow, but maybe this is meant to be like a separate area, you know, like divided from everything else. Yeah, I don't know. The rest of it makes more cohesive sense, I guess. So that's what I'm more looking at. Yeah. Okay, let's get his dialogue, or his item descriptions, I mean, and then we have the discussion chamber, which is a very interesting name as well. Discussions with the Three Fingers. No doubt, no doubt. He was discussing with the Three Fingers here. Who else could he be discussing with? I think it had to have been that. Okay, neat. So, potentially that represents him choosing the Frenzied Flame, but once again, the Frenzied Flame, we don't fully get it, but it spreads like a disease, and it can influence people, well, like an illness. So, presumably, if it doesn't just burn away your eyes right away, what it does is it warps you. Sort of like, I mean, I'm thinking more King of the King in Yellow. What is it called? The game I played that featured it very heavily. Not Returnal, but the sequel. I'm blanking on the name. Saros was a lot about the King in Yellow, which is not a spoiler. It's like so evident. Just look at it for 5 seconds. But that story was really striking, and it was like a slow, steady corruption. It's like being on that planet and being in the presence of this outer god, let's use the word, changes you slowly, and you cannot resist it because you're just a human. What can you do? And I wonder if that's not what happens. So the weak just go crazy and their eyes burn out of their skulls. But the strong perhaps can resist that fate, just like the flies. If you are weak and you are inflicted with the fly sickness, you die. But if you are strong, you survive and transform. You survive and you suffer. And that's sort of what's happening here. I think Midra was just stronger. And that's the problem, is it led to him suffering. And very much like Bloodborne, yeah. The presence of great ones, sometimes just looking at certain things makes you frenzy, drives you mad. So I wonder if that's not what happened with him. I really do think that on my second play, I think the people of the Manse may have been victims. And once again, we see what happens with the Hornsent when someone is a victim of something, even their own people. They send the Inquisitors, and the Inquisitors inflict max suffering. That is just what they do. There is no help. So it makes sense why Mikola seems like such a savior, not only because he hates what the Erdtree did and he's like, oh, the Erdtree sucks. Like, Hornsent sees him as a savior because he's there to destroy the Erdtree. But also, Mikola's compassion extends to the Hornsent. He wants to help them too, which is nice. But they're also people who value suffering. So it's this really twisted position. Mikola does have good intentions, but they really do lead him astray. Okay. Millicent in the Needle. Millicent in the Needle, though. Oh, Midra is described as a sage, which is a word that is used to describe... What? Hang on. Let me just read the exact lore, so I don't have to paraphrase. Attire of the wise sages who were deemed heretical. Evidence that the wearer was driven from town. Now, that's the only time we see sage. And the sage that we meet is, like, worshipping the Scarlet Rot, right? He's, like, crazy, and he does really messed up stuff and tries to torture Millicent, basically, so that she'll bloom. He tries to make her suffer. It's interesting that that's a title given to Midra as well. Yeah, Gowry. Gowry's who I'm talking about. Exactly. I don't see any straw here, no. The straw is odd. It's like kindling. It makes me think of like a ritual. Very interesting. Okay. Greatsword of Damnation. Golden greatsword that once pierced the body of Midra, master of the Manse, used by the Hornsent in the execution of a damnation like no other. The barbs that pierce the victim from within wind gently around the blade. The execution of a damnation like no other. Like, this is what the Hornsent did. When it comes to Frenzied Flame, once again, it makes sense to banish it, but the Hornsent didn't do that. So their punishment was ineffective and torturous. They need them to suffer. Unique skill, Golden Crux. Leap up and skewer foe from overhead. If successful, the weapon's barbs unfold to excruciate from within. Else, additional input releases barbs in the area. There is something of the Golden Order in the sight of those fixed upon this crux. Ooh. That's very interesting. Now, I wonder, does that line, is that meant to create a link to the Inquisitors and the... And like the Age of the Erdtree and the Golden Order? Or is it meant to be like, hey, by the way, it's like the Sacred Relic Sword? Because that's like one. Or is it meant to be like, hey, you know, Mariko is also crucified? Because that's what I think of. Crux is in crucifixion, as in, well, that's what happens to Marika in all of her depictions in the Lands Between. She's holding up her... She's crucified. Or is it implying the golden order? Like, the crucifixion of Marika is so interesting because she's depicted like that in her churches in the lands between. But as far as we can tell, those were made when she was still ruling. And the her crucifixion in the Erd Tree happened way later during the Shattering. So that's my impression here, because we know she was crucified and her depictions include it. What a crucifixion represents, not just suffering, not just torture, but it is that too. It represents sacrifice, because at this point it is impossible to separate crucifixion from Christianity, right? With Jesus being crucified. And the reason he was crucified was A, for him to be punished by those in power, but B, from Jesus's perspective, it was sacrificing himself so that humanity can be saved. It's a symbol of sacrifice, but also suffering, a painful sacrifice, but one that is chosen by the one crucified in this particular case. So there's a reason that it's so significant that Marika is crucified and depicted in that way, even apparently during her rule, right? It was a method of execution. It was. So it was meant to be torturous, right? However, like I said, that's the thing. It's also now inseparable from Christianity. So, yeah. And then we also have Midra's Flame of Frenzy. Incantation in praise of Midra, Lord of Frenzied Flame. Summons an apparition of the Lord's head to spew frenzied flame. This incantation can be used while in motion. The apparition will remain for as long as the input is held. Oh, interesting. The Lord of Frenzied Flame shall take their torment, despair, their affliction, every sin, every curse, all melted away. Yet Midra, like others before him, was too weak to become a lord. So he's Midra, the Lord of Frenzied Flame, but he's also too weak to become a lord. So I guess he's just sort of like a half-lord. Marika is enduring like Midra. Yeah. There is a major theme of enduring suffering with Marika and the whole everything to do with her in base game. But in DLC, I think it's turned up to 11. Because we have characters like Mesmer, like Midra, and they're in a really similar position in that they're suffering terribly, but they must endure because it is their fate. And with Mesmer, he chose his fate, but it doesn't mean that you don't hate it in the end and hate where it's taken you. So it also makes me wonder about Midra. Did he choose it too? Perhaps, maybe, he's a sage. He's intelligent, wise, but heretical. Perhaps Midra was trying to... Maybe he was hubristic about it. Maybe he thought he could do something with the Frenzied Flame, perhaps. Maybe he was, like, sort of in a Bloodborne way, as discussed, trying to get some benefits from it, but ended up consumed by it. I know there's not too much evidence for that, but it's just an interesting thing to consider, because we don't really know, but we do know that he was a sage, and his whole mansion is basically a gigantic library, a storehouse of knowledge. Right? So, like, if knowledge was his main focus... We learn a lot about him by his mansion. It's like wall-to-wall books. And I mean, if we look at that painting that depicted the manse, it was gorgeous. Pastoral, wonderful, bright, sunny. Maybe he had good intentions, but he was led astray. Just like Mesmer, good intentions. You know? And suffers for it. What if the weapon is made from the shaman trees? Interesting, because they are golden. Okay. You read that line, the Golden Order and the Inquisition share similar behavior, like the same widespread religious persecution practices. The thing is, the Golden Order is not inherently... They don't cherish suffering the same way. Really, like, nothing about the Golden Order seems to want to inflict suffering. In fact, the only people who seem to suffer under it... Well, later, they do suffer, misbegotten, right? Like, I'm not saying no one suffers, but at its core, it's just about life. Not torture, not pain, not barbs, not suffering. The giants do suffer, though. Hang on, what am I looking for? There is this theme of enduring something, and how enduring is a curse. With the giants. And this is why I keep all my remembrances and don't trade them in, so I can check everything at a moment's notice. No. Here we go. The fire giants borrowed from the power of Fell God, and still they were defeated, yet their failure released them from their solitary curse to serve as keepers of the flame for eternity. So, dying freed them. That's also something really major, is that sometimes death is freeing. Marika wants to die. Can't really. There's even a question if she ever can. It might be too late for her, as Trina implies. The fire giant, the last of the fire giants, was cursed to remain alive. And it was a curse inflicted by Marika. And what that means, like the game tells us that Marika cursed the last giant, except the curse was to live. Because that giant could never be freed from protecting the flame. But I can't remember where that description comes from now. Oh my god, I've been running a suboptimal talisman this whole time. My punches could have been stronger. I remember reading that. I just can't place it. Something like... And then Marika, like, cursed the last... I was medium low that entire time. No wonder my dodges weren't so good, because I still had this stupid torch on. Chat, I actually made Midra hard mode on myself. Light roll would have helped so much. I didn't need it though. Okay. That's the Abyssal Woods. So I'm still missing one of the books though. Where's the manse anyway? Oh, it's down here. It's pretty interesting that geographically it's really close to a finger ruin too, right? Like, obviously the finger ruin's way above, but still. What if he discovers something he shouldn't have? Yeah, Marika gets cursed also by Roderica for cursing the Tarnished with their goal. So basically, duty is seen as a curse by a lot of these characters. Being called to do something is seen as a curse. So Roderica resents Marika because she was a Tarnished and she suffered because of it, and her men suffered because of it, and also Hugh suffers because of it, because they were called to do something. So she's angry, she's bitter about it, right? Like, she's very much a sweet character, but this is the one, like, angry thing she says, and it makes perfect sense. From her perspective, of course. The Tarnished were called to do something, and a lot of them can't do it. And yet they still must suffer because of it. Let's explore the woods a little bit more. I want to try to see if I can remember where this thing is. Nanaya added to my suffering, yeah. We do need to slay Marika. The thing is, we don't, actually. So, let's see. Frenzy Flame ending, yeah, we kill Marika. We kill everything. So that's, I guess... The Mending Rune endings, though, any of the Mending Rune, or even the Age of Fracture ending, which is like we don't pick a Mending Rune, all involve us taking Marika's head and putting it back on her body. She's still the vessel for the Elden Ring. We don't replace her with another Empyrean, so basically, oh right, all of those endings, Marika in some way, shape, or form remains alive and suffering. The only ending that isn't true, and that isn't Frenzied Flame, is Ronnie's. Presumably in Ronnie's, we are able to actually maybe truly free Marika, but there's an argument that we don't. So that's the thing. We do slay a god, but nonetheless, Marika remains the vessel for the Elden Ring. So that's the thing. Like, but I thought we needed a living vessel. So, which is it? Right? We can kind of argue both. Thank you. It's literally the Remembrance. God, I was reading the items from the Remembrance. Hang on one second. Let me read this. Where is it? Remembrance of the Fire Giant. The Fire Giant is a survivor of the war against the giants. Upon realizing the flames of their forge would never die, Queen Marika marked him with a curse. O trifling giant, mayest thou tend thy flame for eternity. The curse is to live. That's seriously it, because he gave up. The Fire Giants, based on what we hear, gave up. Like, they chose to support this fell god and thus gave up part of themselves. It's like they traded control for power. And so they suffer. And when you kill them, you are ending their suffering. It's twisted, but that's effectively what the game is telling us and implying. That fighting the Fire Giants helped them. Except for the one that remained alive. That's the one that was cursed, because it was cursed to live. And then, well, that is what Marika did. She helped everyone live forever. Oh, right. I know what we can do. Kill the aged untouchables. I knew I was forgetting something here. I forgot. Still, yeah, there is this like theme of like life is suffering, but there's also this theme of life deserves to live with Melina, I mean, right? So that owl looks like a spirit. It does. It is just an owl though. It's a very heavy crucible owl though. Lies of P? Yeah, it was pretty good. I didn't, I like the story aspect of it, yeah. Yeah, of course. We have to think that the Fire Giants, perhaps, like, maybe some of it's, the whole fell god thing is propaganda, but personally I don't think it is, because we kind of witness what the fell god wants of those who follow it, and it's pretty messed up. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Oh my god, they're so scary. Oh my god. Hi. Yo. Where's my... Okay. I missed. Oh, dang it. I still got my runes from the boss. I should spend those. Fuck, they can see you from far away. Holy shit. Most of the endings result in Marika's suffering continuing. Yep. But she knows that. It reminds me of that line from Night Rain. To atone for the first sin, we elect to become the foundation. Is that not what she does? Also, I want to bring something up. I know we get a lot of discourse about that line in the trailer, which I haven't seen. We're gonna watch it probably at the end of the lore run, but it's like, you know, the whole line about like a seduction and betrayal. My impression of seeing that, I wonder. People always assume that Marika's the one who did the seducing. What if she was seduced? What if that's what we're talking about? Because who's the one who ends up a caged divinity at the end? Seduced by her own good intentions. She wants to create something better, and she's... Well... It's like a monkey's paw situation. My gosh, it's foggy. Yo, really? Okay. My parry missed. I don't know the timing. There we fucking go. Oh, that's where we get the swollen grapes from. Yes, that's why they're so rare. So yeah, this place is like completely uncontained. That's crazy. Frenzy Flame here is freaking insane. Do you remember, well, I said I once had a worse opinion of Marika, and you changed your mind. What was the reason for that change? Well, I say worse opinion, but like, you know, I thought that she did more bad things. I thought she was a little bit more Machiavellian. I thought she was like cunning, right? Like Ronnie, frankly. Because, well, in the base game, what we knew about her was that she basically created alchemical perfection. She was a rebus. She had the Philosopher's Stone, and she used it to create immortality. However, even in base game, I was like, okay, she created immortality, but she created it for everybody. She didn't just keep it for herself. So I was like, she's not like evil or anything. Oh god! Teleports behind me? Are you serious? Okay, that was way too early. So I was like, I thought that she might have been involved in Godwin's death because she thought there was a reason for it. I thought she, I thought it was a lot more spiteful with the fire giant, that she was keeping it alive for potential later use. And I also thought that's why Melina is the Glowmide Queen, is that she took her enemy and then spirit tuned her into her daughter. So I thought it was intentional that she like created Melina. Right? So I attributed a lot of those things, but then the DLC, plus time and just general thinking about her depiction, made me realize, like, this idea of her being like, I'm gonna create the Elden Ring and make everyone immortal and I'm gonna rule. That's not really ever her, was it? And then her curse of keeping the giant alive was just like, you will live with the choices that you made, basically. I'm like, oh. So I definitely thought she was a lot more, like, intentionally sinister. Night Rain didn't help, like, not directly, no. I would say it's definitely the DLC. But it was during Night Rain that I had this realization that, like, the original Knight of the Black Knives target was Marika herself. She did plan the Knight of the Black Knives with Ronnie, in my opinion, but she did it so she could die herself. She wouldn't kill her child. It was that moment of like, there's no way, like, there's no way she would want to kill her child. So then why did she do it? Oh. But yeah, because remember, when you hear about a character, like, try to go back to base game. Think about a character who seeks immortality, who seeks alchemical perfection, who seeks the Philosopher's Stone. Well, there's definitely this idea of them being grasping for power intentionally, that they went out with that purpose. Like Gwyn, right? Or Vendrick. They went out there and they were like, I'm going to start an age, and to do that, I'm going to have to kill everybody, right? So I'm going to go killing. But then we learn about what really happened here, about the Shaman village, which we haven't visited yet, I know. But just the truth of the Shaman, the Newman, the Hornsent, that they were not these powerful rulers. She didn't go out there seeking it. It's something that was sort of inflicted upon her and her people. And that if she had simply been left alone, if the Shaman village had been left alone, none of this would have happened. She didn't seek it out the way the other characters did, which adds a whole lot of nuance to the whole conversation. Okay, Abyssal Woods are, as far as I can tell, done. And it was awesome. I love Midra. That was really fun. I'm trying to think if there's anything I'm missing. Like, I'm obviously missing one of the, like, the crafting books, but I think we've done the important stuff. We're done with the Fisher. I gotta pick with Hornsent what I'm gonna do. Yeah. She had some will of her own and ultimately was able to bring about the shattering. Yeah, because that was her last resort. That's the other thing too. Like, yes, Marika resisted, but that's the thing. All she could do was struggle like a bird in the cage, and eventually all she could do is destroy what she created. I don't think someone like her wanted to be driven to the shattering. I think that if Marika had been like Mikola and threw Radigan into a pit instead, the shattering wouldn't have been required, because it's because of her other half being her foil that led to the shattering eventually, because he wouldn't let her end her reign. If, for example, she didn't have Radigan fighting her, if she had been in more control, then potentially she could have not just shattered, but truly destroyed the Elden Ring, which would have been destructive, but a destruction that begets creation. But as it is, what happens to the Elden Ring is that it is partially broken and then partially mended by someone who wants to hold on to it. It's like a tree. You can try to heal a tree when it's sick, but sometimes it will simply die. And all you have is a dried out, well, giant tree. It's already dead. And what will happen is you have to cut it down for the safety of the forest and also, like, for the surrounding area. Because if that tree just falls, it can destroy things around it. That's kind of what we're seeing here. The Golden Order is dead. Long dead. But it's been sewed back up and is just being held in place in such a way that nothing can heal. And that is Radigan's doing. Now, there's nothing else he could possibly choose to do. But unfortunately, it leads to a great deal of pain. Think of, like, well, a dead tree. You look at it, it's beautiful, it's mighty, but it's no longer alive. You can't cure it. You have to cut it down, control where it falls, remove it, and then maybe you could turn it into, like, you could not only grind it up, but you can turn it into fertilizer. You could put it back on the soil where it was, and it'll create more growth. Or you could just let it sit there dead, and then eventually at one point it'll fall and damage things around it. Take out other living trees with it. That's basically what happened here. Radigan was like, nah, we're keeping that tree up even if it's fucking dead. No way. And Marika was like, I'd rather just like cut the tree and he's like, no. It's all understandable. It's everyone sort of playing their part, but that's what makes it so tragic. Okay, I'm just gonna read about Hornsent. Why would Queen Marika become a god and then decide to stop wanting to be a god? Because you can't live forever, it's not natural. And she has all of these children that she cares about. She wants one of them to get a chance to create something. Really. Because in the end, one of her main traits is being a protective mother of the land. It's just a lot of that also is a curse. She wants to protect the people of the Erd Tree. She wants them, she gives them healing, she gives them blessing, she gives them buffs. Like, everything to do with the Erd Tree is largely about protection and safety and defensiveness and keeping threats away and keeping people alive. So imagine being a mother who cares about your children and they can never become anything because you're in their way, effectively. That's my read on it. It can't be eternal. It shouldn't be eternal. But unfortunately, she does create her own prison. Okay. So it's been a long time since I've done the Elden Ring DLC questlines. So I'm just gonna look up, I guess what my options are for the Letta quest. To try to remember. Okay. Let's see. Oh, it looks like what I can do is summon Hornsent for Mesmer for his quest line, and then that will allow me to progress the quest. The problem is that I don't like to fight, like, he's my favorite. I don't want to have Hornsent there. I'm going to have to be really careful. I'm going to get all my fun out of the way, fight Mesmer for a bit, and then summon him at the end. Is it really necessary to summon him? I don't think it is. Maybe this guide's wrong. Because I'm like, you need to summon him for the quest. I think I can just not summon him. I'm trying to, I feel like he has extra dialogue if you summon him, though. So I'm sort of like, I don't know. Let's see if there's another guide. Let's see. Kids are supposed to make mothers happy? Yeah, but like, okay, listen. The only parents who want their kids to remain stunted forever are not very good parents. Like, you know, those like people who are like so obsessed with their kids that like they are kind of like creepy about it. And they're like, no, like they helicopter parent to the point that their child can't properly develop. It's not very good parenting. You got to let the kid grow up, right? So by Marika making everyone eternal and making herself the eternal ruler, she makes it so her children can never create something of their own. She will always stand in their way. And I think that's a big motivator for her, right? Like, you know what, even without that though, because I think that's just my read on her being this like maternal figure of the land and wanting to protect the land. But really, think of any real kingdom. The only kings, queens, rulers of any kind who want to hold on to power at all costs are not very good ones. I think we can agree on that, right? The best rulers tend to be ones who make things better for their people and also set up a proper succession so that in the event of their death, because everyone dies, someone will take over and it will be seamless and not deadly and no warring and no civil war and no, like, stuff like that, right? However, what if you are literally immortal and you will not die? Well then, it's kind of different. It's just not natural, and I think that's a big part of it. It's not natural for someone to live forever. And Marika, I think, eventually realizes that. The goal of immortality was to keep her people alive. But the goal of immortality was to keep her people alive forever. You know? You don't need to for his quest, but he has dialogue. Okay, that is what I remember then. I remember getting special dialogue with Hornsent, but I don't think we're gonna summon it. Yeah. Immortality bad has always felt like cope to me. No, it's definitely bad. It's the ultimate form of stagnation. It's just unnatural. That's why, like, immortality is always seen as this, like, curse on the undead, like vampires and stuff. The fact that they live forever is distorted and unnatural. Okay, back to the Shadow Keep. It's just Mesmer's a pretty major boss, and I really, really like him, so I'm trying to think of what's the best order to do this. You know what? No. Shaman Village. Have mercy for the spirited away shamans. I think it's like... I don't know if we need to do it here. Let's see. So it's very blatant that there's something here, right? You can see it. You can see it around the corner. Let's show this off. Oh, it's good to have Torrent back. There's stuff over there. You can see it on the map. You can see it. So how do you figure it out? Well, there's a note there. And the note, well, it's a lot like the Radigan is Marika thing. And then there's a gesture that we receive in the DLC, Oh Mother. We also get this gesture at a very, very, very important location in Bonnie Village. We get it just about over here. There is a body, a headless feminine body, probably a female body, doing an interesting pose. I think it's like hands up. And from that, you get the gesture, Oh Mother. You do the gesture here, and this opens. It's another statue of Marika, and it is headless like all the others. But what's really interesting here is we know what happened to the shamans. We know who spirited them away, and we know why now, because we've been to the Bonnie Village. And what we do to access this is have mercy. We do a gesture that shows respect and also understanding, because in order to access the Shaman Village, you need to go to Bonnie Village. From a storytelling perspective, this is incredible. Like, we're working backwards. First, we see the suffering that was inflicted upon the Hornsent. And we're like, what could possibly justify this cruelty? This is awful. And then we go to the jail, and we're like, holy shit. And then we go to Bonnie Village and we're like, holy fuck. And now we go to Shaman Village, where it all started. Already, this is one of the prettiest areas we've ever seen. The variety of flowers. Golden leaves, gentle light. Nothing but animals. Hinterland. Which I believe means, like the direct translation of hinterland is something like borderland or something like that, but I'm actually not sure about that. Like the outskirts of a place. Also, doesn't it look a little bit like the painting of the manse with all the different variety of flowers in front? To me, it really does. Makes you wonder what the manse looked like at one point. And then who do we see? A tree sentinel. Who's gonna help us? Yolan. Sure. I forgot, because there's a finger rune over here too. This is a throwback, and not just is it a throwback, but they have the tree sentinel torch, the sentinel's torch. Oh damn, that is a cool sword. So tree sentinels are really interesting. They protect Landell, they protect the Erd Tree, but here they are protecting the Shaman Village. A blessing of Marika. So that definitely implies that they were sent here by Marika, right? But hang on. There's something really interesting about this one that suggests that perhaps even no. Sentry's Torch. Torch given to protectors of the Erd Tree. Its flames are bestowed with a special incantation which allows the bearer to see assassins cloaked in veils. Furnished on behalf of the Erd Tree and the grace-given Lord, such that a Knight of Black Knives will never come again. So, according to the lore, these torches were only given to tree sentinels by Morgoth. So, this is a weird one, because it's totally possible that they were sent here by Marika, and that's strongly implied by the blessing of Marika, because those were given to Mesmer. A special physic blessed by Marika, the Queen of the Earth, like specifically blessed by her, and she created them for Mesmer's sake, but never again. So, but the torch is like literally Morgoth giving them to prevent the Knight of the Black Knives. So that's sort of my thinking here. My initial impression of this, despite the blessing of Marika, was that Morgoth is actually the one who sent the tree sentinels here. Which may sound strange, but what we do know is that Morgoth loved the Erd Tree, and the lore tells us that he loved not in return, for he was not loved, but love it he did. And it's very tragic, but what the Erd Tree is his mother. That item description also does strongly imply that she was the one to lock up Morgoth. It just really, I still get so, not like turned around, but like I go back and forth with the Omen twins, because yeah, it's definitely implied that Marika did not care about her Omen twins, but like one of her main traits is being a protector of the land and all of her children. And there's not really any direct, like, oh, except for the Omen twins. So it's just, it's sort of, it's contradictory and it's hard to reconcile. However, only one of them has, there's two, but only one of them has the Sentry's torch. So maybe it was one each? Like one by Marika, one by Morgott? I don't know. It's just too intentional that they gave you the Sentinel torch. If she recognized the curse from the horn scent, her reaction makes more sense. I think, though, even she would still love her children, even if they're cursed. I think that just makes more sense. So yeah, she could recognize that they're cursed. But why would she not love them? It's so beautiful, this natural place. And look, it's surrounded by this twisted, dark, creepy looking shadow keep. It's so sinister. Like, this looks like a villain's castle. And if you ask the Hornsent, that is a villain in there. But then we realize that the shadow keep has a secret. I talked a lot about Leyndell, about how it has this double wall and it is a protective city. But it doesn't just protect the tree, in my opinion. It protects also the people who live in Leyndell. Leyndell is a perfectly designed defensive city. And it wasn't just for the Erdtree, it's for the people in Leyndell. The main soldiers of Leyndell wear heavy armor, large shields, and they use buffs like Golden Vow that help with damage mitigation. It literally helps keep people alive. The perfumers were healers that were also used for combat, and their main thing is applying buffs and protection to their teammates. They were all about keeping each other alive in Leyndell. And the city represents this by being, like, look at this. There's a wall around the city. Then there's a moat and a bridge. Then there's another wall. Then there's another moat. And then I think there's another wall. Like, well, I guess it's on the other side. But still, like, this is a super defensive city. And then we realize this creepy, terrifying, horrifying castle has a similar role. It's protecting the shaman village. I went the wrong way. I wanted to, like, find the right entry point. I don't think it's hatred for the Hornsent, chat. That's the thing. Like, listen. I don't think Marika was capable of hatred. And we'll talk about why in just a moment, because we're getting there. Minor Erdtree. Secret incantation of Queen Marika. Only the kindness of gold, without order. Creates a small, illusory Erd tree that continuously restores the HP of nearby allies. Marika bathed the village of her home in gold, knowing full well that there was no one to heal. "70 faith. This is where it all started. And this is also where we learn, and I think this is inarguable. Is that a goat? Was that a bird? What exactly is the aspect of Marika? And I think this tells us that it's kindness. What she is without order, which is a very loaded word, both golden order, also the order that I believe is what Radigan represents, like order as an organization, but also control, narrowness of scope. It's just kindness. And this spell, now, I think I've cast it, but it's been a minute. This is likely the spell that Melina casts. She uses this spell in the boss fight when you can summon her. It creates an illusory tree and it heals. That's what it does. And now we know it's an incantation of Marika, a secret one. The only one we know who knows about it is Melina, who has a very strong tie to this land, to Marika. She's likely as old as Mesmer. And this shows us something about the tree. The Erd tree bestows blessings and healing across an entire land. But Marika herself, just as who she was, this is it represented. Though we have one other spell that is strongly linked to Marika. Like, I'm not talking about the Erd tree. These are really strong too. But there's one, and that would be Law of Causality. And this is an interesting one because it's a Golden Order fundamentalist incantation, but part of fundamentalism is like a treatise, a study on what Marika and Radigan are, and regression and causality is sort of where we're at. The fundamentalists describe the Golden Order through the powers of regression and causality. Causality is the pull between meanings, that which links all things in a chain of relation. Regression is the pull of meaning that all things yearn eternally to converge. And this is Radigan. Radigan wanted to combine. He wanted to recombine, to converge. And anyway, this spell, the reason it's linked to Marika is because, well, causality, but I love what it does. It manifests a small ring of causality within that allows the caster to automatically retaliate upon receiving a certain number of blows. In other words, this spell is completely useless if no one hits you. This is a spell that if you hit who uses it, you will be hit back with your own power. And this is one of the most tragic things in the base game, in my opinion, is that this was a spell that represents Marika's essence, and it's basically, don't hurt me. If you do, I will fire it back at you. It will be only your own rage, your own attack. That's all it is. And if you don't hurt me, nothing will hurt you. But this is the first spell that is directly linked to Marika. Now, it is an ancient Erdtree seal, if I can tell, but it's very faded. Either way, these are linked to the Erdtree, to the Golden Order, to its ancient days, and therefore Queen Marika, of course. But this is the one spell that seems to have been directly hers. Kindness. So then we're introduced to something very interesting here. Trina represents Mikola's love. Marika is kindness. They're weirdly similar. And then, of course, how twisted is it that a being that represents kindness, an aspect that represents kindness, is also someone who inflicts great suffering via war? She is this ruler who calls upon these warriors to fight and kill their enemies. It's almost as twisted, or in fact, it's just as twisted as a being that represents pure love asking you to kill someone that they love to protect them. Just like Trina. And then we also get something out of this. Mikola looks like Marika. He's the most like her in terms of, from we can tell, personality, ambition, talent. Not the same, but similar. And yet, his aspect that is the closest to Marika is actually his Trina half. Kindness, love. They're almost the same, wouldn't you say? So when Mikola lets go of Trina and disposes of her, drops her in a pit forever, never to recombine, he's also getting rid of the part of himself that's the most like Marika, which is also probably something that he wanted because he dismissed her and was like, she did wrong. She was wrong from the start. Okay, but then why are you following in her footsteps if you think that her path was so bad? So we get this like really interesting dichotomy here in that Mikola, when he was with Trina, was a lot like Marika and Radigan, combined of course, but when they're separated, I think he's become a lot more like Radigan because what he seeks is control, and control sounds to me a lot like order. So anyway, this is a powerful moment. This place remains bathed in light. We also get this music. I think it's the same. I'm not great with music, but it reminds me so much of when the Elden Beast emerges. Those two notes play. Like these, it sounds like the same, like a harp. I think it's a harp. And it's so sad. And then there's like a woman's voice in an operatic singing, and I always thought that that would be Marika. And then we go to this place, which is sort of the origin of all of it. And it's these same two notes, but it's like the song doesn't start. It reminds me a little bit also of Dark Souls 2's Majula. So first of all, this song is gentle. It's quiet. You have to like strain to hear it a little bit. But also it's sad. Like you hear it, you're just immediately like, I get shivers every time I hear it personally. Also the familiarity, but just like Majula, it's like a song that never starts. It's just the same, I don't know, like handful of notes with lots of pauses in between. It feels nostalgic because it's a song that we've heard before, but in a slightly different form. And there's no other aspects, no singing, no other instruments. It's just this gentle harp. So it's a small village, like really very small and very humble, just a handful of buildings. But it would have been beautiful to live here, no? Pastoral. I think it's nice to come at night as well to see the light and the effect of it. Okay, let's go over here. One house is a little different than the others. Golden braid. A braid of golden hair cut loose. Queen Marika's offering to the grandmother. Booth's holy damage negation by the utmost. What was her prayer? Her wish? Her confession? There is no one left to answer, and Marika never returned home again. Marika's always been depicted with two braids, but one of them is shorter than the other. It's been cut off. She's always been shown that way, except for in like one painting where her hair appears to be loose, or when she becomes a divinity. Braids have a lot of meaning in different cultures, but generally the cutting of hair, especially the full braid, represents a promise, a vow. And it was an offering to the grandmother, and here it is. It's a body that's become a tree, just like the one where we got the "O Mother" gesture. But this one's even more tree-like and retains its head. And looks smiling sort of peacefully. This woman is also a tree. Now, we've talked about this a ton, but I think it's pretty much inarguable that the shaman were tree people. And that's part of why... plant people. It's why they were chosen. It's something unique about the Newman. There's lots of implications that they were... The reason that there's so few of them is perhaps because they are like trees. They grow slowly over time. And this one sure seems to imply it. This tree was the grandmother of the village, most likely. Like the original tree that spawned all the shaman here. Now, we also know that Marika is a Newman. So Newman is one term, but we also know about shaman. Now, I think it's very likely that all shaman are Newman, but not all Newman are shaman. There's something special about the shaman. And it's worth noting here that the Japanese word used for shaman is miko, which is it's like a Shinto priestess. But really, priestess, shaman, I think the same message is evoked, but what differentiates them tends to be often an inherent ability, like a special ability, spiritual power is often like essential to be someone who manages a temple, because that's what Mikos do, but also, and shaman for that matter, but also training potentially. And an understanding of rituals, right? Like they have an understanding of what they're doing. So that could be a part of it too, is that these were particularly special Newman, which is why there was so few of them. But they're all related. In this village, they would all have been family, most likely, based on the fact that it's the grandmother. Perhaps to all of them here, because once again, they're plant people. They have a different life cycle than we understand. Nox are Newman? I don't think the Nox are Newman. I think that the Black Knives are Newman, and they were, for lack of a term, planted, like literally like planted like trees in with the Nox. I don't think all the Nox are, though. Because I think the Nox descended from someone else. But it is interesting that like pretty much all the Nox are women too. The Nox are weird on their own. And their connection to the Black Knives is strange because the Black Knives are said to be scions of the Eternal Cities. So like the Nox, but they're also sort of described as distinct, and we also never actually see any of them in the Eternal Cities. So it's like, you know what I mean? Still, it's... You could argue either. Okay. So that's the Shaman Village. It's really just those handful of items that give us so much context. Marika cut off her braid here before she started on her journey. And I think she swore something. She prayed something. Because she's the only one who survived. She's the only one who didn't get put into a jar. But we also know that she was known to the Horn Scent. Okay, sorry. I believe she was the only one not put in a jar. I think it makes the most sense. I know a lot of people theorize that she was like a successful version of the Horn Scent's experimentation with the jars, and there was something special about her. She has clearly a lot of natural spiritual ability with this, plus with this. plus her spirit tuning and things like that. Because look, this braid cut loose boosts damage negation by the utmost, the maximum amount. And although I think you could also say that she cut off this braid when she became a divinity, and she left it, and then started her whole journey, but she never returned home because it's a braid already. So like we know her hair was loose in the story trailer. But story trailers, it's sort of hard to take them as canon or not. So when did she start wearing her hair in braids? When did she last visit? I don't know. But either way, when she's here, whether it was before she became a divinity or after, probably after though, she had immense spiritual power and she left on a mission. And that mission was to create an age glistening with life. And I think a big part of it was an urge to prevent this from ever happening to anyone ever again, and a kindness. Because remember, the shaman are not the only people who suffered under the horn scent. They were cruel to everybody. They were cruel to their own people. They were cruel to their enemies. There was nobody they weren't cruel to, because one of the main facets of their spirituality was suffering and pain and how it cleanses you. I think she wanted to end that. And I think she saw it as a kindness. And honestly, fuck, who wouldn't? The horn scent are just insane. So, let's also talk about what isn't here. Because there's something very glaringly absent. So, first of all, we have to go to Bonnie Village in order to access this place. We need to know what happened to the shaman, and we need to have mercy and we have to show respect to them in order to access this place. This place is being protected. I would argue the Shadow Keep only exists here to prevent anyone from ever coming to the shaman village again. There's no one here to hurt. No one left alive here. But nonetheless, Marika leaves this offering, knowing full well there was no one to heal. She doesn't want this place to ever be touched again. It's like leaving behind a grave and wanting it to be clean and okay, and no one ever to set foot upon it, unless they show mercy. When they show mercy, they do the gesture, they are allowed in. It's like a pilgrimage. Tree sentinels exist to protect this place. Otherwise, there is nobody here. So what is missing from the shaman village, and what is missing from Bonnie Village? Well, one very important and very noticeable thing is a Miquella's cross. Miquella went around the Land of Shadow, and he did his sort of symbolic sacrificial pilgrimage, but he never came here. And he never came to the shaman village. Now, I have to wonder why, because Miquella is very smart. He knows a lot of things. I wouldn't be surprised if he knows the truth about the shaman, if he knows about what happened here. But the thing is, no one seems to know. It seems to be a very well-kept secret, very intentionally kept secret, but like not like a dirty, insidious, like evil, we have to keep it quiet secret, but like you not talk about it out of respect. Like this place is blocked away for safety, like a symbolic protection. So did Miquella not know about this? Or did he just not care? I think you could argue both. But at the same time, to me, it's so heartbreaking that Miquella, from what we can tell, goes on and on about, he talks to everyone saying how Marika did everything wrong, how her path was unhinged from the start, what the age of the Erdtree was broken, how it needs to be ended. And he doesn't even understand what happened. He doesn't even know how it started. He doesn't know his history. And what do we say about people who don't know their history? They are doomed to repeat it. And I think this is the most obvious thing about Miquella's path, is he talks so much shit about those who came before but he doesn't understand them. He doesn't know the truth, or he doesn't care to know. He claims he's going to start an age of compassion, but he can't even have compassion for his mother. He goes to the Shadow Keep. Just cuts through it on his path. He didn't try to know. He's this figure who tries to get to all of these deep secrets, who has so much knowledge of ancient things, and he comes to the land of his mother, and he doesn't even try. Personally, I read him as not caring, because if he wanted something, surely he would get it. If he wanted to understand his family, where they came from, perhaps he would have taken some time to come here, but he didn't. He has more compassion for the horn scent than he does for his own family. Which, you know, in one way you could say that's very noble that he cares so much about other people, sure, but if you don't have the full picture... Also, another place he hasn't been, there is no Mikola Cross anywhere near any of the jails. He doesn't understand these people. He doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Think he knew that's why he's divesting himself? I think he's divesting himself because it's something that Marika potentially had to do, personally. Now, it's odd, because as far as we know, Marika seems to have her body, but at the same time, there is lore that describes her as being so hard to look at because she was so radiantly bright, as if she herself is a spirit. I think that the reason Mikola is going around divesting himself is not out of any particular sense of, like, getting rid of the past, even though that is also what he's doing. I think it's because the path that he's following is one that requires divesting. I think it's pretty also notable that there are a lot of sites of grace, but there's no site of grace in the shaman village, and there's no cross. And also, almost without exception, I think there's one exception, that would be this cross right here. Where there is a cross, there is a grace. And once again, I understand gameplay first. They want you to have a little sign saying there's no guidance of grace in the DLC. So they want to give you another way to find grace. And one of those would be a big cross, a glowy cross. It's like, over here, you can see me from further away, right? I get it. But what if this path, this pilgrimage that Mikola is on, is also one that Marika was on? Which is why they're always right next to grace. Except for here, where it's still pretty close. And yeah, grace obviously exists from a, like, functional point of view. Like, we're supposed to, like, find grace and help us, it's to help us travel. It's a function, it's a game function. But I really do think there's lore in the locations that we have grace too. And we know that Marika never returned home. There's no grace here either. Heartbreaking area. Mikola lost Trina right before making it to the village. The thing is, as far as we can tell, he never tried. He came here to the Morth Ruins, and that's the closest. Based on how Mikola is, I simply cannot buy that he just was like... I think he didn't care. He just didn't care. Oh wait, shit, sorry, there's one thing over here. If he wanted to understand the truth, if he wanted to find every little scrap of information on the past... Also, returning to the place where your family came from and not even visiting their ancestral home, to me, it's just like... It's crazy, because knowledge is power. I don't think he ever cared. I don't think it has anything to do with Trina either. Surely once Trina's gone, he can't. He's like incapable of caring, sure, but nonetheless. Also, yeah, now that we know that Marika's aspect is kindness, it's pretty interesting that Mikola calls himself the kind. Kindly, 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 kindly. Except he's not. I feel like this will kill me. Anything special with Torrent here? No. It's not that I remember. Torrent just be Torrent. There is a sneaky trap down here somewhere. Nicholas the Shadow Keep and noped. Well, really, he just went where it was necessary for him to go. I love the Shaman Village. It's so heartbreaking. It's like perfectly constructed to, you know, hit you directly in the feels. Spell machine is spell bearing. Rabas Great Bolt. Cool. Alright, now that I think about it, I think I have to do this again after doing Yolan's quest. Oh, I love the Shaman Village. Heartbreaking. Yeah, and then, so we have the Shaman Village and then something next to it. Yolan. We summoned Yolan to help us. Yolan fights for Ymir. So the reason that Yolan helps us get through the Tree Sentinels is because that's how we get to the Finger Ruins and help Ymir's quest. Marika and Mikola both started their path wanting... Okay, so let's think too. Hey, let's say you are a figure who embodies kindness. That is like your main trait. Let's say you literally don't do combat, just healing. You have a strong affinity for spirits. And you decide you want to create an age glistening with life and you want to save people from an oppressive regime that harms everyone, including killing and brutalizing, actually worse than killing, brutalizing your entire family. But you think you can create something better. What would you call an age created by someone of kindness? I don't know. I might use a word like compassion. There is such a deep irony here in Mikola claiming he's going to create a better age than his mother. And talking about an age of compassion. And I think pretty clearly following in her footsteps, taking the same path that she took. Though the divesting, I really think that was something she had to do, but we can argue it. But then he says all this. He talks the talk, but he can't walk the walk. He can't even come here. How can you follow the path without understanding why someone would start upon it? I'm gonna go back to the village for a bit. Because I also want to talk about how Mikola is this, like, he's all about kindness and all this, right? But let's compare origins. Now listen, people do not choose when or how or where they are born. I'm not blaming Mikola for being born like a prince child of Lane Dell. But you gotta admit, this is a lot more of a humble origin. People who lived here were nobodies. Random people living in the mountaintops surrounded by pretty flowers. There's like freaking 4 houses here. Far cry from being the golden boy of Lanedell and having every path put before you. Having all these options. Now, I know Miquella was cursed. Don't get me wrong. I'm not blaming him for being cursed either. But one of the major themes of his life is that he tries many things and they all fail. He tried so many things. And then the path that he decided to go hard on is this one, without even understanding the path. Parents want to create a better life for their children. That's the most natural thing in the entire world. So it's a good thing that Miquella didn't have to deal with the same things. Not that he was charmed, he was cursed, right? But still, at least he didn't have to experience that utter weakness of watching everyone you care about be killed. Having no options. He has all of them, which is what makes this so sad. Like, Miquella's fate is a tragedy. Make no mistake. It is sad, but it's a fate that he chooses. And as a result, this is why I'm so harsh on him. Because he could choose anything, but he chooses that. He did experience a bit of that. Not at the same point, though. Godin was a tragedy, but that would have likely happened, like, I would say quite a bit later. Melania's rot is the closest. It's true. But still, very different position. Yeah. You 100% divested Radigan? Yeah, but there was definitely no intent of splitting from him forever. In my opinion. Because, remember, and we talked about this too, Miquella knew about Marika and Radigan, and that's shown in that he throws Trina into a one-way pit, never to combine with her again, right? I think that's pretty inarguable. He knows that if he allows Trina to remain free, that Trina will become his greatest enemy. So he makes sure that he'll never ever see her again and throws her into a death pit full of corpses. So he does learn something from Marika, but he learns the wrong lesson, in my opinion. Because he also separates something that he shouldn't give up. Yeah, I'm not saying that Miquella was like a charmed little angel who never suffered in his life. He did. But at the same time, if you're gonna suffer, I think it's a lot better to be the prince and golden child of the ultimate protective civilization than to be a young girl in a village like this and hold no power at all. Possible shamans were not 100% innocents. The Dominula thing? I don't know. I don't think... I mean, unless you're arguing that the Glowmite Queen was a shaman, which I think we could argue that, but... Or like a Newman at the very least. Because remember, all Newman that we speak of in the lore are women, and the Glowmite Queen is a very notable woman. So it's possible, but I don't think that the shaman, that these ones are Dominula. Like where Dominula comes from. Because we also get the fact that the Erd Tree had to tolerate Dominula. We don't really know why. But apparently they did, yeah. Marika likely split from Radigan to allow him the chance for autonomy to be his own person. Yeah, honestly, it sounds like kindness to me. Might also have been necessary in some way. I don't know. What am I looking for? Hang on. Here we go. Festive Greece. The delightful festival is an old tradition, one old enough for the Erd Tree to tacitly tolerate its endurance. I know, the flowers. But also the fact that a god skin is there. Remember, the Black Knives are these assassins that are of the Nox as well, and they're from the Eternal Cities, and they committed these sins, but they're also Newman. So there's probably a lot of different Newman, but I don't know that they were all shaman. Still, I've actually never considered that the Glomite Queen would be could be Newman. It's honestly surprising. It's never occurred to me, but I think that's likely. Now you mention it, with Dominula being the evidence. Also, Miranda flowers are these carnivorous flowers. So yeah, like, the fact that they're like soft little flower tree people doesn't mean that they're like completely innocent, but I do think that the shaman of this village did nothing. Nothing but live in the territory controlled by Hornsent. Place has blessed bones, the ingredient for grease. Yeah, but the blessed bones are also the bones of people who are blessed by the Erd Tree. Also, Redbeard, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thoughts on these creatures? Lamprey? Fuck, I don't know about Lamprey. I've been thinking about him. I don't know what the hell to think about him. Cruelty was especially emphasized with Mesmer's Crusade. Yeah, like, listen, I'm not saying that Mesmer's Crusade wasn't cruel. Mesmer was also very zealous in his duty. But remember when I played Baldur's Gate 3 and there's those people who worship, I think his name was Baal, the god of murder, and they're all these like murder cultists? Well, I killed a whole lot of them. I murdered them. And I don't feel bad about it, because I think if you worship a murder cult, you can't be mad at getting murdered. Kind of hypocritical. So the Hornsent are literally all about suffering is purification, and then they're going to be mad that they're suffering? Like, bitch, sorry, I thought I was helping you purify your sinning asses. I'm being a little tongue-in-cheek, if it's not obvious, but nonetheless. It is a consequence of creating an age, and that there is violence. That's like FromSoft 101. Yeah, it's just how it goes. I do wish that people gave Gwyn and Vendrick the same shit they give Marika for doing the same thing. But, well, media literacy, baby. There was a point where I joined the murder cult for a bit. I got a trophy for it, but I decided to reload. This is the thing when people try to become fingers? I was wondering if they might be like people who, yeah, try to be fingers, but the thing is that people were studying the lamprey to like understand what is up with the fingers. Hang on, where's these finger items? You're very stabby in your Baldur's Gate 3 run? No, I only did a little bit of murder. I think I was okay. My point about Mesmer's cruelty was that it was more than just to stop the Hornsent. That's why I theorized that Marika also wanted revenge. I don't think so. Listen, she represents kindness. She is kindness. I don't think that she wanted vengeance. Really. Unfortunately, though, Mesmer, as much as I love his hot ass, got a darkness in him, dog. Asterion, time for stabbing? Okay, like, he's really good at stabbing! Oh, so now it's a bad thing to want your vampire boyfriend to stab people? God forbid a man have hobbies. Oh, next you're gonna tell me it's wrong to, like, have him snack on sleeping people, too. Violent aspects of Marika were all placed in Radigan. I mean, that's not even the point, though. It's not even the point, because, like, let's see. I don't even think that Radigan wants vengeance, either. I wouldn't even describe that about, like, I don't really think that Radigan is... Like, he's a fighter, he's a warrior, and, like, being a warrior is inherently violent, but I don't think that there's, like, to be violent is, like, a different level. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a brutality. And I don't think even Radigan, like, had that. Like, of course, he killed when necessary. I would say Godfrey was pretty brutal, for sure. His whole, like, tearing people apart with his bare hands, pretty savage. Damn, he was crazy. You want vengeance? Order a crusade. Remember what the Hornsent want. Remember that the Hornsent were never saints, they were just on the losing side of the war. What do you think would have happened to all the people of the Erdtree if the Hornsent hadn't lost? We'd be playing a different video game. They just fucking lost. That's it. They would have done the exact same thing and worse to the people of the Erdtree. They would have stuck them all into pots. They would have had them suffer for eternity. Well, it's pretty much the same then. Except the people of the Erdtree don't like suffering and don't want to suffer, but the Hornsent like suffering and consider it purifying. So who gets the better end of the bargain? If you ask me, Hornsent are getting exactly what they want. They think that suffering purifies them and makes them saintly. How can they be mad? Radigan finished a war with peace. Godfrey killed all his enemies. True, although I will say, I think it's notable that that teaches us something. Godwyn also ended a war with peace, with the dragons, right? But what we learn is generally the sentiment of the people of the Erdtree. And that is, if something cannot... If they can make peace, they will make it. Really? So when they don't... That was one hitbox, that was for sure. There's something to learn about the people they don't make peace with. Where did we learn the Hornsent were unchanging? Okay, we get it. You love the Hornsent. You think they did nothing wrong. But, like, what are you talking about? Their entire religion focused around suffering. It's like the tenet, their central tenet. They inflicted horrible torture on their own people. All for this stupid pot bullshit. I think they were near indefensible. And they were also fucking terrible at it. Their goal was to stop the spread of Frenzied Flame, so they infected an entire set of woods. Also, remember, Godfrey was pretty... Like, he was the guy you send when you need to win, for sure. But he was still more contained than Horalu because he had Sarash. So even though he's like, he's a fighter, I think that if peace was possible, it would have been made, like with the fire giants and others. Also, once again, the Hornsent, I think there's a lot of evidence that they were cool with people fighting wars for them. I think the war against the Giants was under their banner. But there's no sign of the Hornsent at the hero graves. There's no sign that they've fought themselves. Oh, dang it. That might kill me. Wow. Yeah, I dodged too soon. It never occurred to them that the people that they were forcing to fight might not want to fight for them forever. They might want to fight for themselves. They might not want to fight under their umbrella. God damn it, I missed a dodge roll. Radigan made peace and his son was a warbringer. Godfrey was a warbringer and his son made peace. Yeah, yeah. Even after getting revenge, the Hornsent character wants more violence. Yeah, we haven't done Hornsent's quest. We're working on it, obviously. It'll continue after Mesmer. But that, to me, is the most striking aspect. And I mentioned earlier about how the Hornsent, their only goal seems to be fuck those who harmed us, right? And an urge for vengeance is very natural, right? Like, listen, I'm not going to say, like, well, they should just say, we forgive you and everything's happy, sunshine, rainbows. But, like, their only plan is curse Marika, curse her children too, curse all the people of the Erd Tree with the Hornsent curse, Omen, and, I don't know, kill them all, I guess. That's it. That's their only plan. There is only revenge and violence in their heart. They have no urge to create anything, which, once again, is understandable, but revenge will lead. Oh, I'm about to get revenge on this freaking falling star beast at this point. I hate falling star beasts. I might switch to my my usual thingies because who needs DLC enemies or base game enemies in DLC? I mean, we fought like a billion of these. They're still really annoying. Not great at them, but mostly it's because they suck. So. I do not respect them, so I'm not mad that I'm bad at them. I actually got a lot better at them since Night Rain, but I gotta lock in for that and I can't do charge attacks. Are the Hornsent meant to be basically like just villains and we're supposed to be like, oh shit, I can't believe I felt bad for them? Yeah. Is that what reality is often like? No, but it's a video game and a story. So yeah, we are allowed to have just villains. It's a little bit like The Last of Us 2, in fact, I would say. And I think that that is a huge reason why so many people have trouble, like, I've heard so many people, when I first went to the Shaman Village and I first did the DLC, I was like, oh my god, finally, maybe we can stop getting people just saying Marika was evil. Like, maybe that'll finally stop. Oh, how naive I was. I can't believe I even thought that for a second. Because now we just get, yeah, okay, so like horrible things happened to her and all of her people and she suffered horribly, but like, she still was like evil though. Or they don't even mention it. They're just like, no, she was just evil, man. I simply would have been so much better. I'm perfect. I'm an angel. I never would have hurt a single fly if everyone I love was murdered. Like, they have no empathy. But you know what else it is? It's a very interesting phenomenon that I also notice a lot with Last of Us. Now, there's going to be Last of Us spoilers here. The Last of Us is a very nuanced story, specifically referring to 2. It's really interesting. I love The Last of Us, and I love The Last of Us 2. Spoilers are going to be included, but the game's like freaking ancient, so if you haven't played it yet, maybe you don't mind. And it's about the journey, not the destination. So, in Last of Us, we encounter this character, Ellie, and we learn to love her. It's a zombie apocalypse game, whatever. She's immune to the zombie virus. So they take her to a doctor And the whole goal is you as a character taking her across the country and bonding with her and feeling like she's your surrogate daughter and like this wonderful tale, and hopefully to find a cure for this zombie disease. And it's like, oh, so heartwarming. It's wonderful. Long story short, at the end, you discover that to get the cure, you need, like, she needs to die. And your character basically goes on the ultimate John Wick ass rampage and kills fucking everybody in this hospital to save her, to stop her from this fate, to save one. And of course you're supposed to be like, well, that was the right thing to do because they were going to kill her and that's messed up. But then there's Last of Us 2. And there was this experience with Last of Us 2 is fucked up. We encounter a character who... Spoilers, big spoilers.
The Hornsense Virgins is justified, but Marika is a terrible
who
person
kills
for revenge.
our main
Last
character
one.
from the first game. And you are weeping because you love him. And he did messed up things, but you experience the journey from his perspective. So you're just devastated. It's so heartbreaking. I cried like a freaking baby playing that game. And all you're thinking is, I'm gonna fucking kill the people who did that to him. I hate them. I'm getting vengeance. And you now play as the girl, his surrogate daughter, his adopted daughter, getting vengeance. And you as the player are like, fuck all of them. I'm gonna kill all of them. And you do. And you are happy about it. And you are fully in that vengeful state. And then suddenly you switch perspectives and you play as the girl who killed our main character. And you realize that her family had been killed that day that bro went crazy and killed everyone at the hospital. And you realize that the vengeance started a whole lot sooner. And it's a really, really powerful message because first we're all like, fuck them, we're gonna kill them all, we're gonna... And then suddenly you're like, oh shit. And it forces people to really confront some deep inner darkness. And I think a lot of people do have trouble with that. And a lot of people at the end of that game go, no, fuck that. That girl was still evil. She shouldn't have killed our main character. She was evil. She was evil. They cannot realize that if the story had been told from a different perspective, if we had started the story with her, we would feel very different. And that's what's so powerful about that game. It does a really, really good job, but it forces people to look at themselves in the mirror and be like, fuck, I was calling for these people to be killed. Meanwhile, that's how they felt about my character. It's really well done. And I think that that's a big part of it. People spent a long time looking at the Age of the Erd Tree and Marika and all these characters is very evil and sinister and they did bad things and look at how they fucked up the world and it's all their fault and everything they did was wrong. That suddenly realizing that things may be a little bit more complicated and nuanced is very, very difficult for people to confront, and they don't want to change their minds. So they just go, no, she was just evil though. No. They don't even look at the shaman village. They refuse to confront it. They don't say a word when it comes up. I've even asked people. I've been like, okay, so you think she's evil. So what about the shaman village? And they never answer. Or they just say, well, it doesn't justify it. I'm like, of course it doesn't. So what justifies what the Hornsen did to Marika? What they did to the shaman village? What justifies that? Well, nothing, but we know they're bad. Okay, so where does it end? It's a very, very challenging thing to depict. Also, I know there's a path here. I'm looking for it. God, they're so creepy. Did they find a cure? There's some of the details of the lore are a little missing in my head. Still sad about the main character, but I understand. Oh, I'm so sad about the main character too. I'm like devastated. Like that game made me cry like freaking 15 times. It was so good. It's all sad. You realize that it's all just pain all the way down. And it's such a... I think all of us had the same reaction when we switched perspectives, when we had to play as the character that we've been hating for a long time. I know a lot of people stopped playing the game at that moment. A lot of people were like, I'm not doing this, and they just stopped playing because they didn't want to learn what had happened. They didn't want to be like, I'm gonna feel something about this, and they didn't want to deal with it, which is understandable. It's a really heavy thing, but it's like, whoa, you know what I mean? No one is a villain in their own story. Exactly, yeah. Even Ronnie. Ronnie does some really, really fucked up things to get her goal accomplished, and we still consider her an anti-hero, right? Yeah, she assassinated her half-brother, but it was for the cause. Yeah, she inflicted those who live in death on everybody, and Deathblade is spreading, and it's a problem that will not be fixed by her yeeting herself to the moon. But she had good intentions. We understand her because we get to experience her journey. But what if we played the game? What if the DLC was a Dark Souls 1 style time travel DLC, and we go back in time and we meet Godwyn, and he's just the fucking ultimate good guy, and he's just the best of the best, and he represents everything good. What if he's like Artorias? And suddenly we have to look at Ronnie and realize this is who she targeted because he had power? How would we feel about Ronnie then? Would we maybe be a little bit like, what if we encountered Ronnie? What if we got to play that section with God? What if we got to meet him? What if we somehow encountered him and had this whole journey with him and bonded with him, and then we met Ronnie, and it's like, this is the bitch who killed him? Would we still think that she did the right thing? The story changes depending on when we start telling it. And it's a good thing. But I think that's what's so interesting about Elden Ring storytelling, is it often tells the story, well, it tells the story backwards. We encountered the suffering of the Hornsent first in the DLC, and thus we're like, oh, they didn't deserve that. And then suddenly we encounter all that they did, and we're like, holy fuck, holy fuck, holy fuck, holy fuck, these people were crazy. I can tell you from my perspective, I would definitely prefer to live under the age of the Erdtree than under the Hornsent, even as a Hornsent. Just me speaking for me. Okay, I want to take a look at their bodies, because these ones are like pink. Alright, what's going on there? Well, okay, is that stretched skin? What is happening here? They look ulcerated. Also, thank you for holding still. Oh. A little aquatic. What is that? Is that poison? What is that? Spit at me again, please. Just poison. They're like weird twisted eels. Very much like undersea creatures. But like messed up ones, obviously. Find them by the cliff? The finger I walked over? Wait, really? I missed it? Abby is one of my favorite characters. Real. The death of Joel's daughter in the prologue is a motivation for him saving Ellie. Yeah, no, listen, obviously I didn't tell the entire story of Last of Us. It is so worth playing if you haven't played it. I know if you listened, it's about that journey. It's about the experience. Knowing the end doesn't mean that you have experienced it. So I definitely recommend it to like, oh shit, can I fall into that? I recommend it to people. It's so good. It's an emotional game. Like, you're gonna go on an emotional journey. Oh, it's just, okay. I can't find the things that are here. I know that they're here, but I can't remember where they are, god dang it. After one bit you, its spells seem to level up. Oh, dang, really? I haven't seen the show. It's not out of any, like, dislike, though. I have a lot of trouble. I know this is weird because I played the games, but I have a lot of trouble with, like, really heavy TV shows and like post-apocalyptic stuff, I'm not a fan. So I couldn't handle the show. Like I watched one episode and I was like, this is too stressful for me. I could play the game. I don't know. Sometimes I can handle video games better than movies and sometimes the reverse. But yeah, I couldn't watch the show. Even though like I heard it was wonderful. I'm happy about that. It's great. You love a good adaptation, but like no, I couldn't do it. Something about being in control. I think it's just the way they showed it. It's just I don't want to get into. I guess I get like sweaty when I think about it. It's stressful. It's so stressful. Where is this thing? Nicholas submitting to his age. Unfortunately, he believes that control is the best way. He does intend to mind control people. And he also intends to kill a lot of people. That's the thing about Mikola. Don't get it twisted. Do not ever buy into his rhetoric about age of compassion. Because it is going to be compassionate, but it's going to be a lot of killing first. Doesn't that sound rather familiar? An age that is going to bring great peace to the land, but first involves great killing. Almost like the age that Marika started. It was peaceful. And they made peace whenever they could, but they also had to kill a whole lot of groups of people. I wonder why he thinks his is going to be so different. I do think it has something to do with the fact that he's going to be directly in control. Like he's going to mind control people to be peaceful and take away their pain. But he's also taking away who they are. What they care about. Wiping their minds and hearts clean and replacing it with nothing but him. They won't be them anymore. Probably sees things as a kid. I don't think he sees things as a kid. I totally understand why people say that. The DLC definitely makes him seem a lot more naive. Than he did in base game, but that's the thing. We can't erase base game lore just because of DLC. So Moog, right? Yeah, Moog didn't kidnap Mikola. He wasn't a creepy Moog Lester. He was mind controlled, but he also was a Lord of Blood who worshipped a being that believed in bloodletting and disease spread by bugs, effectively. Both of those things are true. I can't imagine Ansbach and Vare sitting at the lunch table together, but they somehow freaking did. And also, oh, that is something I wanted to talk about. We'll probably bring it up a little bit more later. But I wanted to talk about a comparison between their, the demigods base game followers and their DLC followers. So basically a comparison of Jaren and Freya versus Ansbach and Vare. So perhaps how both of them both characters for each of their demigods represent different aspects of those demigods. But like I said, we've barely talked to these NPCs, so I want to wait a little bit. But that's the thing, yeah. I don't think Mikola is a naive little kid. I really don't. Alright, chat. Am I close to the gesture? I also know there's a cave, but I think that could be lower. Imagine Moog kidnapping Mikola of his own volition, then getting charmed by Mikola afterwards. Possible, except for the fact that... There it is. The two fingers. Except it was Mikola's plan to use Moog from the start. Like, once he decided on that plan. So, that's why I think it happened. The charm happened first. Ooh, woo. Sorry. I couldn't resist these urges. They overcome me. Aha! And another one of the duplication things associated with the fingers. Remembrance duplication. That's so interesting. Last of Us games are very good. I really enjoyed their combat and general like play, but I mean they're a bit older, right? So I mean I guess they've one has gotten remade. I haven't played the remake though. I just played the or remaster, I suppose, not a remake. Whatever. Wow, okay, excuse me. Sorry, I'm allergic to ugly bitches. Thank you for the blesses. I'm kidding, I'm not. I just want to talk some serious shit. Just the lamprey. Not you, chat. You're beautiful. I would never sneeze at you. Alright, so he eats my head. Very wonderful. And then what? Then he's like... better? Does he become stronger? It's not a cough, it's a sneeze. Also, I'm not doing a sneeze emote. There's sneeze fetishists out there. I get really alarmed when... yeah, don't... like, yeah. Don't clip my sneezes! I can't help that I'm a sneezer, but unfortunately, yeah, there's straight up sneeze compilations out there. Not of me. No. So yeah, no. Yo, Con! With the 50 gifted subs! Oh my goodness me! Thank you so much. That is a lot of gifted freaking stuff. This is a lot of new butterflies. Can I get some donks? Oh, my bank unfroze my card. Oh, nice. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'll just leave then. Ah, not you, chat. Not you, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Con. Seriously. Chat, you've been extra nice to me today, and I really appreciate it. I've been really stressed with my cat being sick, so thanks for hanging out. And it's just nice to, like, not just because of the subbies, because you guys have just been really nice to me. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's nice to talk about lore. It's nice to just dive deep into this game that I love so much. So thank you so much for supporting the stream and allowing me to do that by gifting, bits, watching, lurking. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. I really, really do. Like, I love this. I love sharing this experience with everybody. It's so special. Like, I really do want to do lore videos. I know I've been talking about it off and on for years, but I really just love doing that. It's like just being here, talking about it all with you guys. It's really special. Finger Ruins of Deo. Nice. I'm also learning a lot. Like, it's nice to read deep dive into the lore of the DLC too. Guess you will have to stream extra hours. That is actually my plan. Oh my god, that is so scary that they do that. I forgot they like teleports behind you. Oh, so the fingers do this, the weird severed fingers. Ugh. God, they're so creepy. They're so creepy. They're so creepy. Yeah, the finger creepers. Yeah, exactly. Oh my god! They're so... Run. Run. Torrent. Baby, run. Yo, I have a pink ring on me now. Move over, Elden ring. Similarity between that telegraph and Estelle's. Ooh, interesting. Yeah. I definitely think... Alright, one of the major themes of Elden Ring is that people are trying to become something they're not, and they get real fucked up by it. I wouldn't be surprised if lamprey are indeed people. I also had a thought that they might actually be freaking aliens or something, because the fact is they may not be fingers, but they use a lot of finger sorceries inherently, and they kind of are upgraded compared to the finger creepers, and the finger creepers are hands, they're fingers, but for example, they use that pink grabby spell, but they do it as a like from their ring. It's like they have an enchanted ring that allows them to use it, versus the lamprey seem to use it inherently. So, and also, we find the lamprey in Finger Ruins, sort of closer to the origin of fingers in general. I don't know. They might also be something else. Creepy squid head things in Bloodborne that eat your skull? Yeah, a little bit of that. Uh-huh. Maybe they're different stage of evolutions? I have to think about this more. I'm not really sure about lamprey. They're very, very strange and mysterious. They never leave Finger Ruins, which is very interesting, versus finger creepers. We kind of find them in other places, but lamprey are only in Finger Ruins. They're also like sleeping here. How many people really wanted to become fingers? Well, then again, how many people wanted to become stone-headed weirdos, and happened to a lot of people in Raya Lucaria, so... Master MPS, thanks so much for the gift. It's up to Nintao as well. Thanks so much. When will drop the pearlescent scale? Fortunately, I already have one. Or a few to read. So, yeah, we have that lore. What did the demon say again? A glassy and glistening fragment of pearlescent hue. Found by hunting lamprey, these retrograde scales are found embedded deep within the skin of lamprey. Oh.
Bits from Arlie Wraff Dunk.
Embedded. As if it was put there and then they changed. Oh my goodness. Master MPS with the 20 gifted. Thank you so much. Gonna have to take a lore break because I'm getting stun locked by chat right now. Yeah, I was gonna look up retrograde because the only thing I know about retrograde is Mercury in retrograde from astrology, which is bad. It just means it's like is doing bad. It led to me like doing like I had a bit about Mercury being in retrograde for a bit. Anyway, having or being motion in a direction contrary to that of the general motion of similar bodies, and especially east to west among the stars. Having or being motion in a direction contrary to that of the general motion of what? Merriam-Webster, what? Backwards. A backwards scale? It's like a backwards orbit. Ah yes, Mercury and Gatorade. Oh, that just sounds delicious. Oh. A fingernail? Okay, we do have fingernail items. Let me craft one. Level 10 hype train? I know. Thank you so much, chat. You're like tilting me, but in a good way. Like good tilt. Like I'm just sitting there like... Thank you. And 35% off 5+ gifted subs. Hell yeah. Hashtag savings. Telling me those things are fingers? I don't think they're fingers. I think that they're people who try to become fingers, or maybe something else. Maybe some of them came with the fingers. Maybe like... I don't know. They're so fleshy though. Alright. Glinting nail. The lampreys that guard the finger ruins resemble fingers far more than they do humans, and so the finger weavers imitated their sorcery. Now, what this could mean, it could mean that there were people who tried to become fingers, and then they became lamprey. And because they became lamprey, people who wanted to become fingers started mimicking them. So then you have people trying to become fingers who became something else, and then people mimicking the people who became fingers. Do you know what I mean? Like a weird cycle. It's like, imagine you learned English from somebody, or language, any language, from somebody who doesn't speak it very well. So you learn like a weird version of it, but then that's your language. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if language, it's not a good analogy. I think that's just called a dialect. No. No, like, I can't think of an example. That's one possibility, though. The other possibility is that they arrived here along with the fingers. Or they grew here. The fingers are so weird. I don't know if they came from space or if they grew here or both. Like they're space. Because like so many things in this game are just aliens from outer space, like meteor rocks that landed and came to life and stuff. And stars that were just meteors that are also alive. So it's very... it adds further difficulty. And finger ruins suggest that at one point they weren't ruins. Maybe there was some finger civilization or something. Copy of a copy of a copy. Oh my god, that's so much better. It's like when you save a JPEG, and then everyone saves your JPEG, and then eventually the JPEG becomes like super JPEG-y, because so many people saved it, and then the original is like super clear, and yours is super JPEG-y. That's them. Also, Butters, thank you so much for 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Seriously, thank you for taking advantage of the 35% off as well. I'm scrolling in chat, sorry. Finger nostrum. I don't know. What is that? Is that a craftable or is that a... hang on. No, someone said something. Wait, parasites latching onto fingers, mouths give leech vibes. Yeah, what is a lamprey? Is that an eel? 1 second. Oh, retrograde also. Sorry, it refers to backwards, but I'm wondering if it doesn't refer to devolution in this context, right? Like a retrograde scale. What was I looking up? Lamprey. Ah! I don't like them. Oh, they're really scary. Close the picture. Close the picture. I don't like it. They look just like that. They're fish. Okay. Thank you so much, Google Pictures. Look exactly like that. They're really scary. I'm sorry. I don't like the suction mouth. It's disturbing looking. I don't like it. Yeah, they're freaky ass fish. Yeah. I'm sorry, maybe they're cute to you, but I got an eyeful from them mouth angle up. It alarmed me a lot. It activated a primal instinct in my mind that says nope. So either way, they are really ancient, probably, like as a fish. So, and they're kind of like weird. So maybe that's the idea, is that they're like ancient and weird. You know how we say return to monkey? What if return to lamprey, you know? Because if you look at them, they're very aquatic, but they clearly have like limbs, but they hardly use them and crawl along on their bellies. It reminds me of, oh, I don't like looking at their mouth. It's something that came out of the water, which, you know, like life emerged from water, but these are kind of going back to that. It's like they're stuck in this weird, you know, midpoint of being more developed because they use this advanced sorcery and they got the hands and they got the fingernails, but they're also like all that, you know what I mean? I thought those things were part of a malevolent digestive tract, not fingers. What do you mean malevolent digestive tract? Also, big lore is things from space are often aquatic, or they're associated with water. That would be like Augur, who is from Night Rain, who's associated with Bubbles, Maris, aka Augur. The Elden Beast, who appears to swim as if in water, and it looks like an aquatic being. But keep in mind, those two are not made of flesh. The lamprey is interesting because it's also fleshy. And other things that come from space are things like meteors, falling star beasts, which we saw one over there very notably, so we're immediately supposed to start thinking of space. Not to mention this music is very spacey. And then we have Estelle, who is like basically a fully formed falling star beast, but also, once again, not fleshy. However, they can bleed, so they do be having flesh, right? At least falling star beasts can. Now I'm like, does Estelle bleed? I think Estelle. So still, they don't look gooey like these guys. But nonetheless, aquatic, right? There's like a theming here. Okay. Oh, right. I totally forgot to read Gravitational Missile. I got this from the Falling Star Beast we killed over there. One of the glintstone sorceries that manipulates gravitational forces. Fires a gravitational projectile that pulls in enemies before finally exploding. Said to have originated in the lightless dark far beyond, the home of the Falling Star Beasts. Kind of sounds like the Primeval Current, too, if you ask me. But, I mean, it was pretty strongly implied that they came from the Primeval Current. Yeah. Lamprey are analogous to primordial space life, like the Crucible's primordial life native to lands between. Definitely likely. Also, I really can't look up that picture again. Are lamprey deep sea fishies? You know, are they? Does anyone know? Anyone look it up? Not brave enough? I'm scared. I'm also looking for the nostrum. What the frick is a nostrum even? I don't have the nostrum. I don't have the recipe book for it. Are they deep sea fishes? I'm wondering. They're not. Okay. It's your nose? Wait, so finger nose is what I'm looking for? Doesn't make any freaking sense. They've been found as deep as 13,000 feet. I don't like that. Either way, I think it's pretty inarguable that they're deep space. Oh my god, they gave me a heart attack. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna fucking cry and die. How could you do that? It was so fucked up. The sound was so loud, too. Ah. I was kidding? Oh, dang it, and I believed you. You can find them in lakes and rivers, and this is why I prefer swimming in pools. Fuck off! Think we'll never pretty much meet an IRL lamprey if that makes you feel any better? I know, because I ain't going in no fucking rivers. I'm staying in the pool. Bob and weave, bob and weave, bob and weave. Oh my god. It doesn't matter, they're so good. It's like fucking Shroud. What the fuck? How did that grab work? That is egregious. Okay, so they guard finger ruins. So, I fucking hate this one. And anyway, sorry, what was I saying? Yeah, I don't like centipedes either, but that mouth shot was just really alarming. Never had the mog me with the jump scare spell here. I'm not getting mogged, says woman who is very clearly mogged. I'm not getting mogged right now. Okay, don't say that. Cerulean Seed Talisman +1. A cerulean colored talisman patterned after an Erdtree seed. The Erdtree seed of this talisman was presumed to be an object of myth. This age-old artifact also depicts the two fingers, perhaps harking back to the birth of the Erdtree. Okay. So, keep in mind, these are the finger ruins of somebody. Something. We don't really know what. There's Deo and Rhea. And we ring the soundless bell, or whatever. Oh wait, hang on, I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like I should have visited before I rang that bell again. But I have forgotten now. It is too late. A little more dex. I'm gonna start using different weapons, maybe? I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, why, you poor thing. Another bad dream, Yuri. Put that rotten thing out of your mind. That tangled mess can't hurt you.
Remember when he said, the boy? Watch your step, you might hurt the boy. You want to get the finger creeper summons? No, I haven't forgotten. Don't worry. I might need some guidance as to where to go. I might look it up or something because I was looking and I couldn't find it. But I forgot that if you come here at a certain point, I think it's before you ring the second bell, maybe? I don't remember. Sometimes he's not here and you can go underneath and you give a little sneak peek and stuff. I forgot the trigger though. Yeah, so this is the boy and he says like, put that rotten thing out of your mind, that tangled mess. Weird. Wonder what he's talking about. He's this guy who wants us to ring the bells. And, it's so creepy. Also, is it even alive? Because, yeah, it doesn't mind being held as far as we can tell, but remember that finger creepers do that, like, curl up like a bug thing when they die. They roll on their back and curl up. Where's the one with the words on it? Hang on. Yuri, beloved child, taken before his time. Is this Yuri number 2, or is this just the original Yuri? You know what I mean?
Hello there. I heard another sound, colored by your essence. Simply exhilarating, I must say. The stars are dark tonight. But rest assured, this is no ill omen. On the contrary, I believe that this portends a magnificent starry cascade. Now, take this. My final gift to you. May you join the glimmering stars above.
Perfect, there is a third. Great, I wasn't sure. Indicates a third and final hallowed ruin, distinct from those shown on the first 2 maps. May you join the glimmering stars above.
Oh, yes. I believe I can feel it brewing. This evening is a sign of a greater night to come.
Fleeting microcosm conjures a microcosm that pulses with a single wave, disappearing in a burst. A finger sorcery of Count Emir, High Priest. one of the secret hallowed rites. Conjures an image of a microcosm at a foe's feet that pulses with a single wave before disappearing in a burst. The broken and discarded are fully willing to cling to fleeting simulacra, earning them some modicum of sympathy. Very reminiscent of, well, a lot of folks. Omen are discarded, broken, right? And, well, finger creepers, they don't really look right, do they? They're strange, distorted hands. They have too many fingers. They're warty. They're cut off at the like. They're strange, disturbing creatures. They're just wrong. It's like AI hands. It often the tell is in the hands. They don't look right. They're uncanny. They have too many fingers. They're weird. These fingers represent that completely. That's sort of how they appear, right?
May you join the glimmering stars above.
Also, when it comes to characters like Emir, I have a big problem with characters like Emir who are like, what came before is messed up, I'm gonna do it better. But while being very creepy and manipulative, I suppose.
Yes. I believe I can this evening.
Ask about the nature of the world.
Do you recall what I said? That Marika and the fingers that guided her were unsound from the start. Well, the truth lies deeper still. It is their mother who is damaged and unhinged. The fingers are but unripe children, victims in their own right. We all need a mother, do we not? A new mother. A true mother who will not give birth to further malady.
I wonder who is going to be that new mother. Unsound when he wants you to ring bells is fun. Yeah, so, okay, keep in mind, I do know that Emir wants to become a mother, but we also have, hang on, 1 second.
May you join the glimmering stars above.
I still use he to refer to him because they use high priest. Right, and also, hang on, what's the lore I'm looking for? It's a book. It's a book. It's a book. One of the early ones. A record of crafting techniques left by a man who, unable to become a finger maiden, instead became a missionary. So if a man can, he isn't able to, but he tries to become a finger maiden and for some reason he can't. So that's sort of like where I'm at. Like, I know that a man wants to become a finger maiden. A man also wants to become a mother. I still use he, I guess, if that makes sense. As far as I know, he doesn't tell me otherwise. But that's what he wants to be. He wants to utterly transform. My problem is not the fact that he wants to be a mother. My problem is the fact that he claims that Medder, well, we don't know that name yet. Those that came before are wrong, and he's going to do it better. You know what I mean? It's very similar. He literally brings up Mikola and says, Mikola says the same thing. Mikola is the definition of this. He's also doing this very hubristic thing of, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it better. They both have good intentions. Really, I do think that Emir does in his strange way. But, well, the fact that he brings up Mikola is actually part of the reason I'm so harsh on him, is because he uses Mikola as evidence, and Mikola doesn't know what he's talking about in this particular sense. We talked about this earlier with Shaman Village, Bonnie Village. He didn't go there. He doesn't know what's going on. It's very rich to be like, oh yeah, my war traumatized mother was so messed up with everything she did. I'm going to follow in her footsteps and start an age of compassion. It's going to be so different from an age of kindness. You know what I mean? Like, an age of blessings. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Oh, he is not a good source to ask. Next thing you know, Emir's gonna be like, oh yeah, the horn sent Grandam told me that Marek is such a strumpet. Oh, also, Emir says that Mikola told him about how the age of the Erdtree is rotten, and that's why he's divesting himself of his flesh. Mikola is trying to distance himself to such a degree that he's giving up even his body. Also, who else did that? Ronnie. It's very similar to Ronnie, but a different end goal. However, dude, what are those lights? That is so weird and cool. It may just be a visual bug, but it sure looks like... Is that intentional? I don't think I've ever noticed that before. Like shooting stars. Oh, my lights just flickered. That was creepy. Sorry, I distracted myself. Yeah, the roots were mired in madness. The roots of the Erdtree were mired in madness. And this is from Mikola, who, sure, he might know that. He might think that very strongly. But he also used those same roots to try to grow his Haligtree, right? Like, he used an Erdtree, not sapling, but like a bud, and fed it with his blood. And that's what started the Haligtree. He grew it from his own blood, but it's still related to the Erdtree. However, like we talked about, Mikola changed his mind a lot. So, you know, nothing wrong with that. I still think his conclusion was wrong, and so does most of the people in his life, including his other half, Trina. But he gave up the Haligtree. He's done with it. And it could be because it has a link to the Erdtree, and he's trying to start completely anew. And his end goal is going back to where it all began and starting afresh completely, which is probably why Mikola interacted with Emir. Because Emir seems to have a similar goal of getting rid of what came before utterly. But the problem is, as a result, they both similarly can't be trusted. Those who don't understand the past are doomed to repeat its mistakes, basically. Yeah. Manicellus must also be a cosmic beast. Yeah, there might be like a big old finger under there. That's for sure. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm just going to check on Marlowe again. Give me a minute. And then I think we might finish this section. Who knows? Be back. night, gamers. Thank you so much for your patience again. I know my BRB's been really long today, but I'm basically providing a buffet of various offerings for my kitty cat, hoping that he'll eat something. And it's tough because he is... I wouldn't describe him as picky necessarily, but he is not very food motivated. And I thought that was a good thing because I don't have to worry too much about him overeating. But now that I need him to eat, he won't eat a thing. And I'm just like, buddy, please. Oh my god. Anyway, I'm back. Ready for more lore. Yeah, he's behaving better, but the appetite worries me. I'm just like not. He gets worse in the evening. Like he's better. He's better. Yeah, he's using the litter box. There's still some like, you know, not great signs. But anyway, listen, I'm not gonna get into it because then I'll think about it and worry about it. It's fine. I'm doing what I can for Marley Bean. It's just I'm explaining why I'm taking so long. Normally I don't like to go away for that long in the middle of a stream, but yeah. Priorities with Marley Bean. Lore, back to this place. Since we talked to Emir. And yeah, it's basically guaranteed that Yuri is dead. He's just cradling it, Yuri. Emir is an interesting individual, but let's get to the bottom of his quest, and also let's talk to Yolan.
I told you once, I've no interest in companionship, but I must admit, Count Emir did seem very pleased. Perhaps an exception is in order. Emir is a shining star, in our eyes, the only star upon the black canvas of the night. Our meeting with the Count taught us of the star-draped sky. We know that we cannot reach out to touch it, but we can peer up at its brilliance and heed its guidance. We will never again lose our way in the night.
Interesting. Night equals darkness. They drape themselves in it, but they still crave the light.
I have spoken far too freely. Pay me no mind. Let us focus on our shared purpose, our service to Count Emir.
Get to the bottom of his quest. Intended pun. I actually didn't intend it, but I'll take credit, yeah.
Be on your way.
There was an enemy in Dark Souls 3 who was cradling his child that wasn't there. So, okay, Dark Souls 3. That's Osiros with his child Ocelot. And Osiros wants to become a dragon. Very interesting, similar parallel here with transformation, wanting to become something that you are not. Becoming a dragon is a very common thing in Dark Souls. He kind of succeeds. He's like a gooey, weird, melty dragon. And he claims that you are finally here to get Ocelot, his child, and you'll finally taken notice. Ignorant fools have finally taken notice, have you? Meanwhile, we're just like, Omega Lol, who are you? Now, Ocelot is, from what we can tell, invisible. I think we can hear a baby crying, like, during the boss fight. But we do see him cradling something that isn't there. Yeah. However, fun fact about Dark Souls 3 is there's some, I guess, cut content. They probably cut it for straight up content. Because, so as far as we can tell, there's always this question, is Osiros crazy? Or is there a baby? But there is a baby crying. And what happens during the fight, at first he cradles the baby, which is invisible. And then in phase 2, he goes more beast mode. He basically screams, Ocelot, and he becomes like super beast mode, and he goes like on all fours, and he starts acting more like an animal, right? And you know, if you're holding a baby, and then suddenly you go on all fours, and stomp around, what happens? Now, there is a model for Ocelot in the game that was cut, and I don't know if I saw this in like a cut content video or something, because I watched that like a long time ago. I don't remember whose video it was. Either way, there was definitely more of a straight up like there might have literally been like he's holding a baby and then there isn't a baby in phase 2 sort of thing, and they cut it possibly because it was like a little too much for like implied violence to Bab, versus if it's invisible, then it's like a ghost baby or whatever. So yeah, like a weird baby. Yeah, this is like cut content. So I don't know much about cut content, but I did do a dive into Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne back in the day. So I wish I could remember whose video it was, but to be fair, I hardly remember the content. Okay, so we rest at the bonfire. Sorry, Grace. And here isn't here. Oh, that's a freebie. Let's do some snooping around.
No.
If you come here without ringing the second bell and talking to him, sometimes he will still be absent, and you can come up to the throne and push the button even before ringing the second bell. Because if you notice, that right there is this cathedral. So the final one is here. Whee! Oh boy, this is so creepy. And remember, this is called, right, Finger Ruins of Mir. This is Manus Metir. Manus, of course, meaning hand, or Meter. Hand of Meter, effectively. Cathedral of Manus Celis, Hand of Celis. And underneath this, we don't go quite as deep as this, but there is a two fingers under there, and it's Ronnie's two fingers. So I wonder, is there something like this under there too? Thank you. I was really worried. Sword Hand of Knight Anna. You remember how Yolande says we are helping Count Emir? We were taught of the, you know, the night or whatever, the starlit night. Well, this is the we. Oh, jeez. Claws of Night. Claws of a bottomless black from which no light can escape, wielded by Anna, Sword Hand of Night. Engraved with the Smith's script enabling strong attack to launch all three claws at a target. The blades are only semi-corporeal and cannot be fully guarded against. Scattershot Throw. Employ smithing arts to conjure multiple copies of the armament in both hands and throw them all at once. Follows up with an additional input to throw again. It's pure decks. They're very good. They're very fun. But also, they're strangely similar to the Cipher Pada and the Coded Sword. They cannot be fully guarded against. Well, actually, they can't be guarded against, period, because they're spectral. They're like pure face scaling, which is really interesting. But still, there's this idea of them being semi-corporeal, similar to the weapons of the two fingers. Associated strongly with the two fingers, and then Anna protects this place. Although, it's interesting that Anna stops us, but Yolande doesn't. So I wonder if there was a bit of a schism with the sisters, but I don't remember. Oh, we also found the Sword Hand of Night armor, so it's possible this is like a ghost, right? That's not really a ghost. Well, a phantom. A lot of invasions, sometimes you can even be invaded by someone who's implied to be dead, as if their phantom like continues to try to stop you. So I wonder if that has something to do with it. But yeah, let's go back and talk to Yolanda. Ooh. My mic turned around and see if she says anything, because honestly, I just don't remember. But yeah, Finger Weaver Cookbook. Acquire the knowledge to craft the following fingerprint nostrum. Okay. A record of crafting techniques left by a determined student of the finger ruins. His brush with the sublime all but shattered his mind, though he was left capable enough to leave these few precious words. Kind of like Frenzy Flame. What the hell is a fingerprint? That thing. A fingerprint nostrum. Dew Gem, Beast Horn, Pearlescent Scale, and Finger Mimic. Boosts mind, intelligence, faith, and arcane at cost of gradual HP loss. Bolus engraved with whorl-like lines. A secret medicine of those who attempt to turn their human bodies into fingers. Ingesting causes something to wriggle within. Ooh. The Dew Gem is very interesting, and I've been looking at it since this playthrough with a lot more interest. Some keen eyeballing, and let me tell you why. Where is it? Where are my Dew Gems? Succulent plant that is supped on night-tinged dew. Glows at night and blossoms mainly at the waterside. Said to have been used in the practice of sprite medicine long ago. Deep lore. We finally know what sprite medicine is now. It's associated with Ra. It's very ancient, but also night-tinged dew. And they're blue-purple, which is basically the color of the night. It almost looks as if they have night tendrils within it. If you show this to me in Night Rain, I'd be like, yo, night item, no question. But it's an Elden Ring. The night is present in this game. The night is mentioned, but we just don't have a full picture of what it is. And the fact that this is an ingredient for the nostrum and the finger-related items, I think is particularly telling. So it's sort of odd that Yolan, these sword hands of night, help Emir. Like, what is the link between the night and Emir? Maybe this is it. Maybe there is a link there. Okay, 1 second. My YouTube chat died. Reopening it. Right, Yolan. He was an astronomer or preceptor. Yeah, he's very aware of Karian secrets. Like, not Rhea Lucarian, like the Karian royals. That's the sorcery that he uses. So, he's an interesting one. He knows about, like, Rhea Lucaria, but he has his own path.
Now, be on your way.
Tell her you were attacked by a sword hand of night underground.
Stop. What did you just say? Wait, no. Say nothing. I have one star alone, and only his words will do.
A star. A guiding star. But yeah, I was pretty sure this was the case. I just wanted to double check, but the reason I use E for Emir is because that seems to be his chosen pronouns, right? Because Yolan would know, I feel, right?
I will say this much. I am in your debt, but I will hear no more. I have one star alone, and only his words will do.
So one sword hand of night is trying to help us, and one is trying to stop us. Or more accurately, one is trying to help Emir, and one is trying to stop Emir. Perhaps that's why Anna isn't here, but Yolan continues to say we. Yeah, no, it's just like Emir's goal is to become a mother. But nonetheless, he still goes by he, him, yeah. He's so weird. I don't know what his outfit's about, but it's like, I want to know more about Emir, really. He's weird complimentary. I don't trust him as far as I can throw him, but I still think he's very neat. I don't know what's up with this either. I think the finger ruins for me are just a big ol' blank. I do not know what to think about a lot of them. But we go and basically blow a horn. And when we blow 3 horns at 3 finger ruins, we end up in Liminal Town. This is what is here. And this might give us some, remember how we talked about, like, space equals water? Well, we are literally on a lake right now. Not dissimilar from the Renala boss fight, but Renala was, like, an illusion. This is real. We're above water, below water. We are between water right now. And these giant tubes. So remember, we, like, blew these soundless horns, and now we're here. It's as if these are for communicating. They're like pneumatic tubes or something like that. And yeah, we're below the ruins. So exactly where are we? Like, how low under the ground are we now? Will you try the 2 fingers emote on Matir? Sure. I don't remember that. I don't think I ever tried that. Oh, interesting. Okay. We don't know Matir's lore yet. Or Metter's lore yet, sorry. But I will point out that there is a really interesting link. Just, we show up here, strange place, water, and a monstrous, terrifying creature that is otherwise passive until we approach. Ebritus from Bloodborne. In fact, I would say that Metter's lore is basically Ebritus. It's the same lore. It's actually really funny, but it's cool. Okay, how can I quickly do the gesture? Let's do this. Can I not put gestures on this? Maybe I can't. Never mind. I don't really know how to do the gesture. Oops, sorry. I forgot how to play the game for a moment. Okay, but what if I do the 2 fingers gesture? Will you be cool? I feel like that's a no. Holy shit! Okay. I did try to roll there. It did not work. So I don't think she cares. Cool, cool, cool. All right. This is Metter. You can find Anna's body as a puppet somewhere. You can. It's in the tower, Rabbath's Rise. You have to drop down from above at the Shaman Village, but I believe the trigger is finishing this quest, if I remember correctly. I might be misremembering. It has been a minute since I've done this. Oh my god, I totally forgot I had a blueberry and I dropped it and then I wrapped it in a blueberry just now. Blueberry garbage. Yeah, this fight is the most Bloodborne shit ever. The worst she can say is no. Gets destroyed. Also, Matir's moveset is Cosmic Magic and also Head Slams. It's a Brightest from Bloodborne. stock body. She's got an eye in the center of the fingerprint. Very much looks like a nostrum. Uses pink magic. We haven't seen anything quite of that hue. It's like a fleshy pink. And then, well, she spews fingers out of her. It kind of has that cosmic effect. Right. Yeah. That we see with, like, Nebula out of Estelle, but a little different hue, and therefore still a little different. And then, well, a lot of fingers. Her tail, and her front, like literally her belly, if I can ever get close to her. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about right there. It speaks for itself. Her belly births finger creepers. My goodness, she is a little annoying, isn't she? I'm just trying to show off her body and I can't fucking even see anything. She's got like a gaping wound in her belly that she opens and finger creepers come out of it. An unhinged mother is what Emir complains about. Not just Marika, as it turns out. Also Medr, the mother of fingers. And we get to see that. So this boss fight's also very ROM-coded from Bloodborne. With ROM being this distorted great one that spawns babies. And also, I say tail, that back end, whatever... God, I hate that move. That is a spiral. A double spiral. And even her front end. Right, I forgot she can slam 3 times. I'm just wondering when I get to play. Even her front end looks spiral. You can see the eye right there in the center. Now it looks scarred. And its belly, well, this is where it spawns finger creepers from, but if you look at it too, it's like there's fingers sticking out. It doesn't look right. Like there's fingers of different sizes. Jesus. I will say, Hebrides isn't this annoying, Medr. Bitch, I would have left you behind too. This kind of behavior, head ass. Doesn't look right, no shit. Sometimes, when you look at something and you go, that shit ain't right, congratulations, you've just done more. Like, I don't know what an eyeball, sorry, not an eyeball, a finger mother is supposed to look like, but I can't imagine this is a prime healthy specimen. Like, I'm not trying to body shame out here, but what the fuck? What an annoying creature. I want to show off that move properly, but God, I really hate this thing. There's like, it just never stops attacking. Every movement, every jump is a hitbox and an extended one. It can kill you and multi-hit you. I just don't really love Medr. Medr. Lore? Amazing. Design? Awesome. Fight? Kill it with hammers. I love the finger ruins poking out of the water too. One ultra greatsword. Yeah, the spiral pattern is significant, but at this point, I don't think we know the significance of the spiral pattern. So I don't remember where this lore comes from. So I'm going to talk about it more when we actually get the lore. But what we learn through the DLC, like I said, I will talk about it again when we actually get it. We learn that a spiral basically is how you contact divinities. So it sort of gives us new context for all the spirals that we've been encountering, even in base game, and that includes the Godslayer's Greatsword that you're referring to. Don't give me... Wait. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, I really hate this fucking thing. You know, in my first playthrough of Bloodborne, Ebrightus was the boss that I struggled with the most by far, to the point that I was so proud when I managed to beat her on my own for the first time in New Game Plus. Like, I did her without summons, because my first playthrough I summoned help. And even with help, I struggled. I was so proud. And even then, Ebrightus is nothing compared to the annoyance of this creature. Ah, okay, so it uses the Microcosm spell as well. So what does it say? Like broken and discarded creatures? Hearken to simulacra? Something along those lines. We'll read it again. Can you do the big super move so that maybe I can like pivot? Really? Not this move. I don't like this one. This one's stupid. Do the big move before I kill you. Or like before you kill me, baby girl. Damn, chill. Okay, I did ask, but like tonight I'm not gonna make it. Big ol' laser beams! Ooh-ah! It's my turn to play the video game. I'm gonna die. Damn it. I got greedy there at the end, but, you know. At least it doesn't take too long. I just really dislike it. They don't... I don't think they did a... I don't love... It's subjective, I know. I don't love any of the bigger fights in the DLC because it's just like the worst case of hitbox gore I've ever seen. Because everything they do is a hitbox. And they never stop attacking. Also, no limb breaks in this game like Bloodborne. You know, I do like how it floats, though. It reminds me of, like, a lotus flower, doesn't it? Oh. Oh, God. Like, a really messed up one, obviously. Okay, yeah, I'm leaving. Okay, alright. Ow. Okay. It's so quiet now. Okay. Not that move. That move can blow me. Oh my god. All right, thank you. Bye-bye. It vanishes like in Estelle teleporting. It's weird to know. Does it even die? Well, we get the remembrance. Remembrance of the mother of fingers hewn into the shadow tree. The mother of all two fingers and finger creepers was in turn a magnificently gleaming daughter of the greater will and the first shooting star to fall upon the lands between. So, Matir, I keep saying Matir. Metter is fleshy, right? So it sort of links the fingers to the lamprey, just like the finger creepers. The two fingers are strange. They almost appear to be made of wood sometimes. Where are we? Finger birthing grounds. So this is where all the two fingers that we know of come from. They are the grandchildren of Metter, or sorry, the children of Metter, the grandchildren of the greater will. Remember that when we first meet Ymir, he tells us that the great sublime truth, I think he actually uses the word sublime, is that we too, as in humans, are children of the stars because we came of cosmic dust, and children of the greater will, which means we could become fingers. That's like his sort of subtext there. He doesn't tell us that till later. But this is what he's talking about. He wants to become like Metter because he wants to be the mother of the fingers, because he blames Metter likely for the fingers being damaged. Metter got access to a ton of high-tier spells, but then attacks with brute force. I think it's also to depict strong emotion. So I talked about Ebrightis. Ebrightis is known as the daughter of the cosmos in Bloodborne, and she's also known by the title of the Left Behind Great One. She is a Great One, which is, well, I guess sort of like an outer god, but not quite. It's different in Bloodborne, but think of it like that. An eldritch space entity. She was left behind, which means that others were there with her, and then they left, and she did not go with them. She was left behind by them. She was potentially abandoned, or potentially just sort of forgotten, you know, unable to go with them. Sort of like, think of like a baby bird that can't learn to fly in time, and then everyone goes south for the winter, and baby bird's, you know, left behind. That sort of is kind of the idea we're supposed to get with her. So we don't really know anything else about who left her behind, why she was left behind, but we just know that she was abandoned and she's sad. We literally walk into her boss fight and she does not care until we hit her. We are picking a fight with her. And when you see her, her head is bowed as if she's mourning, and she's mourning over the body of another great one. She's sad. Like, she's literally just like hunched over. She's sad, abandoned, and lonely. And we show up and kick her ass. That's basically Abritus's lore. She also happens to be the origin of quite a bit of the blood that's plaguing Yharnam and causing a lot of problems. People are experimenting with her blood. Also, she's very much like an underwater-like creature, and her blood makes people look like underwater creatures. So I'm bringing this all up because, as you can see, it's kind of relevant to Metter. She is the source of the Two Fingers, and by that logic, a lot of the problems in the land. The Two Fingers are dogmatic. They just sort of, I talked about them, I see them sort of as like antenna, as in like a TV antenna. They get information and they say what they tell. They don't seem to have minds of their own, versus Metter does. So potentially she's like giving them their minds, but Two Fingers are also very powerful because they are credited with the creation of shadows like Blythe. So, and potentially Malekith too. So they exist in this weird role of limited in power, but also supremely powerful, to the point that Ronnie had to she had to assassinate her brother and plot this entire huge scheme just to get rid of her body, to separate herself from her Two Fingers. And she's the origin of them all. So let's see what's going on here first of all, because we just fulfilled his goal, presumably.
What have you done? You've wounded Count Emir most irreparably, such that he wishes for your death, and I must attend to the Count's concerns.
Might be some death dialogue, so we'll die to her on purpose. Let's die over here, nice and convenient. Do you think Metter also gave birth to the Three Fingers? No, because there is a distinction between the Two Fingers and the Three Fingers. In that the Three Fingers...
Why did you cross Count Emir?
So that's the thing. As far as we can tell, we did exactly what we were supposed to. We did what Emir wanted. So it's like, wait, what do you mean we crossed him? He wanted to become a mother, and he wanted to get rid of another mother in order to do it. So why is he mad at us? What we did damaged him, and all we did was harm Metter.
What have you done? You've wounded Count Emir most irreparably, such that he wishes for your death, and I must attend to the Count's concerns.
Well, step one, Yolan. But yeah, the Greater Will and the Three Fingers, or at the very least, sorry, the Frenzied Flame more accurately, do seem to be like two sides of the same coin for certain. But I don't think Metter is responsible for the Three Fingers. Though, I'll consider, I'll think about it, because...
My dear star,
could be something.
A fine mother, you will be.
My shining star, grant me a mother's strength. Look here at my fingers. I will be the true mother, and I will be the only mother.
Count Emir, Mother of Fingers.
My dear child.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. I mean, we did what he wanted. Looks like Dark City is for that anime joke. Oh shit, that hurt. Oh my god. Gamer, chill for a minute, my goodness. He does use some very interesting sorceries though. Oh right, we should die for dialogue. So he wants to usurp Metter as the mother, but killing Metter seems to harm him, and now he wants us to die. I did wonder if maybe he wanted us to be devoured by Metter in some way, sort of in a Rykard situation, but I don't think that anymore.
What have you done?
Oh, we have to do both. Oh, that's so interesting. I actually don't think I died to them.
Irreparably, such that he wishes for your death, and I must attend to the Count's concern. My dear star, a fine mother, you will be.
My shining star, grant me a mother's strength. Look here, at my fingers. I will be the true mother. And I will be the only mother.
I hate all this. I hate everything about all this, I gotta tell you that. Though there is like a... Oh my god. Die faster, please. Like, his finger died. His beloved pet son finger? Not pet. His son. His baby finger died. And he was like... I think he blamed Metter. So he was like, I'm gonna become a mother that won't let this happen. Oh my god, he's really annoying to fight close range. It could be because we have the remembrance. Oh god. Oh god. Ah! Okay, this is so gross. It could be a bit of a Nashandra situation in that he wanted us to set up his goal, and now that we have set up his goal, we can he'll kill us.
Truly, I desired to be your mother.
Well, that was wonderful. Okay. So in Dark Souls 2, Nashandra wants to fulfill Vendrick's goal. So that's why, like, she sort of sends us into Vendrick's position and then takes over and tries to kill us. Not dissimilar to... Hang on. Someone in Elden Ring does something similar. Like, they send us on a mission, and then when we accomplish it, they try to kill us. I feel like that happens so much, I can't even narrow it down. I do think he didn't expect us to encounter Metter, and that wasn't a part of his plan. Might have something to do with why Anna tried to stop us. Gideon? More like Enya in that particular format, but yeah, the idea is there. Like, yeah. Well, let's finish reading everything. Okay. Ymir's bell bearing. It looks like the primeval sorcerer's bell bearings. It looks like that thing that they used to replace their heart. It's not. It's a bell bearing, but still, it makes me think of them, which is pretty interesting. Makes sense though. Also, I think the Carians stuff look like this too. Anything to do with the Ray Lucarians more accurately? Kind of unclear if Yuri was always fingers or if he died and was somehow reborn as fingers. I do think Yuri was a finger, and like always a finger, and Ymir was attached to him in particular, and thus he wanted to become his mother, maybe rebirth him, maybe literally replace Metter. Okay, so let's think about this. Metter gives birth to all the fingers, and one of them is Yuri, this tiny little finger creeper that Ymir is particularly attached to, and then he dies. And Ymir is devastated and still acts as if he's alive and cradles him and whatnot. What he wants to do, he blames Metter for for Yuri's death, most likely. Maybe he was born weak or wrong or something, because we see Metter is not doing well, so maybe it has something to do with it. By replacing her and becoming the Mother of Fingers, he will take Metter's role, and he can prevent that from happening because he will be perfect. He will be the better version, and any fingers that he births will be perfect. They will not die like Yuri did. That's definitely the impression I'm getting. It's also very, well, body horror. It's disturbing. Like his body emerges, like there's all these fingers inside of his robe, and he goes after us. And, oh, it reminds me of Mikola. That's what I'm trying to say. Mikola is very similar in that he blames his mother for everything going wrong and is trying to replace her in a way. Not like literally, but he basically is. He's trying to become a god just like her, and he's even taking the same path that she did to become a god, trying to access the gate of divinity so that he can literally replace her. I think we're meant to see a link between these two characters. There's a reason Ymir brings up Mikola and brings up unhinged mothers and links Matir and Marika, and both of them are trying to replace the one that they're talking shit about. Now, once again, it is likely grief, like the fact that he's still acting like Yuri's alive, like he's devastated. We don't know why he's so attached to the fingers. We don't know the story. We do know there are a lot of people who become obsessed with the fingers and becoming them, and the sublime that they encounter. But Ymir was a bit more intelligent than others, and perhaps had a stronger mind because of his awareness of things like the primeval current, the stars, the greater will. So his mind didn't snap, just bent a little bit, I guess is how I'd put it. Let's read his items. The maternal staff. Staff of Count Ymir, who made himself a mother of fingers, carried for want of tail fingers of his own, enhances finger sorceries. The crystal ball, though representative of a microcosm, would not receive any sign. The broken and discarded are fully willing to cling to fleeting simulacra, earning them some modicum of sympathy. So this mimics a microcosm, but it would not receive any sign, which means that this one would receive signs. But any signs that this one receives are fleeting simulacra. They mimic a sign, but aren't it. Broken and discarded. Matter. We're gonna get her lore in a minute, but we'll just read this since we're finishing these quests. High Priest Hat. The hat of Count Ymir, High Priest. The circular design at the top represents the greater will and its lightless abyss, imparting increased intelligence and arcane to the wearer. Though Count Ymir instructed R'hllana in the sorcerer's arts, he abandoned his allegiance to the moon. It was merely the closest of the celestial bodies, nothing more. That's actually very interesting. So he taught Rulana. That actually gives us some insight as to why he's here and what he's about. So he was likely, as discussed, a preceptor. Who, I think those are the ones, I don't know if we know who taught princesses, but probably them. They serve the royal family either way. Maybe a little bit like Iji, in that he was sort of a honorary grandfather, teacher of Rani, stuff like that. But I love this. It was merely the closest of the celestial bodies, nothing more. There are other celestial bodies out there. The moon just happens to be closest, so it's easiest to see, but he looked beyond it. High Priest robe conceals the abundance of squirming beneath. Gold embroidery decorates the purple cloth with a jeweled ruff that sparkles like a flower wet with dew. Like a dew gem? I think his garb is meant to evoke a dew gem. Gloves of Count Ymir, High Priest, soft and well-tailored. So, one other fun thing that I actually just remembered. We still have to do Yolan, one moment, but I want to show off what happens if we alter the chest piece. Because when we alter it, it actually looks like his true form. Because here's the thing. He, well, it hides the mask, which means he looked like this when we first met him. Robe of Count Ymir, High Priest. The front is open, exposing the squirming fingers beneath. This robe is the image of his fervent desire having broken free, laying bare his greatest wish, and wearing it enhances finger sorceries. I will be the true mother. My fingers will grant us redemption. You can see the fingers on the back, or like, yeah, that, I don't even, and then, yeah, this. Cute, huh? Hi, Yolan.
Count Ymir, the stars, the sky. I see them not.
So once again, someone has lost their guidance and is devastated by it. We're going to give her an Iris of Grace.
Oh, it blinds, as if our night simply never was.
That's a really telling line. Grace is so bright that for her it's blinding. It completely eliminates the night, like the sun. And this really, oh, I love that line. It's so interesting in terms of night rain. So once again, the night I definitely think is meant to be representative of the night rain night. And she was born underground, born in suffering. We don't really know why they were like this, but we find the armor of night in one of the jails. So it definitely gives us a grim introduction to what's going on with them. The light of grace is so blinding for her that it pushes the night completely away as if it never was. Just like day appearing. If you lived in night your whole life, daytime would be shocking to you. And that's basically her. Her guiding star was Ymir, and it was bright enough for her. But think about one single star in a sky of dark, and then compare that with a sunny day. And that's effectively what we just gave her. And it potentially gives her some hope. But also maybe troubling for someone like her. Let's read what it has to say. Spirit of a sword hand, granted light by the iris of grace, wields a sword of bottomless black that penetrates the enemy's guard. Though it was not by the shining star that she longed for, thus was her night illuminated. But this was an at times blinding light and threatened to expunge the night entirely. So grace equals Erdtree equals Marika. And what do we do in Night Rain to push the night away? Well, we defeat the Night Lord, and then we bring the Erdtree back, and the night is gone. That's basically what happens. We see the Erdtree on the horizon, and the night is over. A blinding light that threatens to expunge the night entirely. Oh, that's pretty cool thinking about it like that. Okay, so let's go back here. I want to see in Rabat's Rise, because I think that's what I'm looking for. I remember there being something at the top of the rise, but you only get it after the quest. And let's level up. Sure. Not that I really use spells, but if I ever want to test cast something, it'll help me. You know, I guess it is also possible that Yuri tried to transform into a finger like the way that some of these people do. I don't know, though. I think Yuri was just a finger. Oh, Matir's lore too. We have to get her items. The music in the Shaman Village is always so sad. Level 200 PvP build? No. I don't do high level PvP. I'm just getting stats so that I can, if I want to test out spells and stuff, it makes it a little easier. Oh god, that's too high. That's too high. No, fuck. Come on, I had to run all the way. I got too greedy. Missed you go through this place first time on this run? It was earlier this stream. I've been saving it for a prime moment. And yeah, then after this, all that's left is the rest of the Shadow Keep, Mesmer, and Ra. We're actually getting really close to the end. The Elden Ring main theme trailer theme? Yeah, I call them the Marika notes. Like mentally, it's sort of like when I hear those first two starting notes, as well as the da da. It's the start of the very first song that we ever hear. Also, look at those like grace birds. It's the start of the very first song that we will ever hear from Elden Ring because it's the first thing we hear when you load up the game, but the song never starts. There's this, like, you're waiting for it to start. At least I am when I'm listening. Train station announcement chime? Yeah, I don't have like a good tone. I'm not musical. Wish I were, but I'm not. Examine puppet. Usher Anna into Sword Hand of Night Yolan's spirit ashes? Yes. Yolan and Anna. Ushered Anna into Sword Hand of Night Yolan's spirit ashes. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell, used to summon the spirits of Yolan and Anna. Spirits of two Sword Hands of Night, one of them being possessed by Count Emir's doll, Anna. Together, Yolan's sword and Anna's claws are as bottomless black and penetrate the enemy's guard. Yolan and Anna were born in a cold, dark jail where they were raised, deprived of light, to be Sword Hands of Night. Thus were they cultivated to become the most terrifying masters of their blades, though the burden of the deed left their hearts frail and pliant. They were literally born in a jail and raised just to fight. That had to have been the horn scent, right? Like, they're the masters of the jail. Also, this is in Rabas Rise, and it's very close to the cathedral. Makes me wonder. Well, Emir wanted... He used the sword hands because they were pliant and vulnerable, basically. He took advantage of them. Because they were easy to control. But interestingly, it looks like either Anna rebelled, although she's a doll, so when she invades us, it's most likely that she's being controlled by Emir. It's just strange to me, why would he turn her into a puppet if they're already so easy to control and pliant? So did she rebel? Did she just want an even more controllable puppet? Who knows? But yeah, I wanted the summon, so I decided to go this route. It's very interesting. They'd never seen light before, so no wonder grace was blinding. I just don't understand why. Okay, let's get the Matir lore. Metter? I just like Matir better. Need to check Yuri grave? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I think we get a spell or something now. Such a strange quest, the finger stuff, but it's neat. Cherishing fingers. Oh, also, we already have the Armor of Night. It's possible they had another sibling who didn't survive, or... I call them siblings, but, like... Actually, I don't even know if they are, right? Like, I just guess they are. They were raised together either way. They're creepy, but so cute. Okay. Cherishing Fingers surrounds the caster with a mesh of hefty fingers. Also, the finger sorceries only require intelligence. Surrounds the caster, or a finger sorcery of Count Ymir, aspiring mother of fingers, surrounds the caster with a mesh of hefty fingers that wards all manner of projectiles, whether magical or physical in nature, away from the caster. The dear fingers look after their mother, or perhaps that is merely what the mother wishes to believe. That's the thing, like, how aware are the fingers even of him? How aware are the finger creepers at all? It's really hard to see the symbol of the fingers. Like the symbol. But it looks similar to the Rhea Lucarian seal. Not quite, though. They aren't a puppet, they're spirit summons. Anna is a puppet, Yolan is not. So they just operate as a spirit. But the spirit is possessed by the spirit of a doll. It's very strange. Okay, so we get the Staff of the Great Beyond. Staff fashioned from the tail fingers of Metter, the mother of fingers, and the microcosm raised aloft over the crux they form. Catalyst for casting both sorceries and incantations. The mother received signs from the greater will from the beyond of the microcosm. Despite being broken and abandoned, she kept waiting for another message to come. And it never did. I wonder when the broken and abandoned happened. Was it before the shattering? Was it after? Was it before she met Marika? We do know, remember, the Shattering War was a war that led to abandonment by the Greater Will. That's the opening cutscene. That's a really interesting line. Now, it's easy to be like, it's just like symbolic, like God looked away from them in shame. But like, no, what if the Greater Will literally was like, I'm done. And that's when it stopped giving messages to Metter. Or maybe before. But still, this is really something to think about. So Metter was abandoned. All the fingers were abandoned. I also love how it does look like two fingers holding an orb, right? Okay, and then we have the Gazing Finger. The head of Metter, the Finger Mother, wielded as a weapon without modification. From within the center of the fingerprint that wrinkles the creature's foremost protrusion, a tiny wart-like eye gazes vacantly into the beyond. Unique skill, Kowtower's Resentment. Skill performed as a violent bow using a finger's foremost protrusion. Resentment builds as it is forced to bow, making it explode with anger. Hold button down to further increase resentment. Strength, int, and faith. So, I think I started talking about this, but I didn't finish. Ebrightis smashes her head a lot. It's meant to be her emotion. She uses cosmic magic, but also shoots, like literally just headbutts you over and over and over again, like violent head slams, just like Metter. And once again, Ebrightis is sad, abandoned, lonely, and resentful, likely. She's in mourning and she's full of emotion. But she's also an alien being, so we can't quite understand it. But this is a similar thing, where the reason Metter is slamming her head is because of her strong emotion. And here it's described as the Kowtower's Resentment. To kowtow is to, like, bow heavily and continually. So forced to bow, but resentful of it, and the rage builds with each bow. Forced to serve and resentful of it. Perhaps because she served well, but was nonetheless abandoned. Very weird weapons, very Bloodborne, very cool. They look like the Night Lord? Yolan? Yeah, I mean, they're also called the Sword Hands of Night. So yeah, they're definitely associated with the night. All they know is darkness. And they were raised to do nothing but battle. It's very interesting. That's our depiction of the night in base game. Okay. Gamers, it's going to be it for tonight. I think this is a great stopping point. We covered so much of the lore. If you like the lore run, make sure to follow the stream / subscribe to the channel. I really appreciate the support. And also, if you're on YouTube, like the stream. Shows YouTube that I'm doing a good job. Now that my call to action is done, thank you so much for watching, everybody. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Today was really fun. We got so much done. I'm sort of starting some areas, so hopefully we can go hard on them, and that's what we did today, but we still got some really cool areas up ahead, including my favorite boss of the DLC. So, I will be back tomorrow. Thank you again, everyone, for hanging out. Really appreciate you guys. There's some really neat stuff in the DLC, that's for sure. Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Good night, everybody. See you next time. I'm so glad that you enjoyed the lore. Appreciate you guys so much. Oh wait, I should grab my cursor because I'm having trouble getting it out of Elden Ring lately. There we go. Good night, everybody. Bye.